Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button and join the squad for epic ninja tales and system-powered adventures. Want exclusive early access, bonus chapters, and behind the scenes? Check out my Patreon at patreon.com/mv1717, link in the description. Today, we dive into a crumbling ninja world where prodigies shine and nobodies like our hero are just cannon fodder. Born a nobody, he survived 12 brutal years at the academy, only to be thrown into the meat grinder of war. But at the brink of despair, ding! The Multiversal Rare Pawnshop is now at your service. Rare bloodline detected. Uzumaki. Would you like to pawn it? In this world, if it's rare, it's valuable. One trade at a time, he'll flip the script. This is Naruto Pawn System. Sit back, plug in your headphones, and let the story begin.
Part 1 of Naruto, Pawn System. Year 38 of Konoha, at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Whirlpools. This is a pain. What do you mean we're supposed to keep an eye on the mist and stop them from invading Konoha? If I remember correctly, I'm just a freshly graduated genin, you know. Namikaze Yami stared at the Hokage's sealed order in his hand, feeling helpless, so much so that he briefly wondered whether he'd offended someone higher up. It had been 12 years since he transmigrated into the ninja world. Aside from the future, Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, the Namikaze clan barely produced anyone with real ninja talent. Their background was squeaky clean, 3 generations traceable, no skeletons in the closet. As for Yami himself, he'd only just graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy, an utterly ordinary genin, one among thousands. Yet somehow, probably because the front lines were stretched thin, he'd been dispatched to the border as soon as he graduated, listed as a reserve force. What really caught him off guard was the contents of the latest mission order. His squad had been instructed to enter the Land of Whirlpools and conduct reconnaissance. According to the intel, Kurigakure was currently locked in a fierce battle with Uzushiogakure, and the latter had already sent out a plea for aid to Konoha. Their squad, however, was nothing more than a standard 1+3 formation, 1 jonin leading 3 genin. The jonin in charge was named Ito Makoto. Sending a lineup like that into the Land of Whirlpools, that wasn't reconnaissance. That was sending people in as human sandbags. Senior Ito, let's head out immediately. The other 2 Konoha genin looked almost eager, urging Ito Makoto to move at once. As a seasoned jonin, Ito Makoto naturally understood how dangerous this mission was. But a ninja's duty left him no room to refuse a direct order from the village. He took a long, hard look at the 3 genin under his command, already forming a plan in his mind. Kato Taka, Shimizu Kenma, Namikaze Yami, stay close to me. We'll infiltrate along the coastline. Yes. After crossing the long, narrow stretch of coast and setting foot on the Land of Whirlpools border, they were met with an eerie sight. There wasn't a single Uzushiogakure ninja standing guard. Everything along the way screamed one thing: the Land of Whirlpools was already on the brink of collapse. Even the border guards had been recalled to the interior. There hadn't even been time to erase tracks. Chaos was written everywhere. Stay concealed. Heighten your vigilance. Ito Makoto whispered to the 3 behind him, his heart growing heavier by the second. What he didn't know was that Namikaze Yami looked even more grim. Unlike the other 2 genin, who were barely suppressing their excitement, Yami only wanted to turn around and run. As a transmigrator, he knew exactly how this story ended. Every sign pointed to one terrifying conclusion: this might very well be the night the Uzumaki clan was annihilated. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I haven't enjoyed a single transmigrator perk, and now I'm getting dragged out to be cannon fodder. Yami felt utterly hopeless. He had no illusions about the intensity of the coming battle. He didn't have the godlike reflexes of his future clansman Minato. His chakra reserves were pitifully low. Calling him cannon fodder was already being generous. Boom, boom, a series of violent explosions erupted in the distance. If nothing unexpected had happened, that direction could only be Uzushiogakure itself. Powerful chakra fluctuations rolled toward them, mixed with anguished screams and furious roars. The Land of Whirlpools was already burning. The sound stabbed at the squad's nerves, tightening hearts that were already stretched to the limit. Even the hands gripping their kunai were beginning to sweat. They continued forward under cover, suppressing their presence, until the scene ahead gradually came into view. Only then did they stop. Up ahead, large numbers of ninja wearing Kurigakure and Uzushiogakure forehead protectors were locked in brutal combat. Although this was clearly the Uzumaki's home battlefield, the current situation left no doubt. The Mist Ninja held an overwhelming advantage. Many Uzushiogakure shinobi could only band together, forming large-scale ceiling arrays to protect their civilians. Even so, countless ninja, and even villagers, were being cut down, unable to withstand the Mist's assault. What stood out the most were several grotesque, almost monstrous figures at the center of the carnage, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Seeing this, Jonin Ito Makoto's expression turned grave. Even Kato Taka and Shimizu Kenma, who moments ago had been eager to rush into battle, now stood frozen in shock. They were experienced genin, yes, but they had never witnessed a battlefield of this magnitude. Only Namikaze Yami appeared to relax instead. A strange sense of relief washed over him as he stared fixedly at the translucent panel that had suddenly appeared before his eyes. Open black lens bracket ding, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Detected. Extremely high-density rare bloodline, Uzumaki clan bloodline, undergoing large-scale dissipation. Activation condition satisfied. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Multiversal Rare Pawnshop, at your service. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Would the host like to perform a valuation scan on the current scene? Close black lens bracket. It's here, it's finally here. Yami's emotion surged violently. His adrenaline spiked so hard it nearly made his vision blur. If the situation weren't so dire, he might have thrown his head back and laughed aloud. No one knew the hardship of his past 12 years. From anticipation, to disappointment, to near despair. In the ninja world, he had no powerful bloodline, no system, and no one paying attention. If the world hadn't continued to unfold exactly as he remembered from his past life, he might have started believing those memories were nothing more than delusions. And yet, this cold, mechanical voice now ringing in his ears made him feel like crying from joy. Confirm. Open black lens bracket scan complete. Unclaimed pawnable items detected. Close black lens bracket Uzumaki clan corpses intact times 53 valuation. 80 points per unit dissipating Uzumaki souls times 83 valuation. 20 points per Unathuga. No. Yuki clan corpse intact times 1 valuation. 50 points Kagaya clan corpses intact times 3 valuation. 80 points per unit damaged ninja tools. Open black lens bracket please approach rare items to complete containment and pawning. Close black lens bracket. I've struck it rich. So this is what they mean by profiting from war. But immediately, a problem surfaced. How was he supposed to get close? If he rushed in recklessly, he'd be killed like a stray dog without anyone even sparing him a glance. As he was pondering this, Ito Makoto suddenly issued an order in a low voice. Yami and Kenma, stay behind and provide support. Kato, continue the infiltration with me. The moment the words fell, Kato lived up to his name, his body trembling uncontrollably, shaking like an electric toothbrush. He didn't respond for several seconds. In his mind, squads like theirs were supposed to follow Uzushiogakure into an easy victory. This was far beyond anything he'd expected. Genin Kato. Ito Makoto's tone sharpened, a hint of reprimand seeping through. I'll go. Yami spoke up immediately. He had been worrying about how to get closer in the first place. If Ito Makoto decided to withdraw, everything would be over. This was perfect. Just when he needed a pillow, one was delivered to his head. Kato looked at Yami as if he'd been granted salvation, shooting him a grateful glance. Ito Makoto said nothing more, merely waving for Yami to follow. The two moved through the shadows cast by collapsed buildings, carefully avoiding the fighting on both sides. Now and then, stray waves from powerful ninjutsu forced them to detour. Ito Makoto's face was dark and tense, his focus absolute. He didn't dare allow even the slightest mistake. What he failed to notice was the expression on Yami's young face behind him. An uncontrollable smile had already begun to spread. On a battlefield soaked in blood and death, it looked deeply unsettling. Open black lens bracket ding. Successfully pawned 1 Uzumaki clan soul. Points acquired. 20 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. Successfully pawned 1 high-quality Uzumaki clan soul. Points acquired. 40 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket I've struck it rich. The constant ding-ding sounds echoing in his mind didn't annoy Namikaze Yami in the slightest. On the contrary, watching the system points climb higher and higher felt like staring at the legendary bull market of the A shares he'd once fantasized about in his previous life. As he crept ever closer to the heart of the battlefield, those pleasant system notifications became downright addictive. He even grew bolder, discreetly collecting Uzumaki corpses whenever the opportunity arose. When he checked the system panel again, it was no longer just the steadily rising point total, a full list of redeemable items had appeared. Open black lens bracket current pawn points, 1240 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket redeemable items, close black lens bracket Uzumaki clan, basic bloodline cost, 100 points Uzumaki clan, dense bloodline cost, 600 points Uzumaki clan, sage body Senju style physique cost, 2,600 points Yuki clan bloodline cost, 600 points Kagaya clan, basic bloodline cost, 100 points extreme bodily regeneration cost, 500 points per use open black lens bracket note, all bloodlines have been purified and can be absorbed perfectly, close black lens bracket. As a certified 9-leak novice, Namikaze Yami could only sigh in admiration. Now this is what I call consumer-friendly. Redeem, Uzumaki clan, dense bloodline. With a thought, 600 points vanished from the panel. At the same moment, a warm current surged through his body. In just 3 to 5 seconds, Yami felt lighter, as if his body had been reforged from the ground up. Strength flooded his limbs endlessly, and his chakra reserves multiplied several times over. Yami, hide here and wait, Ito Makoto said quietly. The village's mission requires us to retrieve as many Uzumaki sealing techniques as possible. Once I succeed, you'll take the scrolls and return to Konoha immediately. Hearing this, Yami almost laughed. Professional. Truly professional. Good grief, no wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen was hailed as a legendary Hokage. The man really knew how to do business. Not only did Konoha refuse to properly reinforce its ally, it even planned to loot Uzushiogakure on the way out. And this wasn't some routine scouting mission either, it was a suicide job snatching food from a tiger's mouth, yet they dared assign it to a rookie squad. I'll remember this. When my little bro Minato becomes Hokage, I'll be the first one leading the charge against you. Ito Makoto finished speaking. Yami didn't reply, he simply nodded calmly, while running his own calculations in his head. Seeing this, Ito Makoto said no more. He formed seals and activated Earth Release, hiding like a mole technique. His body swiftly sank into the ground, continuing the infiltration toward the core battlefield. Watching Ito Makoto disappear, Yami couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. He still hadn't mastered any Earth Release techniques. Even though he now possessed massive chakra reserves thanks to the Uzumaki bloodline, he only knew the 3 basic techniques and a single fire release jutsu. If he could burrow underground right now, looting this battlefield would be far easier. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly spotted an Uzumaki ninja, his entire body drenched in blood, being hunted down by Mist Ninja. The man rushed toward the building Yami was hiding in, then abruptly veered, leaping toward the neighboring house. Bang! A violent explosion erupted from the house next door, instantly reducing the small building to rubble. Cold sweat ran down Namikaze Yami's back. He had almost been wiped out by a strain in jutsu. Looking over, he saw an Uzumaki ninja locked in fierce combat with a shinobi wielding the executioner's blade. Water release. Water turbulent wave. The mist ninja spewed a torrent of water from his mouth, blasting it straight toward the Uzumaki. Earth release. Earth-style wall. The Uzumaki ninja formed seals at lightning speed, attempting to raise a defensive wall. But the gap in strength was simply too great. Though both techniques were C-rank, the earth wall shattered the moment it made contact. The surging water slammed into the Uzumaki, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The mist ninja flashed forward and brutally shattered the Uzumaki's arms and legs. The intense pain jolted the Uzumaki awake, but the sight before him drained all color from his face. The mist ninja didn't finish him off. After confirming he could no longer resist, the attacker vanished again, resuming the hunt for other Uzumaki. It was clear he intended to take prisoners. After all, aside from the still unborn white Zetsu, few possessed vitality as terrifying as the Uzumaki clan. As experimental material, they were unmatched. Watching from the shadows, Yami hesitated. Should he intervene? In a battlefield like this, even survival was uncertain. At that moment, the Uzumaki suddenly spoke, his voice directed precisely at Yami's hiding place. "Friend of the clan, please, give me a clean end. Then leave at once." Yami's heart sank. He didn't know how he'd been discovered, but now it made sense. The sudden turn earlier, right in front of this house, hadn't been a coincidence. The Uzumaki had noticed him long ago. Gripping his kunai tightly, Yami stepped out from the shadows, eyes locked on the injured ninja, alert for any sudden movement. When he saw Yami clearly, the Uzumaki froze. Based on what he'd sensed, the person hiding nearby should have carried Uzumaki blood. Yet the man before him, his appearance and clothing, clearly marked him as an outsider. Open black lens bracket scan complete. High-value pawnable items detected. Close black lens bracket dying Uzumaki clan member ×1 valuation. 300 points sealing technique scroll ×1 valuation, 2000 points. Setting aside why this Uzumaki was worth so much on his own, that 2000 point sealing scroll was downright terrifying. How had something this valuable ended up in his hands? That single scroll alone was enough to redeem a sage body. Yami seriously began to suspect that the luck suppressed for 12 long years had finally rebounded in full force. Konoha. The Uzumaki seemed to confirm something, his eyes lighting up with urgency. "Are you reinforcements? How many of you are there?" "We're just a Konoha reconnaissance squad," Yami replied honestly. "That's all I know. I don't have information on any further deployments." The light in the Uzumaki's eyes faded. All his strength seemed to leave him as he whispered, "Then, give me a clean end." A single slash of the kunai cut across his throat. Blood poured out, smothering the choking sounds, yet the legendary vitality of the Uzumaki clan stubbornly kept his heart beating. Pawn. Open black lens bracket ding. Successfully pawned a dying Uzumaki clan member. Points acquired. 250 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. Successfully pawned a sealing technique scroll. Points acquired. 2000 close black lens bracket redeem. Uzumaki clan, sage body, open black lens bracket. Redemption successful. Current pawn points. 890 close black lens bracket. The moment the exchange completed, Yami sensed something was off. By his earlier calculations, he shouldn't have had this many points left. Only then did he realize, upgradable bloodlines could stack and offset previous purchases. That alone had saved him a massive amount. A surging, boundless vitality overflowed from within him. Minor wounds, and even old, hidden injuries left from training, healed naturally. He could feel it. Given time, bloodline techniques like adamantine sealing chains would awaken on their own. And he wasn't even close to his physical prime yet. There was still enormous room for growth. Clenching his newly strengthened fists, Yami knew, he now possessed the bare minimum capital needed to stand tall in the ninja world. This place was no longer safe to linger. Just as he turned to leave, a sharp whistling sound tore through the air. Then came a voice, tinged with mockery, "Hey, so even Konoha wants a slice of the pie. I've been exposed." The moment he heard the voice, Namikaze Yami's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he disengaged and retreated, eyes locked warily on the newcomer. The figure before him was dressed in standard Kurigakur Anbu attire, clearly someone who had followed behind the 7 ninja swordsmen to clean up the battlefield. There was no room for wishful thinking. Yami struck first. He raised his hands, formed seals, and unleashed the only fire release technique he currently knew. Fire release, flame bullet. Scorching flames burst from his mouth, surging straight toward the enemy's silhouette. The mist ninja didn't dodge. The fire swallowed him whole, only for his body to instantly collapse into a puddle of water, rapidly evaporating under the intense heat. A thin mist rose. Yami's expression darkened. A water clone, and he used it to set up the mist technique. The fog thickened, flooding the area and instantly transforming it into the enemy's domain. In a blink, the opponent had seized complete control of the battlefield. Senbon needles and shuriken flew out from the mist without warning. Yami twisted and dodged, all while guarding against a sudden ambush that could come from any direction. Fortunately, after the system's enhancements, his chakra reserves were no longer what they used to be. He could continuously form seals, firing flame bullets at every suspicious spot. In the past, 2 or 3 jutsu would have drained him dry. The Mist Ninja, meanwhile, was secretly shaken. At first glance, Yami looked like nothing more than a young genin, easy prey. The Mist Ninja had even entertained the thought of toying with him. Yet the boy's chakra was astonishing, seemingly bottomless, wasted with reckless abandon. Still, within the hidden mist technique, as long as he didn't reveal himself, and since the enemy lacked countering dojutsu like the Byakugan, the fight would inevitably tilt in his favor. A battle of attrition. And in that, the Mist Ninja was confident he couldn't lose. Yami, however, was growing anxious. They were on the outer edge of the core battlefield. If enemy reinforcements arrived, escape would become impossible. As he strained his senses to locate the enemy's position, he suddenly felt something strange. A mysterious sensation bloomed within him. Like a radar locking on, the Mist Ninja's exact location appeared in his perception with uncanny clarity. Yami didn't reveal his discovery. Instead, he subtly slowed the rate at which he released ninjutsu, deliberately putting on an act, breathing heavily, feigning chakra exhaustion. Seeing this, the opponent didn't relax his guard in the slightest. Instead, he summoned another water clone to press the attack, while his true body silently circled around to the rear, preparing a fatal strike. Every move, however, was laid bare within Namikaze Yami's perception. Feigning ignorance, he calmly set his trap. Kunai in hand, he clashed once with the water clone. Using the recoil, he leapt backward, and just as expected, he sensed the Mist Ninja's true body lunging in from behind, seizing the moment when Yami seemed off balance. Water release, water prison. Technique. The instant the water sphere closed in, the Mist Ninja was about to feel triumph, only to realize, in shock, that the target trapped inside was nothing more than a substitution log. At the same moment, the explosive tag beneath his feet detonated with a thunderous blast. Having already escaped with the substitution technique, Yami didn't dare relax. He immediately poured chakra into another attack. Fire release, flame bullet. Under the double assault, the Mist Ninja's figure was completely engulfed. Flames and explosions intertwined, accompanied by a shrill scream of agony. The mist that had blanketed the area began to dissipate. There, in the open, lay the Mist Ninja in a miserable state, one leg blown off, his upper body covered in burns and blistered flesh, barely clinging to life. Through his perception, Yami confirmed that the enemy was no longer a threat. Only then did he truly relax and focus on the newly awakened ability, Kagura's Mind's Eye. As a Naruto fan, Yami knew all too well the value of this sensory secret art, one that even among the Uzumaki clan, only a rare few could awaken. In his previous life, he'd debated it countless times on forums. Low screen time, yet arguably the strongest reconnaissance technique in the ninja world. Increasing the chakra output of Kagura's Mind's Eye, the mental perception that had once only covered his surroundings suddenly expanded outward, 10 kilometers. Then more. After confirming that no other enemies were approaching, Yami strode quickly toward the dying Mist Ninja. Open black lens bracket scan complete. Pawnable items detected. Close black lens bracket dying elite chunin ×1 valuation. 0 unrecorded ninjutsu extractable ×1 valuation. 20 points pawn. The Mist Ninja's head dissolved into wisps of light, dispersing into nothingness as the system panel refreshed. Open black lens bracket redeemable items. Close black lens bracket water release. Water clone, 10 points water release. Hidden mist technique, 10 points water release. Water prison technique, 10 points water release. Water dragon bullet, 10 points Uzumaki clan sealing secret art, 4,000 points can be broken down and redeemed separately. Damn it, you black-hearted merchant. Yami couldn't help cursing under his breath. Techniques pawned for particular points, then immediately resold to him at double the price. After some experimentation, he'd already grasped the system's nature. Nothing it offered was conjured from thin air, it behaved far more like a second-hand dealer, flipping goods for profit. Without hesitation, he redeemed all 4 water release techniques. In an instant, vast amounts of training memories flooded his mind, as if he'd already honed them through countless repetitions. Open black lens bracket. Current pawn points, 870 close black lens bracket. Even more surprising, Where he had once only possessed wind and fire chakra natures, he now inexplicably gained water release chakra as well. Expensive, but worth it. Leaving aside the fact that the techniques required no practice and could be used immediately, the sheer acquisition of an additional chakra nature alone saved him untold years of grueling training. The only slight disappointment was the water dragon bullet technique. No wonder that Mist Ninja never used it. Turns out it was the honest version. 44 hand seals. After swiftly looting the battlefield and replenishing himself, and seeing that Jonin Ito Makoto still hadn't returned, Yami decided to leave a fallback plan and withdraw first. With Kagura's mind's eye assisting him, Yami moved through the battlefield like a fish in water, slipping past the clashes between ninja. Like a battlefield scavenger, wherever he passed, Uzumaki corpses vanished without a trace. Jonin Ito still hasn't returned. We're past the rendezvous time. Let's retreat, Shimizu Kenma said to Kato Taka, who had stopped shaking but was still wound tight with tension. Both had long been terrified out of their wits by the carnage. They quickly reached an agreement and retreated along the path they'd come. Just as they thought they were about to escape hell itself and finally breathed a sigh of relief, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Longsword ninja art, earth spider bind. Countless steel wires burst up from the ground, instantly shattering their escape plan. The resilient wires wrapped around them in an instant. The moment they struggled, the blade-sharp wires sliced into their flesh, skin splitting open as blood soaked their clothes. From within the mist, a slender yet power-filled figure slowly emerged. Behind a pale mask, his gaze could not be seen. In his hand was a ninja blade like a steel spike. The signature steel wires paired with a long, slender sword. At a glance, one knew he was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The wires in his hand tightened as he spoke in a chilling tone. So, 2 Konoha rats. Tell me where your companions are. How about it? 80, 80, 80. Relying on the foresight granted by Kagura's mind's eye, Namikaze Yami had completely transformed into a battlefield scavenger. Staring at the steadily climbing numbers, he even slipped into a strange, almost meditative calm, as if he'd entered a sage-like state. Open black lens bracket multiversal rare pawnshop close black lens bracket open black lens bracket host. Namikaze Yami close black lens bracket open black lens bracket current pawn points. 2120 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket redeemable items. Close black lens bracket through his perception, he sensed that all personnel on the battlefield, dozens of kilometers away, were converging toward the center of Uzushiogakure. At this rate, the Uzumaki resistance wouldn't last much longer. Just as Yami was preparing to withdraw, 2 familiar chakra signatures suddenly entered his perception, heading straight for the small house where he had previously hidden. Kato and Shimizu, what are those 2 doing entering the combat zone? When Konoha ninja infiltrated enemy territory, they always left specialized markers along the way so that later arrivals could determine the correct route. Those 2 were clearly following the signs left behind by Jonin Ito. As for Yami himself, he'd been far too engrossed in looting corpses to remember something like that. Seeing that the 2 had violated Ito's orders and failed to retreat in time, Yami didn't believe for a second that they'd come out of goodwill to provide support. He strengthened his perception, and soon detected a foreign chakra lurking not far behind them. That ninja's concealment was genuinely impressive. Without careful scrutiny, Yami might not have noticed him at all. But there were no ifs in ninja warfare. Battles were decided by information, and with his advantage and foresight, Yami decided it was time to get out. Just as he was about to avoid the 2 and leave in the opposite direction, another familiar chakra appeared in his perception. Ito Makoto. The Jonin was also heading toward the small house. Up ahead. That's the place. Shimizu Kenma and Kato Taka moved through the ruins of the battlefield, their expressions stiff and unnatural as they followed the coded markers. Before long, they reached the house. Seeing the pool of blood outside and the headless mist ninja corpse, they immediately confirmed that a fierce battle had taken place here. Before they could call out, just as they were about to push the door open, Namikaze Yami stepped out from inside, his expression icy as he barked at them. Jonin Ito ordered you both to stay put. Why did you disobey the command? The 2 froze when they saw it was Yami. Being scolded so harshly by a junior genin made their expressions darken. Watch your tone, kid, Kato snapped back. We came to provide support. Where's John and Ito? Yami ignored the question. His sharp gaze swept over their slightly trembling hands, then dropped to their ankles, where he clearly sensed the presence of nearly invisible steel wires. You violated orders and infiltrated the battlefield, Yami said coldly. And how do you explain the tale behind you? Before either of them could respond, a voice like a venomous snake slid out from the shadows behind them. Oh. So you noticed. Seems Konoha ninja aren't all trash after all. A ghostly figure emerged, Kuriare Kushimaru. The 7 ninja swordsman wore a pale mask, his presence chilling. With a slight tug on his long blade, Nuibari, the once invisible steel wires flared with cold light, instantly binding Shimizu and Kato. Blood began to stream down along the wires. So, Kushimaru said, studying Yami's young face with interest, this must be your other teammate. Tell me where your squad's Jonin is, he continued lightly, and I might consider sparing your lives. At the right moment, Yami put on an expression of fury and shouted at the two, you betrayed the village. Kato Taka's face went deathly pale as he lowered his head in shame. Shimizu Kenma, on the other hand, completely broke down. What choice did we have? We couldn't even resist. We just wanted to live. TCH. Too much nonsense. Kushimaru seemed to lose his patience. His blade twitched, the steel wires tightening further, clearly about to end them. At that instant, fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. At that very moment, Jonin Ito Makoto arrived. A continuous stream of fire release burst from his mouth, streaking straight toward Kuriare Kushimaru. Kushimaru reacted instantly. Seeing a Jonin enter the field, he didn't dare be careless, abandoning Shimizu and Kato without hesitation. His body retreated lightly, drifting backward like a feather. The long blade in his hand flashed as he sliced apart several incoming fireballs whose power had already weakened due to distance. Are you all right? As Kushimaru pulled back, Ito Makoto flashed forward, positioning himself in front of Namikaze Yami. His gaze locked onto the formidable enemy ahead, full of vigilance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shimizu and Kato, just freed from captivity, and immediately grasped the situation. Deal with the enemy first, Ito said in a low voice. Genin Namikaze, act as the situation demands. As he spoke, he gave Yami a quick hand signal, withdraw immediately. It was clear he intended to hold Kushimaru back on his own. A big fish finally bites, Kushimaru said coldly. Catching small fry on the outskirts was getting boring. The trace of mockery in his tone was gone. The battle erupted in an instant. As a seasoned Jonin, Ito Makoto fought with calm precision, alternating between fire release and earth release, the two flowing together with veteran mastery. He constantly repositioned, tugging at Kushimaru's range, never lingering in one spot. Against Nuibari, the Longsword Stitcher, prolonged combat was like walking into a meticulously woven net. One careless step, and the steel wires would close. Meanwhile, Yami hoisted the movement-impaired Shimizu Kenma and Kato Taka, retreating rapidly toward the forest. In the fierce exchange, Ito Makoto was ultimately outmatched. Kushimaru seized a fleeting opening and slashed his arm, disrupting his ninjutsu flow. Now, Longsword Ninja Art, Earth Spider Bind. Kushimaru struck decisively. Countless steel wires burst up around Ito Makoto like the massive trawl of an ocean fishing vessel, snapping shut in an instant. Even with all his effort to evade, Ito couldn't escape unscathed. His legs were severed by the wires, while many others cut deep into his flesh. Blood poured freely. The situation collapsed in a heartbeat. Yami, burdened with 2 liabilities, hadn't made it far before Kushimaru swung Nuibari again. Dense steel wires shot toward the trio like a storm. Seeing Kushimaru abandon him to pursue his subordinates, Ito Makoto desperately wanted to help, but with his legs gone, he could only watch as the wires engulfed them. It's over, Kushimaru pronounced coldly. He turned back toward Ito Makoto, Nuibari thrusting straight for the Jonin's throat. Splash! Within the web of steel wires, Namikaze Yami dissolved into a puddle of water. At the same instant, from within the forest nearby, Yami's true body seized this hard-won opportunity. His hands, already poised, snapped through seals at blinding speed. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The 44 Seal, Honest Man version, a massive water dragon roared into existence, surging toward the momentarily overconfident Kushimaru and catching him completely off guard. After all, from the interrogation of Shimizu and Kato, he'd learned that this was nothing more than an ordinary four-man squad. Water release, water formation wall. Kushimaru spun around in haste, erecting a defensive wall. At the same time, he poured chakra into Nuibari, weaving its steel wires into a dense net. The water dragon smashed through the hastily formed water wall with unstoppable force, yet its momentum faltered, the body of the dragon shredded apart by the tightly knit steel wire net. And at that very moment, the temporarily ignored Ito Makoto moved. Hands flying through seals, he forcibly gathered his remaining chakra. Fire release, dragon flame technique. Even from a distance, the blazing flames carried terrifying power. Caught in a pincer attack, Kushimaru was finally driven into a perilous position. Water and fire collided, erupting into a sky-filling mist. This was not the deliberately cast hidden mist technique, but scalding steam infused with extreme heat. In an instant, it completely engulfed Kuriarashi Kushimaru at the center. His skin hissed as it burned, and his most vulnerable organs, his eyes, were assaulted by searing pain, forcing him to clamp them shut. The high temperature did not last long. Under Namikaze Yami's Kagura's mind's eye, Kushimaru's condition was perfectly clear. He had not yet lost his fighting ability. What was worse, such a violent clash had already drawn the attention of Mist Ninja in the core area. Within Yami's perception, multiple chakra signatures were rapidly closing in. Seizing the moment when the heat subsided but the mist had yet to disperse, Yami flashed forward, almost like teleportation, appearing at Kushimaru's rear flank. Kunai in hand, he slashed down without hesitation. Kushimaru hadn't fully recovered, but battle instinct took over. He forcibly raised Nuibari, thrusting straight out, attempting to trade offense for defense and force the attacker back. PSSH, THRK, the sound of blades piercing flesh rang out with brutal clarity. Kushimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his opponent. He hadn't expected a single exchange to decide everything. Nuibari pierced cleanly through Yami's chest, driving straight through his heart without resistance. At the same time, Yami didn't slow down in the slightest. He allowed the blade to fully impale his body, pressing forward instead. The kunai in his hand mercilessly pierced Kushimaru's throat, blood erupting like a fountain. Kushimaru released Nuibari, both hands flying to his neck as if trying to delay the inevitable. Yami's face twisted in pain, yet his enhanced physique kept him standing despite his wavering body. In a low voice, he spoke, "Redeem rapid body regeneration." Pawn. 500 points vanished from the system panel. The gaping wound through Yami's chest healed at a visible speed, leaving only bloodstains to testify to the brutality of the exchange. Open black lens bracket scan complete. Pawnable items detected. Close black lens bracket dying elite Jonin ×1, valuation, 50 points unrecorded ninjutsu extractable ×1, valuation, 200 points special ninja blade. Nuibari, ×1, valuation, 200 points pawn everything. Light flashed. The powerful enemy and his deadly weapon vanished completely. This battle had left Yami with his chest pierced clean through, and he'd even taken a 50-point loss. Thinking about it made his chest ache all over again. This fight had been far too risky. If Nuibari hadn't been a piercing-type weapon, he would never have dared gamble like this. Against any other of the 7 ninja swordsman's blades, that exchange would have been suicide. Sensing that the approaching enemies were now only a few kilometers away, Yami didn't dare waste a second. He flashed over to Jonin Ito Makoto. For this Konoha Jonin, who had never abandoned his subordinates even in death, Yami felt nothing but respect. After learning the water clone technique, Yami had left a clone behind at the small house as insurance, while his real body scavenged the battlefield. If Ito Makoto hadn't returned as promised, Yami wouldn't have bothered coming back for the 2 traitors at all. Survival came first. Even the desperate, switch the base, strike had been a contingency he'd improvised on the spot. Jonin Ito, looking at Ito Makoto, who was slipping into unconsciousness from blood loss, Yami hesitated. Hearing his voice, Ito Makoto struggled to open his eyes. His gaze was complicated, relief mixed with shock. Using the last of his strength, he pointed weakly to his chest. Genin Namikaze, the scroll in my arms, intelligence on the land of whirlpools, take it back to Konoha, I really wanted to see the village one more time. His voice faded, until there was nothing left. Yami silently removed the scroll from his arms, then used a recovered storage scroll to collect Ito Makoto's body. Take us with you. Please, save us. Shimizu Kenjin's desperate plea rang out at the worst possible moment, shattering the brief, heavy silence. The two were battered and bloodied. Though they hadn't completely lost the ability to move, in their current state, escaping on their own was impossible. A cold glint flashed through Namikaze Yami's eyes. Almost forgot about you too. Trash not even worthy of being pawned, go regret it in hell. Fire release, flame bullet. Before either of them could react, searing flame swallowed them whole. In the blink of an eye, their screams were snuffed out, their bodies reduced to charred husks. With everything dealt with, Yami expanded the range of Kagura's mind's eye to its limit. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the land of fire. Konoha, Hokage's office. Smoke curled thickly through the Hokage's office. In the prime of his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the battle reports from the front lines, his expression heavy. Konoha had only just forced back the ambitious Hanzo of the Salamander, and then, almost single-handedly, locked horns with both Iwagakure and Sunagakure, fighting so fiercely it nearly drove everyone mad. Although Konoha was overflowing with talent, boasting powerhouses like the three Sannin and Konoha's White Fang, each capable of standing alone, war was not merely about combat. It was a trial of logistics and accumulated foundations. The pressure on Konoha was immense. As Sarutobi Hiruzen continued issuing orders, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared, kneeling respectfully. One member of Ito's squad, assigned to the Land of Whirlpool's reconnaissance mission, has returned. Who? Namikaze Yami. Hiruzen paused mid-motion, clearly searching his memory. After a moment, he nodded. Bring him in. Yami had not stopped for a moment on his return journey. Even after crossing into the Land of Fire, he skipped all outposts, instead heading straight back to Konoha, directly to the Hokage Tower. With the office doors already open, and after Anbu reported his arrival, Yami was finally allowed inside. The moment he stepped in, the two locked eyes. Yami spoke calmly, delivering the words he had already rehearsed countless times on the road back. Ito Squad, Genin Namikaze Yami, reporting. Mission infiltration completed. Infiltration. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sensed something amiss. Yami looked exhausted, but he had deliberately emphasized the word infiltration. And the rest of your squad? All deceased. I alone survived. Yami then recounted how the squad had infiltrated Uzushiogakure, and, acting in accordance with orders, successfully retrieved a sealing technique scroll. As he finished speaking, he placed two scrolls onto the desk. One was the secret technique scroll taken from Ito Makoto's chest. The other contained Ito Makoto's body. Seeing the two scrolls still stained with blood, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a long while. Repeat the orders you received, he finally said. The orders instructed us to infiltrate Uzushiogakure, retrieve sealing technique scrolls, and reconnoiter the extent of Kurigakure's invasion. You may return and rest, Hiruzen said at last. You have exceeded mission expectations. Konoha will not allow its heroes to bleed, and then be left to grieve alone. Yes, Hokage-sama. Yami said nothing more. During his return, he had already replayed the mission repeatedly in his mind. The wording of the orders had felt subtly wrong. Unwilling to linger even a moment longer, he had gone straight back to Konoha to report in person. Bring Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low as he issued the order into the unseen shadows. Before long, Shimura Danzo, his expression dark and oppressive, arrived from outside the Hokage Tower and headed straight into the office. The moment he pushed the door open, he spoke without preamble. Hiruzen, I heard intelligence has come back from the Land of Whirlpools. How bad is the situation? Uzushiogakure has fallen, Hiruzen replied evenly. The Uzumaki clan is all but wiped out. HMPH. Useless allies. Hiruzen's eyes sharpened as he stared straight at Danzo. Where were the root forces I ordered you to dispatch? Why is there no sign of support in the reports, and why were rookie squads sent on so-called infiltration missions that were little more than suicide runs? Danzo's expression stiffened for a fraction of a second, but he quickly recovered his composure. Root is short on manpower. I told you long ago, we need to draw ninja from the clans to reinforce it. Danzo. Hiruzen finally snapped, the anger he'd been suppressing breaking through. You spare no concern for the village's orders, yet you dote endlessly on your own subordinates. If Namikaze Yami hadn't survived by sheer chance, I would still be completely in the dark. Being rebuked so harshly by an old friend made Danzo's face tighten. He shot back coldly, everything I do is for Konoha. Who could have predicted the Uzumaki clan would collapse so easily? As for that boy who escaped the land of whirlpools, there's definitely something wrong with him. I believe we should use Yamanaka clan techniques to conduct a thorough, enough. Hiruzen rose abruptly from his seat. The pressure of the Hokage's authority filled the room. I am the Hokage. I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. Go to the front lines and support Orochimaru, and do not let me see you act on your own initiative again. For this matter, Danzo said flatly, I have no regrets. He cast a final glance at the Hokage's robe fluttering faintly around Hiruzen's shoulders, then turned and left without hesitation. Silence returned to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen slowly sank back into his chair. His once straight posture now seemed subtly bent. He knew Danzo wasn't entirely wrong. With Konoha fighting on multiple fronts and stretched thin, avoiding direct conflict with Kurigakure was in the village's best interests. Turning his gaze to the window, Hiruzen stared for a long time at the stone faces of the first and second Hokage carved into the Hokage rock. Dragging his utterly exhausted body along, Namikaze Yami finally returned to the small, familiar house. Though the Uzumaki sage body granted him extraordinary physical resilience, mental exhaustion was far harder to dispel. Especially after non-stop travel, keeping Kagura's mind's eye pushed to its absolute limit, maintaining constant awareness of his surroundings. Even after entering the land of fire, he hadn't relaxed for a moment. He had been completely drained, empty to the last drop. And during his brief meeting with Hiruzen, the flicker of shock that crossed the Hokage's face had confirmed Yami's suspicions. That infiltration mission had been wrong from the very start. Combining that with what he knew from his previous life, there was little doubt who was behind it. The so-called pot shadow, Shimura Danzo. Physically and mentally spent, Yami no longer had the energy to think further. The exhaustion accumulated from days of fighting and fleeing crashed over him like a tidal wave. He barely bothered to strip off his filthy clothes before collapsing onto the bed. Sleep claimed him instantly, deep, dreamless, absolute. Under the glare of the midday sun, Yami finally woke well past noon. So good. He stretched lazily, his body crackling faintly with movement. One breath later, all the fatigue was gone, replaced by an overflowing sense of vitality. So this is the recovery speed of an Uzumaki sage body, he muttered. Absolutely ridiculous. Under normal circumstances, after such extreme exertion, he'd be sore and weak for days at the very least. His thoughts drifted to that nephew he'd not yet met. No wonder he can handle that many shadow clone accelerators. If anyone else tried that, they'd have dropped dead long ago. Carefully sensing the surging chakra within him and the vibrant, overflowing life force, Yami even had the vague feeling that he'd grown a little taller overnight. After crumpling up the tattered, blood-soaked ninja uniform and tossing it aside, Namikaze Yami gave himself a quick wash. Changing into a clean set of casual clothes, he finally felt refreshed as he pushed open the door and stepped onto the street. The small house he lived in had been left behind by his parents in this world. They had both died at the very beginning of the Second Shinobi World War. Fortunately, Yami had awakened memories of his previous life. Combined with the fairly generous survivor's pension, the precocious child had lived a relatively comfortable life during his years at the Ninja Academy. And although the Namikaze weren't considered a true ninja clan, their blood-related relatives still showed plenty of care toward this younger generation member who displayed clear ninja talent. At midday, Konoha's streets were as lively as ever, brimming with everyday warmth, so peaceful that it felt as though the shadow of war had never reached this land. Little Yami, I haven't seen you around these past few days. Were you out on a mission? Just as he was wondering where to grab something to eat, a familiar voice called out from the roadside. Yami turned his head and saw Auntie Keiko, the owner of the dango shop, smiling and waving at him. A bit of flour still clung to her apron. "Auntie Keiko, how's business today?" "Much better, thanks to your idea." Her shop had originally sold only plain white glutinous rice dango. It had been Yumi's casual suggestion to add sakura and matcha flavors, turning them into the now wildly popular three-color dango. Though it had been an offhand remark, Yumi had once seriously considered that, if he failed to graduate from the Ninja Academy, opening a food stall using memories from his previous life might be a viable livelihood. He had even bought a shop with his compensation money. Now, it was rented out to Auntie Keiko, earning him a modest but steady income. "Good morning. Yumi, are you here for some three-color dango too?" Open black lens bracket. Ding. Scan complete. High-value pawnable item detected. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Extremely rare Senju bloodline ×1. Estimated value 1000. Close black lens bracket. Even without the system's alert, Yumi knew who it was the moment he heard that slightly goofy voice. His eyes flickered, and a plan instantly took shape. "I say, Naoki, you've been following Lord Orochimaru for quite a while now. How are you still this reckless?" "Ha ha ha, don't joke around, Yumi. I graduated top 3 in our academy class, you know." "Then who was first?" "All right, you win. But I've learned a lot from my teacher since then. The current you definitely isn't my match." Their graduating class hadn't produced many standout figures. If one had to name someone, Senju Naoki certainly counted. Naoki was the true prodigy of their class. Though his theoretical scores were slightly weaker, his combat potential and chakra reserves far surpassed his peers. His graduation evaluation ranked well above Yami's. The problem was his personality, straightforward and impulsive. He possessed overwhelming power but lacked tactical thinking. Against ordinary genin, brute force alone was enough. But against someone like Yami, armed with an adult's mind and careful calculation, his flaws were glaring. Taking 2 skewers of dango from Auntie Keiko, Yami popped one into his own mouth and shoved the other into Naoki's hand. Then he said casually, "I'd like to see just how much you've improved. How about a spar at the training grounds? Loser treats the winner to dinner, deal." Konoha, training grounds. Afternoon sunlight filtered through gaps in the branches, scattering unevenly across the open training field. Senju Naoki leapt into the center first, barely containing his excitement as he looked back at Namikaze Yami, who was walking over at an unhurried pace. "Yami, today I'll show you what I've learned training under Orochimaru-sensei. I'm wiping away my past humiliation." Yami followed a few steps behind, his posture relaxed. His gaze seemed casual as it swept over the surroundings, but in truth, Kagura's mind's eye was already quietly activated. The entire environment fell within his perception. After confirming a few suspicions, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, then looked up at Naoki. "Go on, let me see how much you've improved." Naoki's expression sharpened. He made the first move, hands flying through seals, dragon right pointing arrow ox right pointing arrow rabbit. Water release, water turbulent wave. A high-pressure jet of water blasted from Naoki's mouth like a water cannon, shooting straight toward Yami. Yami didn't panic. This had always been Naoki's habitual opening move, something Yami knew all too well. He simply sidestepped, cleanly evading the technique. The attack missed, but Naoki didn't lose momentum. Just as he was about to continue forming seals for a follow-up, Yami's figure suddenly blurred. Water release, water clone. In an instant, one Yami became 2, charging in from the left and right simultaneously. So fast. Naoki was secretly shocked. He immediately stopped forming seals, flicked his wrist, and hurled a kunai at one of the approaching Yamis. At the same time, he twisted his waist, stepped forward, and swung a heavy punch at the other clone that had already closed in. "Take this." Naoki's punch carried fierce, brutal force. While it couldn't compare to Tsunade's monstrous strength, it was still far beyond that of ordinary ninja, classic Senju-style combat, pure stats crushing everything in their path. Under normal circumstances, Yami would have chosen to evade. But this time, he lowered his stance and threw a punch of his own. Boom, fists collided with a dull, heavy impact. Both of them were forced back several steps. Naoki's heart jolted in shock. Not only had he clashed with Yumi's true body, but he hadn't expected Yumi's strength to have grown to this extent. Yumi, meanwhile, felt a faint numbness run through his arm, and inwardly nodded. So the Uzumaki physique did enhance physical attributes, but it clearly still needed time to mature. Compared to Naoki, there was still a noticeable gap, for now. Naoki didn't have time to think. The other clone was already upon him. He twisted around on instinct and threw another heavy punch, smashing the clone into a splash of clear water. At the same time, Yumi had no intention of giving him any breathing room. Shaking off the numbness in his arm, he recovered his rhythm and immediately spat out another jutsu. Fire release, flame bullet. Scorching flames surged forward. Naoki didn't dare hesitate, forcibly twisting his body as he reacted. Earth release, earth-style wall. A slab of earth erupted from the ground, barely blocking the fire. Yumi glanced at the smooth, bare wall and inwardly clicked his tongue. Not even a dog head carved into it, bloodline still impure. Naoki seized the moment to counterattack, hands flashing through water release seals once more. Water release, water turbulent wave. Fire release, flame bullet. Naoki was trying to exploit the gap while Yumi recovered chakra. If this were the old Yumi, he really would have stalled out here, but now. Yumi's chakra reserves were no weaker than Naoki's. Water and fire collided head-on, detonating into clouds of superheated steam. Seeing that Yumi didn't immediately press the attack, Naoki took the chance to disengage and retreat, trying to widen the distance. Just then, applause echoed across the training ground. Clap. Clap. Yumi stepped out of the steam cloud, clapping his hands, and smiled at the still alert Naoki. That's enough. Let's go eat. Naoki froze, completely baffled. He stared blankly at Yumi, who had already relaxed his stance. Yumi pointed casually at the ground beneath Naoki's feet. Confused, Naoki looked down. He was standing exactly where Yumi had been at the very start. At his feet was a shallow pit, one Yumi had poked into the earth earlier with his toe. Inside the pit, a corner of white paper peeked out. Naoki pulled it free. Scrawled crookedly across it were words, "Explosive tag." Yumi stepped forward, plucked the paper from Naoki's stunned hand, and waved it slightly. Now do you understand why it's over? Naoki stared at the absurdly fake explosive tag, then at where he was standing. His expression shifted wildly, like a carousel of emotions spinning out of control. After a long moment, he finally snapped back, protesting indignantly, but the spar hadn't even really started yet. There's no turn-based combat between ninja, Yumi replied calmly, patting Naoki on the shoulder. Using every means necessary to win is the norm. Remember this, once you graduate, every battle might be the last one of your life. With that, he turned and walked toward the edge of the training ground. He hoped this spar would serve as a warning, maybe even change the path this friend was destined to walk. Naoki scratched his head in frustration, then followed after him, muttering stubbornly, "Yumi, you're just too well-rounded. You win and still lecture me. Next time, I'll win it back." Seeing that Naoki had accepted the loss, Yumi continued, "Let's go, third place. A bet's a bet, I'm eating at Yakiniku Q." Naoki had no objections. Even though the Senju clan had officially dissolved into Konoha, their accumulated wealth remained. Money, at least, was never a problem, and earlier, when Yumi had activated Kagura's mind's eye, he'd already detected hidden clan guards and what felt like Anbu presence nearby. That was precisely why he hadn't gone all out with the mist techniques he'd acquired. A genin surviving the Uzushiogakure meat grinder was already suspicious enough, especially one who returned with a sealing scroll. Showing off too many unfamiliar techniques would only invite deeper scrutiny. The yakiniku restaurant was thick with smoke and sizzling meat. Yumi was devouring the grilled meat with gusto, empty plates stacking higher and higher beside him. Across the table, Naoki refused to back down, clearly trying to reclaim some dignity by matching Yumi plate for plate. Only when his stomach bulged visibly did Naoki finally stop. Looking up, he saw that Yumi was still eating, and his eyes widened. "Did you not eat at all during your mission?" Growing phase, Yumi replied without lifting his head. When there was finally no room left for empty plates, Yumi set down his chopsticks in satisfaction. The owner was called over to settle the bill, smiling broadly as he calculated the total. 3,300 ryo. Even Nawaki was startled. 2 people had somehow eaten a full group banquet's worth of meat. After parting ways with Nawaki, Yami headed straight for the Hokage Tower. He needed to collect the reward from his previous mission. After all, the intelligence and scrolls he'd brought back still needed to be evaluated before the final bounty could be confirmed. Konoha, Hokage Tower. Huh, are you saying, my mission rating has been changed to S rank? Yes, the clerk replied respectfully. You'll need to receive the reward directly from the Hokage. In truth, aside from those ninja perpetually bathed in protagonist aura, most Konoha shinobi handled mission handovers and payment on the first floor mission assignment hall of the Hokage Tower. Being summoned to the Hokage's office was the exception rather than the rule, usually reserved for truly high-level missions personally issued by the Hokage. Namikaze Yami felt a brief sense of unreality. An S-rank mission suddenly appearing on a genin's record was absurd by any standard. He had expected recognition, but he hadn't imagined Sarutobi Hiruzen would go this far. Arriving once again at the Hokage's office, before he could even knock, raised voices drifted out from inside. It sounded like, those two. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. The next moment, Shimura Danzo, clad in battle gear, stormed out of the office. Compared to yesterday, his expression was even darker. Spotting Yami waiting outside, Danzo's gloomy, downturned triangular eyes raked him viciously. Without a word, he strode off. Yami was left utterly baffled. I'm the victim here. How did I end up being hated by this old fossil? Come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded from inside. Yami entered the office. Hiruzen rubbed his temples and explained, don't mind it. Danzo is simply unhappy about being reassigned to the front lines. The explanation was arguably unnecessary. Still, Hiruzen worried that Yami might misunderstand, and that in a few days the village might start circulating bizarre rumors like, Danzo and the Hokage have fallen out, or, the Elder Council is planning an armed coup. Oh, Yami nodded, saying nothing more, treating it as one of those special hobbies between Hiruzen and Danzo. The village has already verified the intelligence you brought back, Hiruzen continued. It's accurate. And that scroll contains a rare S-rank sealing technique. Yami knew this perfectly well. He'd already checked it on the way back. It recorded the forbidden technique Reaper Death Seal. If the system accepted duplicate jutsu, he'd have pawned it long ago. Why bother bringing it back for Hiruzen to play riddles with? The mission reward will be issued according to S-rank standards, Hiruzen said. Additionally, since your squad completed a task far beyond its assigned capacity, you may choose several ninjutsu as an extra reward. Yami had expected compensation, and not a small amount either, but even so, such generosity made his brain stall for a moment. Then I want the multiple shadow clone technique. That jutsu carries considerable risk, Hiruzen replied calmly. I suggest you choose another. Then I want the Flying Thunder God. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, then wordlessly took a scroll down from the bookshelf. This is the learning scroll for the shadow clone technique. Keep it safe. All right. Yami agreed outwardly, while inwardly cursing Hiruzen for being such a poor sport. As for the monetary reward, he chose to exchange it for several ninjutsu scrolls of different elemental natures, keeping little cash on hand. Opportunities like this were rare. Money alone usually couldn't buy such things. Under the somewhat peculiar gaze of the Hokage Tower archive clerk, Yami calmly gathered all the multi-element ninjutsu scrolls that now belonged to him. He didn't dare linger. Honestly speaking, the moment he stepped into the archive room, the sheer number of ninjutsu and forbidden technique scrolls had nearly dazzled him blind. He was genuinely afraid that on impulse he might start grabbing things, and get his head cracked open on the spot by Sarutobi next door. That experience, however, planted a different thought in Yami's mind. As far as he knew, aside from the Hokage Tower, there was another place that also held a massive private collection. Not a bad haul. He weighed the scrolls in his hands. Instead of studying them immediately, he patted his now well-filled money pouch and decided that proper consumption came first. Without realizing it, he looked up. He was already standing at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Judging the time, school was about to let out. Yami decided to wait here for his good little brother. It didn't take long. As the academy gates opened, students poured out in groups. With just one glance, Yami spotted that little son caught in the crowd. With looks like that and such a pleasant personality, the kid stood out wherever he went. "Hey, Minato, over here." Minato turned at the call and saw Yami lounging lazily on a bench. He very much wanted to detour away, but good manners wouldn't allow it. Yami strode over in one step and naturally hooked an arm around Minato's neck. "Not bad, kid. You've grown taller, and you're almost catching up to me in looks." "Yami ni," Minato laughed helplessly, resigned to his fate. Perhaps because they were both orphans of the Namikaze clan, Namikaze Minato felt a natural affinity toward this rather strange clan brother. That said, Yami's way of thinking often left Minato completely unable to keep up. Sure enough, the very next sentence threw him straight into panic. "So, have you caught up to that little chilly head yet?" "Ah, Yami ni, don't mess with me." Minato rarely lost his composure like this. He hurriedly glanced around in all directions. Only after confirming that the flash of bright red hair hadn't noticed them did he finally let out a breath of relief. "I'm just saying," Yami continued lazily, "why are you acting so timid? You're a grown man already. No wonder she thinks you're unreliable, and kind of soft." "Yami ni, stop talking nonsense," Minato said quickly. "Kushina's been in a bad mood all day. I don't know what happened." Hearing this, Yami released him and patted Minato on the shoulder, his tone unusually serious. That actually involves something sensitive. I can't say much, but I can tell you this, be a little nicer to her these days. This might be the hardest period of her life." Then, just as suddenly, he slipped back into his usual laid-back demeanor. "Come on, I'll treat you to ramen. Call your little friends along too." Before Minato could respond, Yami was already dragging him forward, catching up to Uzumaki Kushina, who was walking home alone. "Want to grab some ramen together?" Yami asked with a smile. Kushina looked at the two blondes in front of her, one big, one small. Under normal circumstances, she would have refused without a second thought. But something about Yami, the faint, inexplicable sense of familiarity he gave off, made her nod before she even realized it. Ichiraku Ramen wasn't far from the Ninja Academy. The three of them arrived in no time. "One extra large miso chashu ramen," Yami said smoothly as they sat down, already placing the order with Chuki. He then nudged Minato into the seat between them and smiled at the slightly awkward pair. "Don't be shy. Order whatever you want, my treat today." Minato had regained his composure by now. Seeing Kushina hesitate, he gently suggested, "The miso chashu ramen here is really good." Kushina nodded softly, accepting the recommendation. The ramen was served quickly. No one spoke much after that, only the rhythmic slurp of noodles filled the air. The two kids ate with full focus, completely absorbed. Yami, meanwhile, let his gaze drift. He occasionally glanced out the window, looking thoughtful. No one noticed that, beneath his calm exterior, a bold and dangerous plan was already taking shape in his mind. The three of them didn't stay long at Ichiraku Ramen. Yami's barbecue from noon hadn't fully digested yet. Minato had never been a big eater to begin with, and only Kushina seemed a little unsatisfied. Still, out of shyness, she didn't order another bowl, despite Yami repeatedly telling her it was fine. After paying the bill, Yami had Minato walk Kushina home, while he himself put on the appearance of someone strolling leisurely to aid digestion, wandering slowly through the village. In reality, Kagura's mind's eye had already been activated in secret. His perception spread outward like invisible ripples, carefully probing Konoha for areas with abnormal chakra fluctuations, or places where perception was blocked by barriers. He silently memorized several locations clearly concealed by sealing techniques, then ended his post-meal walk, and headed home. As soon as he returned, Yami took out the multiple shadow clone technique scroll and began training. The basic shadow clone wasn't difficult. After a brief attempt, he grasped the chakra circulation without trouble. The opening section of the multiple shadow clone scroll, however, was filled with warnings, stern reminders urging practitioners to use the technique with extreme caution. Yami skimmed right past them. "Naruto uses this thing like a basic attack. I'm his cool uncle. No way I can't handle it." following the scroll's instructions, circulating chakra and forming seals. Even while deliberately holding back, more than a dozen clones still appeared with a loud poof. At the same instant, Yami felt hollowed out. His chakra plunged close to empty, the sensation of being drained dry in a split second extremely unpleasant. Ever since acquiring the Uzumaki sage body, that reborn feeling had even given him the illusion that his chakra was inexhaustible. But when it was instantly divided among dozens of shadow clones, even he couldn't quite handle it. And squeezing more than 10 clones into such a cramped room was uncomfortable in every sense. He dispelled the clones. In the next instant, a flood of memories from multiple perspectives surged back into his mind, making his head throb. No wonder the scroll warned that some people had gone insane, or even developed split personalities, from excessive use. This technique truly wasn't meant for anyone lacking mental fortitude. Guess my big nephew's protagonist halo really is cracked, Yami muttered. Probably not just his physique, looks like he inherited Minato's neural processing power too. As for the other ninjutsu scrolls, Yami decided to take the shortcut. If he could pay to win, why grind like a fool? Pawn. Open black lens bracket scan complete. Pawnable items detected. Close black lens bracket unrecorded ninjutsu times 4 to 5 points each, unrecorded advanced ninjutsu times 1 to 40 points, pawn everything. Open black lens bracket current pawn points, 2130. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket redeemable items, close black lens bracket Uzumaki clan sealing secret arts, 4000 points can be redeemed separately. Yuki clan bloodline, 600 points. Kagaya clan basic bloodline, 100 points. Rapid bodily regeneration, 500 points per use. Swordsmanship mastery, 200 points. Longblade ninja art Nuibari, 200 points. Forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone, 80 points. Wind release, great breakthrough, 10 points. Lightning release, earth flow, 10 points. Earth release, hiding like a fish, 10 points. Genjutsu, fox mind technique, 10 points. All good stuff. Yami couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't struck it rich in the land of whirlpools, he'd be staring helplessly at this price list right now. He re-redeemed the 4 ninjutsu he'd just pawned, then exchanged points for the swordsmanship mastery he'd obtained. A total of 240 points vanished. In return, streams of training memories poured into his mind. Every technique clicked into place instantly, perfectly integrated. All set. Full elemental coverage. Yami grinned faintly. Once I figure out how to copy Lightning Cutter, Kakashi's nickname is gonna be Little Namikaze Yami. After finishing all his preparations, night had already fallen. Having burned through a huge amount of chakra during testing, Namikaze Yami felt a deep, unmistakable fatigue. He collapsed onto the bed and fell into a heavy sleep almost instantly. The next day once again, he slept until noon. Staring at the glaring sunlight outside the window, Yami felt a wave of guilt rise in his chest. Is it because I have a system now that I've become this lazy? The next second, he slapped himself hard across the face. No, never think like that again. If I still have to grind like a dog even with a system, then what was the point of getting it in the first place? Whether out of consideration for Yami, or simply because the front lines were stretched too thin, no new Jonin instructor had been assigned to him for quite some time. By Konoha's rules, a genin without a team leader couldn't accept missions independently. Ironically, this left Yami with a rare stretch of free time. Perfect. After casually dealing with lunch, he began roaming the corners of Konoha, searching for that precious beast he had in mind. 497, 498, 499, when a familiar counting voice, mixed with heavy breathing, echoed from deep within a wooded area, Yami's spirits lifted. He followed the sound. There, in the forest clearing, was a ninja dressed in a green bodysuit with a bowl-cut hairstyle, pushing himself to the limit in relentless training. Whenever he was on the verge of collapsing, he would mutter words like, youth, and, burning passion, under his breath. Yami's eyes lit up. The figure before him slowly overlapped with a memory from his past life. Might Die, a living legend of Konoha, known as the most unprovocable genin in history. One man, one life, charging headfirst into the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. With all 8 gates opened, he had kicked a full-powered elite lineup straight out of the top tier. At this point in time, Might Die still looked relatively young. His signature stubble wasn't that obvious yet, and he was fully focused on doing push-ups. Yami remained inconspicuous, walking a short distance away and quietly starting his own training. When Dai noticed someone else in the forest, he had initially planned to move away. But seeing that it was just a young boy doing the same kind of basic physical training, a competitive spark ignited in him instead. He trained even harder. Just like that, one big and one small figure began an unspoken contest in the woods. Yami relied on his superior physique and rapid recovery, needing only brief rests before throwing himself back into training. Dai, on the other hand, made up for his lack of ninjutsu talent with years upon years of relentless conditioning, possessing an astonishing level of physical endurance. They didn't exchange a single word, yet it was as if some tacit understanding had been reached. They trained all the way until the sun sank below the horizon. By then, even Yami had reached his limit. Beads of sweat poured down like rain. Midway through, he had considered stopping early to strike up a conversation with Dai. But he soon realized that this kind of extreme, limit-breaking training made his body behave like a sponge, absorbing growth continuously. Even the circulation and refinement of chakra within him had noticeably accelerated. Without realizing it, Yami became fully immersed. Following Dai's rhythm and pace, he poured himself into even the most basic exercises with absolute focus. Only when hunger came in waves, and he snapped back to awareness with soreness in every inch of his body, did he realize it was time to stop. The two of them halted almost simultaneously and looked at each other. Having already accepted Yami as a kindred spirit, Might Dai spoke first, flashing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. "Ah, youth. Boy, can you feel it burning?" Yami thought for a moment, then replied honestly, "I feel like my stomach is burning." Grr, right on cue, a very clear rumble came from Might Dai's stomach, leaving him visibly embarrassed. "Ha ha ha, I suppose even youth needs to eat." Yami didn't mind at all and laughed openly. "I feel like I really get along with you, senior. How about dinner together?" That would be embarrassing. I've got a Yakiniku Q discount coupon." After setting up Nawaki for a massive meal last time, Yami, now a rare big spender, had been thoughtfully given a 10% off coupon by the owner. Seeing that Dai was genuinely hungry, Yami smoothly extended the invitation. Yami understood very well that, by conventional standards, Might Dai was an incomplete ninja, an outright anomaly within the system. With no talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu and relying solely on taijutsu, no one was willing to team up with him. And for a ninja who didn't produce anything tangible, no team meant no high-level missions, no decent pay. Most of the time, Dai could only take unrestricted odd jobs, leaving his life rather tight financially. Coupled with the extreme nutritional demands of taijutsu training, he was perpetually underfed. Thus, half pushed and half pulled, Dai followed Yami into the barbecue restaurant. "Boss, 20 servings of pork and 20 of beef to start." The round-faced owner of Yakiniku Q immediately broke into a broad smile and agreed. Before long, plates of meat were piled high on the table. As Yami grilled, he casually chatted with Dai. Yami learned that Dai usually trained deep in that remote forest. At this stage, Dai was still somewhat shy. He hadn't yet reached the level where he could train completely oblivious to others' gazes. With little reputation and a lingering sense of inferiority, he'd kept himself hidden, which was why Yami had taken such effort to find him. That Yami had not only found that place but also trained alongside him for an entire afternoon left Dai deeply astonished. After all, his training intensity was something even most jonin couldn't endure for long. That shared hardship forged instant camaraderie. The two even agreed to train together again the next day. At the table, Yami's appetite, already enlarged since returning from the land of whirlpools, needed no explanation. And as a pure taijutsu ninja, Dai's appetite was just as formidable. After an afternoon of brutal training, the two tore through the grill like a storm, the scene downright ferocious. At first, Dai held back a little. But as the conversation deepened, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Especially when Yami, caught up in the moment, subconsciously overlapped the man before him with Might Guy from his memories, and began quoting Guy's famous, youth speeches, from his past life. "Effort will never betray you. Hard work can surpass genius. Burn, youth." It was as if lightning struck Dai on the spot. His entire aura shifted. It was like he had finally found a kindred spirit, his eyes blazing with the fervor of, "I would die for one who understands me." The meal ended in total satisfaction. After settling the bill, Yami took his leave under Dai's reluctant gaze. Even Yami felt he might have pushed things a bit too far. Another minute and Dai might have dragged him off to continue, burning youth, into the night. The next morning, 378, 379, 380, Yami was jolted awake by strange noises. Opening the window, he saw Might Dai right in front of his house, drenched in sweat and doing endless squats. Passing villagers all shot him odd looks, but Dai didn't seem to care in the slightest. When he spotted Yami, Dai immediately stopped and shouted excitedly, "My treasured friend. Last night I reflected on your words all night long and finally understood their true meaning. Youth must be burned like this. Huh, just like now. Even the looks people give me make a warm current surge in my chest. This is my youth power." Yami was momentarily speechless. As expected of the father of Konoha's greatest, Blue Beast, a few offhand remarks and it's like I opened his Ren and Du meridians. And that so-called warm current, are you sure that's not just your blood rushing and your face burning from embarrassment? At this point, Yami had no chance of going back to sleep. He hastily washed up and quickly dragged the still enthusiastic Dai, who was more than ready to continue his front yard training exhibition, off to the training grounds. From sunrise to sunset, aside from munching on a few rice balls Dai had brought, the two trained almost non-stop the entire day. When it finally ended, Yami felt like every muscle in his body was wailing in protest. This time, Dai declined Yami's dinner invitation. After a serious farewell and a promise to continue tomorrow, he left alone. Looks like, the real grind has officially begun. After returning home, Namikaze Yami hastily stuffed his aching stomach with food. Even as he washed up, his hands wouldn't stop trembling. Days like this, burning youth, incarnate, continued for roughly half a month. Then, one noon, news finally arrived. Yami knew it instantly. The opportunity he had been waiting for had come. As the intensity of the frontline war continued to rise, the number of ninja able to move freely within the village dwindled noticeably. Rumors spread quietly at first, then louder by the day. Kumogakure, which had yet to formally enter the war, was growing restless, its ambitions barely contained, its forces probing the borders. The gossip snowballed. Even casual conversations among villagers turned anxious, their worries drifting inevitably toward the front lines. Even though Konoha had emerged as a victor from the First Shinobi World War, facing down 3 major ninja villages at once was no small thing. And if Kumogakure joined the fray, there was little doubt that Kurigakure would seize the chance to take a vicious bite out of Konoha while it could. This uneasy tension persisted, right up until Kumogakure dispatched envoys to Konoha. Only then did the Hokage Tower announce that the Cloud Village had come to deliver an alliance proposal, intending to join hands with Konoha to bring the war to an end. As allies bearing a treaty, the Kumogakure envoys were warmly welcomed by many villagers. Some even felt that the dark clouds of war hanging over Konoha would finally disperse after this diplomatic mission. Yami, however, was not optimistic in the slightest. After all, he knew very well that the Third Shinobi World War was still waiting in the near future. If he had to describe the situation, only one supreme proverb came to mind: war may end, but the end of war is never guaranteed. Having said that, Yami felt as if he'd once again tapped into the wisdom of a past life. His head throbbed faintly, perhaps another ability of the Uzumaki physique was on the verge of awakening. During this period, it wasn't uncommon to see dark-skinned ninja strolling through Konoha's streets, seemingly taking advantage of their stay as envoys to experience the local customs. After finishing another full day of training with Might Dai, Yami once again arrived at the gates of the Ninja Academy, and, with uncanny precision, intercepted Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina just as they exited. Yami ni. Ever since Yami returned from his mission, whenever he felt like eating ramen, he would unfailingly appear at the academy gates. Minato, seeing his clan brother show up, immediately understood the situation. Yami was short a meal companion again, and sensibly followed along toward Ichiraku ramen. As for Kushina, she had already learned of Uzushiogakure's destruction from Uzumaki Mito. Because of that, she felt an unusual sense of closeness toward Yami, someone who carried a presence so similar to Mito herself. With his 2 targets successfully captured, Yami once again led them straight toward Ichiraku Ramen, as if this had become the most natural routine in the world. Slurp, inside Ichiraku Ramen, the 3 of them were buried in bowls of endlessly comforting chashu ramen. Even Kushina, who had been a bit reserved at first, had relaxed after eating together several times and was no longer so stiff or guarded. 2 model students sitting beside a seemingly laid-back blonde big brother, the scene looked exactly like good kids being led astray by an outsider. Another bowl. By now, Namikaze Yami had already finished his 5th bowl. Kushina had long since waved the white flag, while Minato had fallen even earlier, truly living up to his reputation as the fastest in the ninja world. After polishing off his 6th bowl, Yami patted his still not quite full stomach and finally ended the ramen run in contentment. As usual, he had Minato walk Kushina home, while he himself wandered through the village like someone taking a casual stroll, though in truth, he was quietly checking several key locations. When Kagura's mind's eye swept across Kushina's house, Yami immediately detected several unfamiliar chakra signatures inside, each of them notably strong. Just as I thought. There's no such thing as, by the way, nothing's faster than doing it yourself. Increasing the sensitivity of Kagura's mind's eye, Yami matched those chakra signatures one by one and confirmed that they belonged to members of the Kumogakure envoy. So the passive skill of those dark brothers had finally triggered. Bloodlines always smelled sweeter when they belonged to someone else, and if you could snatch one, you snatched one. Especially someone like Kushina, a bloodline ninja who had just lost her backing. She was prime pickings in their eyes. In truth, only Konoha could afford to be this careless. Any other village, unless they were as brain-dead as Kurigakure, valued bloodline ninja immensely. A handful of bloodline carriers were more than enough to breed an entire clan. As for the ethics of it, this world was surprisingly open-minded. The corner of Yami's mouth curled upward slightly, but he knew that Kushina being taken alone wouldn't cause much of a stir. So, he decided to throw more fuel onto the fire. Turning into a narrow alley, he quickly formed seals and created a shadow clone, while his main body slipped away using earth release, underground projection fish technique. His destination was the former Senju clan grounds. The place had grown quiet, too quiet. Vast grounds that once bustled with life now felt hollow and empty. Redeem, Kagaya clan, basic bloodline. Yami closed his eyes and felt the change. The boost from a basic Kagaya bloodline wasn't dramatic. If he had to describe it, his bone density and strength had increased noticeably, but nowhere near the level of Kagaya Kimimaro, who could pull bones from his body as weapons and regenerate them instantly. At best, Yami could now force chakra through his bones, briefly extending them outside his body to form crude bone spikes. That's enough. After confirming the limits of the basic bloodline, Yami nodded. He didn't need the Kagaya bloodline for raw combat power, just something he could separate from himself to muddy stagnant waters. He moved with practiced ease to Naoki's residence. As a classmate and friend, Yami had been here many times, though always through the front door. Casting a transformation technique to alter his appearance and donning a pre-prepared mask, Yami finally began his operation. He flipped over the outer wall and landed inside. The familiar layout greeted him. Several half-dried training outfits hung in the open yard, and inside the house, Senju Naoki was sprawled lazily in the living room. Completely unaware of the disaster about to befall him, Naoki lay there on the first floor, grinning stupidly at a book in his hands, muttering to himself from time to time. Yami quietly formed seals, carefully controlling the chakra output. Wind release, Great Breakthrough, Mini, Reduced Version. A sudden gust swept through the room, rustling the pages of Naoki's manga. With night falling and the air growing chilly, Naoki tugged his clothes tighter around himself. Perhaps he was too absorbed. Or perhaps Naoki's legendary lack of awareness was at work. After adjusting his clothes, he did nothing else. Yami's forehead twitched. If the timing weren't wrong, I'd kick you right now. Wind release, Great Breakthrough, Reduced Version. Yami continued using wind release to buffet Senju Naoki, who was sitting in the living room. At last, Naoki lifted his head and glanced toward the outer corridor, muttering to himself, why did it suddenly get windy? His expression grew a little serious. After a moment's thought, he looked outside again and said, don't tell me it's about to rain. Setting the book aside, Naoki stood up and stepped onto the corridor. Seeing that the wind outside had already weakened, he blurted out, "I'll deal with it if it starts raining." With that, he reached for the sliding shoji door, clearly intending to close it and ignore the matter entirely. Hidden in the shadows, Namikaze Yami was reaching his limit. If this dragged on any longer, the perfect opportunity would be wasted. Naoki really did not follow any script at all. Yami flashed out in an instant, slamming a heavy kick into Naoki's side and sending him flying sideways into the open yard. Before Naoki could fully regain his bearings, Yami pressed in aggressively, drawing a kunai and stabbing down without hesitation. Naoki snapped out of his confusion at last, his ninja instincts kicking in, though disbelief still flickered across his face. As the young heir of the prestigious Senju clan, someone actually daring to assassinate him inside Konoha. Had the village been breached? Or was Konoha about to purge its own nobility and start with him? Water release, water turbulent wave. The moment he hit the ground, Naoki didn't dare think further. His movements were swift as he fired off a water release attack at the assailant while simultaneously calling out for help. Being attacked within clan territory, Naoki couldn't be sure how many enemies were present. After all, if only a single ninja had come, that would be absurdly reckless. In Naoki's eyes, the attacker seemed to panic when he shouted for aid, even throwing the kunai in his hand at him in a flustered, poorly aimed toss. Naoki was dressed casually at home and happened to be unarmed. Seeing the weakly thrown kunai, he reached out and caught it cleanly. The kunai spun once in his grip, and he thrust it back toward the apparently unarmed attacker. The assailant actually raised a hand to meet it. In Naoki's baffled gaze, the kunai slammed hard against the attacker's palm. Clang, the sound of metal striking metal rang out. Naoki's kunai was stopped, and from the attacker's hand jutted a long bone spike. Perhaps due to the force of the impact, fine cracks now spread across the tip of the bone. Bone spikes. You're a ninja of the Kagaya clan. The disguised Yami deliberately put on a panicked act, hurriedly retracting the bone spike. Because of the collision, several tiny fragments of bone quietly fell to the ground. Genjutsu, Fox Mind Technique. Caught completely off guard, Naoki was trapped in the illusion for a brief moment. Though he broke free quickly, the assassin had already vanished without a trace. Only then did the guards of the clan grounds, and Konoha's Anbu, arrive belatedly on the scene. Yami left the Senju clan grounds thoroughly satisfied. Before going, he even tossed out a casual fire release, burning every piece of training clothing Naoki had left drying outside down to ashes. Consider it a friendly reminder, when it's windy or raining, you bring your clothes in. Setting aside Naoki's inevitable confusion, Konoha itself had already exploded into chaos. Although the process differed slightly from what Yami had envisioned, the final outcome was close enough. Konoha's Anbu were almost fully mobilized, scouring the village for the audacious Kagaya clan assassin. An assassination attempt inside Konoha was rare to begin with, but the identity of the target made the incident impossible to suppress. That was Senju Naoki, the last direct heir of the Senju clan. Even though most of the Senju had long since dispersed and merged into Konoha, as one of the village's two founding great clans, an incident involving Naoki within the village would cause shockwaves no less than an earthquake. Watching the Anbu deploy in near full force, Yami knew, the moment he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Avoiding the commotion, he slipped away from the crowd and once again infiltrated the outskirts of a location he had already surveyed multiple times. Root's base should be right here. Over the past few days, he had quietly investigated several suspicious sites. This one stood out the most, the highest volume of Anbu traffic, each operative cold-faced and uniformly efficient, more like emotionless machines than humans. He didn't use any known secret passages. Instead, he entered directly via earth release, sinking into the ground and slipping inside. Only after truly entering did he realize just how massive the place was. It was like an inverted Hokage tower embedded deep underground, vast, complex, and impossible to fully gauge at a glance. Even with mental preparation, Yami felt his scalp tingle. This was Root. The base wasn't far from the Hokage tower. If anything, the two seemed almost symbiotic. No wonder Danzo always managed to appear at the Hokage tower the moment trouble stirred, ready. 2. Discuss important matters, with Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the center lay a bottomless vertical shaft. Around it spread honeycomb-like corridors, winding endlessly into the darkness. An underground structure of this scale was even more shocking than the Hokage Tower itself. To claim it had been built without the Hokage's tacit approval would be laughable. Hey, so this is where you dream of becoming Hokage. Time was short. Yami chose a direction and began scouting. Through Kagura's mind's eye, Root's interior personnel count was alarmingly low. Some had been taken to the front lines by Danzo. Others had just been pulled out by Anbu. At present, only 2 or 3 ninja remained, handling routine matters. Their movements were completely transparent under Yami's perception. He slipped casually into an unoccupied sealed chamber, carefully avoiding any reckless searching that might trigger hidden seals or traps. Pawn. Open black lens bracket scan complete. Unowned pawnable items detected. Close black lens bracket intelligence scrolls times 51, value 0 blank scrolls times 21, value 0. Yami froze. Damn it. Leaving everything in that room untouched, Yami quietly withdrew and moved on to the next chamber. Open black lens bracket ding. Scrolls containing personnel files times 38, estimated value 0 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. Blank scrolls linked to explosive tags times 20, estimated value 0 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. Scrolls linked to sealing techniques times 10, estimated value 0 close black lens bracket. Damn it, Danzo really is rotten to the core. Yami cursed under his breath as he read the system notifications. He had expected Root to be riddled with traps, but this level of layered deception, real mixed with fake, was downright insidious. Worried that once the disturbance outside died down the Root operatives would return, Yami decided he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He chose to take a risk and push deeper into the facility. At the lowest level, 2 Root ninja stood guard, one in the open, one hidden. Without Kagura's mind's eye, they would have been nearly impossible to detect. This had to be the core area, perhaps even Danzo's office. The mutually supporting guard formation made a frontal assault suicidal. Yami changed tactics, heading instead toward another room guarded by a single Root operative. Using transformation technique, he took on the appearance of a Root ninja he had seen earlier, then deliberately made himself look disheveled and rushed inside, speaking rapidly, "Something's wrong, an intruder has infiltrated the base." The Root ninja handling documents reacted instantly, springing to his feet to assess the situation. Yami seized the moment, closing the distance as the man was about to reprimand him for breaking protocol. A hand clamped over the man's mouth. A sharp bone spike pierced straight through his heart and lungs. Blood sprayed violently as his life drained away. Judging by his position, this man was likely a minor commander, but years of desk duty had dulled a ninja's instincts, leaving his vigilance far below standard. Pawn. Open black lens bracket ding. Dying special Jonin. Estimated value 20 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. Unrecorded ninjutsu times 32, estimated value 5 each close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. Unrecorded high-level ninjutsu times 1, estimated value 10 close black lens bracket, pawn the ninjutsu, open black lens bracket. Current pawn points 2060 close black lens bracket. Not bad, Yami murmured, but the real treasures should still be further down. Rather than pawning the Root ninja, now unconscious from blood loss, Yami hoisted him up. He changed his appearance once more and half-carried the man toward the lower level. Before he could get close, the guard spotted him. "Halt. Identify yourself. Show your authorization." "It's me," Yami replied calmly. "An enemy has infiltrated Konoha. The base has been compromised, saving people comes first." The guard remained unmoved, coldly demanding credentials and blocking his advance. Classic Root behavior, mechanical and emotionless. Yami suddenly shoved the wounded man forward. Even a Root operative faltered for an instant at the unexpected move, instinctively catching the blood-soaked comrade. In that split second, when the guard's line of sight was obstructed, Yami surged forward. The distance between the three closed to almost nothing. The hidden Root ninja sensed something wrong first. He burst out from concealment, drawing a short blade and slashing down toward Yami's neck with murderous force. The strike landed cleanly. The The blade tore through Yumi's clothes with ease, and yet, something felt wrong. There was no resistance. No spray of blood. The Yumi that had been struck collapsed instantly, dissolving into a pool of clear water that splashed across the floor. A water clone. At the same moment, the real Yumi rose soundlessly from the damp ground like a specter. His hand seals were already complete, and the words that left his lips were cold and final, like a whisper from the abyss: lightning release, earth flow. Blinding arcs of electricity erupted, racing wildly along the water spread across the floor, instantly wrapping around the bodies of the three root ninja. Paralyzed by the shock, they didn't even manage a grunt before collapsing unconscious to the ground. With the final three guards inside the root base all knocked unconscious, and certain they wouldn't be waking up anytime soon, Yumi wasted no time. He stepped briskly past the fallen figures. As for the root sub-commander drenched in blood, Yumi could only hope the man was tough enough to survive. It wasn't a matter of mercy toward a fellow Konoha shinobi. Rather, the faint but unmistakable aura clinging to that man, eerily similar to Danzo's, made Yumi deeply uncomfortable. There was a good chance he was a member of the Shimura clan. Reaching the entrance of the core stone chamber, Yumi found the heavy door sealed shut, silently proclaiming that its master was not present. Placing a hand against it, he clearly sensed the layers of seals and restrictions engraved upon its surface. For anyone else, forcing it open without the proper method would not only fail but trigger a cascade of lethal traps. But so what? Pawn. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Special reinforced door covered in sealing restrictions. Estimated value, 0. Close black lens bracket. Confirm pawn. In an instant, the stone door vanished into thin air. No sound, no disturbance, as if it had never existed at all. Yumi's lips curled upward. No matter how meticulously Danzo planned, all such schemes were meaningless in front of a cheat-enabled player. Maintaining his guard, Yumi stepped into the core chamber. As his eyes swept across the room, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Why does this feel like the Hokage's office? He muttered the complaint aloud. The layout was unmistakably similar, nearly identical, in fact. Aside from the darker atmosphere and the unmistakable personal flavor of Danzo's paranoia, the resemblance was uncanny. Figures. The so-called 5.5th Hokage was already laying the groundwork long ago. With that realization, Yumi walked straight to the desk and examined the bookshelf behind it. Scrolls filled the shelves, far too many to count at a glance. Searching through them one by one would take days. He immediately dismissed the thought. He didn't have that kind of time. This was the root base, reinforcements could return at any moment. Pawn. Open black lens bracket. Scan complete. Pawnable items detected. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Intelligence scrolls times 52, estimated value, 0. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Blank scrolls times 10, estimated value, 0. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Forbidden technique, reverse 4 symbol sealing, estimated value, 50. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Forbidden technique, tongue curse eradication seal, estimated value, 50. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Forbidden technique, self-cursing seal, estimated value, 50. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Forbidden technique, flying thunder god technique, estimated value, 100. Close black lens bracket. The flood of notifications nearly dazzled Yumi. Staring at this so-called Hokage office of the 5.5th, he could only sigh in amazement. Danzo, I knew you were playing dirty. And you hid it deep. This terrifying collection of forbidden techniques was enough to make even a great clan like the Uchiha look tame by comparison. Pawn everything. Open black lens bracket. Current pawn points, 2860. Close black lens bracket. Beautiful. In the blink of an eye, every scroll on the shelves, including those hidden in secret compartments, was scanned and instantly pawned by the system. Yumi even spotted items that had no business being here at all. Things even Sarutobi Hiruzen might not know existed. Looking at the now bare shelves, then at the endlessly long exchange list in the system interface, Yumi smiled from the bottom of his heart. He could already imagine the look on Danzo's face when he returned to find nothing but sealed compartments, completely empty inside. After double-checking that nothing had been missed, Yami turned to leave. As always, he reflexively expanded Kagura's mind's eye for a final sweep. That was when he noticed something odd. One section of the stone wall stood out, not visually, but perceptually. It was utterly unremarkable to the naked eye, easy to overlook. Yet his sensory perception couldn't penetrate it at all. That alone was enough to pique his interest. Judging by the time, he still had some leeway. Yami walked up to the wall. Even on close inspection, it showed no obvious anomalies. Pawn. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Special alloy stone wall. Estimated value, 50 close black lens bracket. Oh. A real expert, huh? Pawn it. A wall made entirely from special alloy metal. This extravagant use instantly captured Yami's full attention. Special alloys were expensive materials, usually added in small amounts to chakra weapons to enhance conductivity. Using them to construct an entire wall was sheer excess, which only made whatever lay behind it all the more intriguing. Like the door before it, the wall vanished instantly, revealing a small hidden chamber beyond. The air inside was stale, carrying a faint scent of decay, as though ventilation was poor. The room itself was stark, only a few niches carved directly into the stone walls, each holding a single item. With the barrier gone, Yami's perception swept through the chamber unimpeded. Confirming there were no traps or dangers, he stepped inside. He casually picked up a glass container from one of the niches. A label on it bore a single character, mirror. Inside lay a pair of exceedingly rare 3-tomo Sharingan. He turned his gaze to the other wall niches. In several glass containers floated indistinct chunks of flesh and tissue. Though unlabeled, their very existence spoke volumes. Pawn. Open black lens bracket. Scan complete. Unowned pawnable items detected. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Uchiha bloodline product 3-tomo Sharingan. Estimated value 50 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Senju clan high concentration bloodline tissue. Trace amount. Estimated value 10 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Forbidden technique. Impure world reincarnation. Estimated value 100 close black lens bracket. Holy hell, I've really looted Danzo down to his bones. Only now did Yami connect a detail he had previously overlooked. When he encountered Danzo at the Hokage Tower, the man's body had been intact. No bandages, nothing like the heavily wrapped appearance he would have later. He quickly sealed the 3 items into a storage scroll, deciding to think carefully about how to deal with them once he was safely back. Exiting the hidden chamber, Yami sprinted through Danzo's mock Hokage office. Just as he was about to reach the exit, Kagura's mind's eye flared, detecting a root squad returning through the entrance. There was no time to hesitate. Moments before they crossed paths, Yami transformed into the root sub-commander he had attacked earlier and strode forward openly. The root operatives froze when they saw him coming up from below. Yami seized the initiative, his tone sharp and commanding. What's the situation in the village? Lord Shinsei. The root ninja immediately saluted before reporting, the assassin has not yet been located. Current leads point toward the Kagaya clan of Kurigakure. Shimura Shinsei flew into a rage. Useless. With Lord Danzo absent, has Konoha really become a place outsiders can enter and leave at will? None of the root operatives dared respond. After a moment's hesitation, the squad leader asked cautiously, "My lord, where are you headed?" "It's not yet time for shift rotation." Yami reacted instantly, his voice cold and decisive. "A secret order from Lord Danzo. I'm to return to the Shimura clan compound immediately to handle urgent matters." As he spoke, he casually produced the storage scroll from his sleeve and gave it a brief shake, then brushed past them without another glance. Seeing him invoke Danzo's name, the root squad dared not question him further and continued deeper into the base. However, they hadn't gone far when a strange smell reached their noses, something like scorched meat, mixed with the metallic tang of blood. Following the source, they discovered their comrades collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Realization struck instantly. They spun around and gave chase, but Shimura Shinsei had already vanished without a trace. "Got her. Move, now. Konoha ninja aren't all that after all." Under the cover of night, the Kumogakure shinobi sprinted through the darkness, one of them slinging the bound Kushina over his shoulder. Even as they ran, they couldn't resist mocking Konoha's weakness. In their eyes, a bloodline ninja who had lost her backing simply wasn't worth Konoha overturning the table for. After all, would Konoha really tear up a freshly signed alliance over something like this? Push too hard, and they might even offend Kumogakure, shattering the fragile balance on the battlefield. At this moment, Kumogakure held every advantage: timing, position, and leverage. With their stance, the scales could be tipped at will through pressure or temptation alike. So what if they casually packaged a piece of spoils? As long as it didn't cause too much of a stir, once this Uzumaki girl was brought back to Kumogakure, Konoha would have no choice but to swallow the loss in silence. Bound hand and foot, Kushina's face remained stubbornly defiant. No matter how the Cloud Ninja threatened or coaxed her, she refused to utter a single word, quietly searching for any chance to break free. But as someone who hadn't even graduated from the academy, facing 3 fully grown Kumogakure shinobi, her struggle was pitifully ineffective. Dark-skinned, battle-hardened powerhouses were not to be underestimated. All she could do now was hope the village discovered her disappearance soon and sent help. Yet for some reason, the figure that kept resurfacing in her mind wasn't an Anbu captain or a legendary ninja, but that blonde guy. Again and again, his image refused to fade. Inside Konoha village, after escorting Kushina home, Minato Namikaze felt an inexplicable unease gnawing at him, as if something precious were about to slip away. It was a rare sensation, one he couldn't explain, but it left him restless. Then he noticed Anbu operatives moving rapidly through the streets, clearly searching for something. Watching the masked figures dart across the village, Minato suddenly realized where this feeling came from. The last time he'd felt like this was when his parents left on a mission and never returned. His heart sank. He spun around and broke into a run, heading straight back to Kushina's house. The building stood in darkness, as though its occupant had already gone to bed. Too quiet. The silence itself felt wrong. Driven by unease, Minato stepped forward and knocked. Creak, before his knuckles even landed properly, the door swung open on its own. Kushina, he called out cautiously. No answer came, only a faint echo returning his voice. Stepping inside, Minato froze. The room was a mess. Furniture displaced, signs of struggle everywhere. At least several people had been here. Did Anbu take her away? Don't be stupid. If Anbu had moved, do you really think Kushina could have resisted? A calm voice spoke beside him. Minato whirled around. Who, Yami ni? Why are you here? Yami shrugged lightly. It's late. You didn't go home and instead ran back here. I figured you were about to confess and came to watch the show. I wasn't, save it. Yami cut him off flatly. If I'm not mistaken, Kushina was taken advantage of during the chaos. If we don't chase now, by the time you get there she'll have 2 cloud kids. The blunt word snapped Minato's nerves taut. There, Minato forced himself to calm down and scan the room. Kushina tore out strands of her red hair. They went this way. Yami nodded. Sharp. Once Minato stopped overthinking, he really was reliable, didn't even need prompting. The 2 of them followed the trail of crimson strands, tracking it all the way to the edge of the village, where they spotted Anbu still searching the area. What do we do? Minato hesitated, weighing his options. Before he could finish, Yami was already walking straight toward the Anbu. When the Anbu operatives saw Yami step out, with Minato beside him, they relaxed slightly. Even if they didn't recognize them personally, they knew at a glance these were Konoha kids. One of them spoke up, warning them to return to the village at once. Yami put on a visibly anxious expression. Minato played along perfectly, his face pale with worry as he blurted out, "It's like this, our friend was kidnapped." I understand. This matter will be handled by Anbu. You 2 should return him. Before the sentence could finish, Yami suddenly exploded into motion. He drove a heavy punch straight into the speaker's abdomen. The blow landed with crushing force. The Anbu ninja let out a muffled grunt and collapsed on the spot, knocked unconscious. Huh, don't just stand there gawking, Yami snapped. If you keep hesitating, you'll be the one dragged back by Anbu. With that, Yami flashed into the forest. Though Minato felt the move was wildly out of line, he clenched his teeth and chased after him. In Yami's perception, the Cloud Ninja had stopped to rest briefly in a forest up ahead, likely slowed by having to haul Kushina along. At that moment, the three Kumogakure shinobi had recovered their stamina and were about to set off again. Even though they were still deep within the land of fire, they believed their actions had gone unnoticed. By the time Konoha realized what had happened, it would be tomorrow morning at the earliest. Just then, the previously compliant Kushina suddenly began to struggle. The Cloud Ninja didn't bother indulging her. One of them raised a hand, clearly intending to knock her out and carry her again. A flash of gold burst from behind the tree where Kushina stood. A razor-sharp kunai swept through the air. The Cloud Ninja's hand was severed in an instant, dropping to the ground with a wet thud. Ah! Enemy attack! The scream alerted the other two Kumogakure ninja. They rushed over, eyes sharp as they scanned their surroundings. But aside from rustling leaves stirred by the wind, there was nothing, only the severed hand lying on the forest floor, shockingly vivid. One of them stayed on guard. The other crouched to staunch his teammate's bleeding. Before he could finish, the bushes suddenly parted. A figure clad in an Anbu captain's uniform stepped out slowly and declared coldly, "You dare abduct a Konoha ninja? Surrender now, my squad has already sealed off this area. Hey, spare us." The Cloud Squad leader sneered instead. "Are you Konoha really prepared to break the alliance you just signed?" Rustle, rustle, another sound cut through the tension. From the underbrush emerged Minato, looking as though he had just arrived, dusty, breathless, and clearly out of sorts. "Minato, get out of here," the Anbu captain barked urgently, ordering him to retreat. Seeing how tense the Anbu captain became at Minato's appearance, the two Cloud Ninjas still able to fight exchanged a glance, instantly reading each other's intent. They struck at the same time. One lunged straight for the Anbu captain, blocking his path and pinning him in place. The other rushed toward Minato, aiming to seize him as a hostage. The Cloud Ninja engaging the Anbu captain felt a chill run down his spine when the man didn't dodge at all. A blaring alarm went off in his mind. The next instant, a piercing scream rang out behind him. He turned just in time to see his comrade collapse, a kunai buried squarely in his chest. Blood sprayed as Minato, who had looked harmless moments ago, withdrew the blade with frightening precision. At the same time, the Anbu captain, struck by a sword, dissolved with a poof, turning into a cloud of white smoke. The last remaining Cloud Ninja stared in disbelief at the sudden reversal, his mind still reeling, when two massive hands burst up from the ground beneath his feet, grabbing his ankles tight. What? The lead Cloud Ninja's vigilance was razor sharp. Though startled by the hand bursting from the ground, he twisted his body at the critical moment, hacking his blade down with all his strength. The strike cleaved nothing but dirt. Those hands had already vanished without a trace. When he looked up again, only one dead comrade and one grievously wounded remained. Kushina and Namikaze Minato were already gone. Realizing the situation had turned dire, he didn't dare linger. Abandoning the corpse without hesitation, he hoisted his one-armed teammate and prepared to retreat. As he turned, movement flickered at the edge of his vision. A figure stepped out from the forest, an Anbu captain, dressed exactly like the one who had appeared earlier. Recognizing him as a member of the Cloud's diplomatic mission, the newcomer seemed about to step forward and question the scene, but before a word could be spoken, the Cloud Ninja's eyes went bloodshot. Gripping his blade, he charged with a furious roar. "Enough of this. You think I'll fall for it again? Yami ni, when did you use a shadow clone?" After successfully rescuing Kushina, Minato finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Namikaze Yami, who looked a little distracted beside him. From the pursuit through the village to the clash with the Cloud Ninjas, Minato had only seen Yami disguise himself as an Anbu captain. He hadn't noticed any moment where a shadow clone technique was used. "Do you really think you can catch a master's hand speed?" Yami brushed it off vaguely, then smoothly changed the subject. "But your 2 strikes back there were decisive. You're going to become an incredible shinobi someday. When you're Hokage, remember to look out for your big brother, yeah." Minato scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "But remember," Yami added, his tone suddenly serious, "when you fight Cloud Ninjas in the future, try not to do it at night. In night battles, we're naturally at a disadvantage against them." Ellipsis question mark quote. Minato froze, completely thrown by the abrupt remark. Before he could think it through, the topic had already been derailed. Yami, meanwhile, quietly let out a breath of relief. If Minato really dug into the details, the entire plan would have unraveled. As for when the clone was used. Naturally, from the very moment he met Minato outside Kushina's house, the Namikaze Yami, standing there had already been a shadow clone. The real body was the one that only surfaced from underground at the very end, having sprinted over at full speed just in time. Originally, Yami had several ways to bypass the Anbu blockade. But fearing he might miss the perfect window, he chose the most direct, and reckless, option. After all, if the shadow clone had suddenly dispersed mid-operation, the fallout would have been spectacular. Fortunately, everything unfolded exactly as he had planned. Watching Minato gently comfort the still shaken Kushina, Yami suddenly felt an inexplicable critical hit to his soul. Being single really hurts sometimes. Even though bringing the two of them together had been part of his intention all along, the future was still full of uncertainties. After all, with him acting as a butterfly, it was entirely possible that one careless flap of wings could shatter the original storyline. That said, if possible, Namikaze Yami still wanted to lie low until the main plot truly began. Only then could he maximize the advantage of foresight to its fullest. For now, careful groundwork and long-term planning were still the priority. Ahem, I hate to interrupt, but I'm still here, you know. Seeing the two of them practically bubbling with pink, romantic energy, Yami chose this decidedly ill-timed moment to cut in. Kushina seemed to realize only then what the atmosphere looked like from the outside, her face instantly flushing red. Minato, meanwhile, remained his usual bright, cheerful self. Watching him, Yami couldn't help but wonder whether what he lacked was precisely this kind of naturally flirtatious, thick-skinned innocence. After all, they were both blonde. Looks-wise, he wasn't inferior to Minato in the slightest, so how was it that during his time at the academy, he'd never once triggered a romance route? Still, as he patted the scroll tucked safely against his chest, Yami's mood lifted again. The smile on his lips simply refused to fade. No longer in a hurry, the three of them walked back toward the village at an unhurried pace, night settling quietly around them. Konoha village, Hokage's office, still nothing. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice, heavy with restrained fury, echoed through the Hokage's office. If he didn't need to remain at the center of command, he might already have gone out searching personally. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Advisors Kaharu Utatane and Homura Mitokado were both present. Hiruzen, Kaharu said, we're already stretched thin. Every shinobi who can be dispatched has been dispatched. She felt the scale of Hiruzen's response was excessive, yet as an advisor she also understood, Konoha needed to take a firm stance. This is Konoha, Hiruzen snapped, his voice rising. The strongest village founded by Senju Hashirama and my teacher, Senju Tobarama. Bang! His palm slammed down on the Hokage's desk, the aura of a legendary shinobi bursting forth. And now you're telling me someone dared to assassinate their descendant inside this village? How am I supposed to face my teachers? How am I supposed to face the first Hokage? Homura remained silent. He knew that at a moment like this, words were useless. Only results would matter. Just then, an Anbu report arrived. Hiruzen skimmed it, froze for a heartbeat, then his face darkened with rage. Is Cloud Village trying to rub salt in my wounds now? Kaharu and Homura took the report to read for themselves, exchanging stunned looks. Cloud Village had taken advantage of the chaos to abduct a member of the Uzumaki clan, only to have her snatched back by Konoha genin and academy students. Worse still, Cloud ninja casualties had occurred during the incident, and Cloud was now formally protesting Anbu for excessive use of force. Under normal circumstances, Konoha might have simply made a show of reprimand, raise it high, put it down gently. But now, no one was in the mood for that. Drive them all back to the land of lightning, Hiruzen growled. Those dark-skinned bastards have truly gone too far. Hiruzen, isn't that a bit extreme? Homura finally spoke, cautious. The alliance was just signed, then assign a squad to escort them back, Hiruzen said, biting hard on the word escort. By dawn, I don't want to see a single Cloud ninja left in Konoha. Seeing his resolve, the two advisors fell silent. Truth be told, even they found Cloud Village's actions disgustingly opportunistic. And what about the Namikaze boy? Kaharu asked, the one who knocked out Anbu and killed members of the Cloud delegation, how should he be dealt with? Hiruzen took a deep pull from his pipe, thinking for a moment before replying. Kushina is now a shinobi of Konoha. And ever since news of Uzushiogakure's fall reached us, Lady Uzumaki Mito's health has been deteriorating. We need to reward them, make Kushina truly acknowledge Konoha, and ensure she becomes a qualified vessel for the next Jinchuriki. With Hiruzen's decision made, the advisors nodded in agreement. Matters involving a Jinchuriki could never be handled lightly. Letting small grievances cause resentment at such a critical juncture would be disastrous. What they never imagined was that the very person they were preparing to reward, Namikaze Yami, was also the mastermind behind Konoha's massive manhunt. Everything had unfolded exactly according to his design. And now, this so-called hero was strolling leisurely back to the village, teasing the boy and girl beside him, while calmly replaying the entire operation in his mind. Did this grand performance leave behind any cracks at all? The three of them reached the gates of Konoha and waited for the routine inspection by the village guards. Yami had already steeled himself. If there was even the slightest risk of the scrolls hidden on him being exposed, he would immediately pawn them through the system. However, the sentries merely glanced at them indifferently and waved them through without a word. It was obvious they had already received instructions from the Hokage Tower. Just as they entered the village, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared and blocked their path, causing Yami's newly settled heart to leap again. Namikaze Yami, Namikaze Minato, you have rendered meritorious service by rescuing Konoha shinobi Uzumaki Kushina. Submit a mission report tomorrow. This operation will be recorded as an A- rank mission completed jointly by the two of you. Also, the Anbu added, almost casually, those Cloud Village ninja have already been escorted back to the Land of Lightning overnight, per the Hokage's orders. He gave the two of them an approving look. In his eyes, their actions had undoubtedly helped Konoha save face. At this point, it was Yami who felt a little lost. He had already prepared himself to be questioned or reprimanded. After all, even though Kushina had been rescued, he had expected the best outcome to be merits and faults canceling each other out. He hadn't anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen pulling out yet another round of generous reward diplomacy. Glancing at Minato and Kushina beside him, both wearing excited expressions and brimming with admiration for the Hokage, it became clear that this reaction was exactly what Hiruzen had intended. With his message delivered, the Anbu ninja didn't linger, turning and disappearing back into the search teams. Tonight, Konoha was destined to be a sleepless city. As for Yami, he could only offer a silent apology. Perhaps, he mused, when Konoha's future, golden legend, finally took the stage, he'd make it up to everyone by giving them a proper break. The three parted ways and returned to their respective homes without incident. The moment Yami stepped inside his room, his attention immediately shifted to the true spoils of the night. When he opened the system interface, he found it had undergone a notable change. Universal Rare Pawnshop host, Namikaze Yami gold card current pawn points, 2910 note, cumulative pawn value has exceeded 6,000. Level upgraded automatically, new functions unlocked. Universal credit new current limit, 1,000 redemption new pawned items can be redeemed. Fee, 5 points per item exchangeable items. Collapsed staring at the dazzling system interface, Yami found himself torn between satisfaction and pleasant frustration. Not only had the system delivered a pillow right when he was drowsy, this upgrade had also given him far more room to maneuver. And if there was a gold card tier, didn't that imply further upgrades down the line? Using the newly unlocked features, he pawned the items he'd been carrying to eliminate any lingering risks. Only then did he finally lie down to sleep in peace. After days of meticulous plotting and mental strain, he truly needed a proper rest. While Yami, the mastermind behind it all, slept soundly, Konoha's turmoil raged on through the entire night. To preserve the village's reputation, even the Uchiha police force was fully mobilized, conducting an overnight sweep of the streets. Unfortunately, it was destined to be a fruitless effort. The clues left behind were simply too few. Even after turning the village upside down, they found nothing. At dawn, Yami was jolted awake by the noise outside his house. Almost acting on muscle memory, he groggily cleaned up, changed into loose training clothes, and once again headed to the training grounds with Might Dai. Having exchanged for the Kagaya clan's bloodline the day before, Yami could clearly feel a dramatic increase in the strength of his bones and muscles. Today's training felt unusually effortless, so much so that even Might Dai was stunned, loudly proclaiming Yami a once-in-a-generation taijutsu prodigy. Yami himself, however, was unimpressed. Genius is just the entry requirement, he thought. I'm not just a genius, I'm a genius with cheats. Even when Might Dai deliberately cranked up the intensity, Yami kept pace with ease, all while calmly planning his next upgrade. Exchangeable items. Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. 4,000 points can be redeemed in parts Forbidden Technique Flying Thunder God. 200 points Forbidden Technique Edo Tensai. 200 points Uchiha Bloodline Derivative 3 Tomo Sharingan. 100 points. Note: without the corresponding bloodline, full power cannot be exerted, and it cannot be deactivated. Senju Clan High Concentration Bloodline Tissue Trace Amount 20 points. Note: quantity insufficient to redeem a bloodline. Remaining entries folded, TCH. Unable to use the Sharingan, unable to redeem the Senju bloodline, Yami couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In a world known as the Legend of Eyeballs and village scale brawls, chakra reserves determined the lower limit, but bloodlines defined the true upper ceiling. Kind of makes me want to go grave robbing. If a mere scrap of flesh was worth 20 points, he didn't even dare imagine what kind of astronomical number Senju Hashirama's corpse would fetch. Of course, that was just idle fantasy. From what he knew of future events, Hashirama's cells were practically everywhere, bloodlines sold wholesale. He had strong reason to suspect that the so-called god of shinobi had long since been diced up by the innately evil Senju Tobarama and stuffed into laboratories. Deep Blue, redeem Flying Thunder God, Bringer of Darkness Technique, Water Severing Wave, and Great Fire Annihilation. The system points were deducted at lightning speed, 320 points gone. Current pawn points, 2590. Danzo truly lived up to being the second Hokage's so-called disciple. The Root Headquarters collection had far exceeded expectations. Nearly every signature technique of Senju Tobarama was accounted for. What a pity that Danzo himself was nothing more than an old trend-chasing fossil, utterly incapable of carrying these techniques to greatness. As streams of jutsu comprehension flooded his mind, Yami felt momentarily inflated with confidence, so much so that he almost felt like donning a black robe and striding across the shinobi world. Though itching to test the legendary Flying Thunder God technique immediately, he restrained himself. Now was not the time, especially with no certainty whether Sarutobi Hiruzen might be peeping through a crystal ball. Suppressing his excitement, Yami parted ways with Might Dai around noon, ending the day's training early. After more than half a month of intense conditioning, his control over his body and chakra had improved dramatically. At this point, standard training was yielding diminishing returns. Leaving the training grounds, he grabbed a quick bite to fill his stomach before heading to the Ninja Academy to pick up Namikaze Minato. Minato, already excused from class and waiting, rushed over the moment he spotted Yami. Yami, why are you so late? Hurry up, we're going to the Hokage Tower. Minato complained the instant they met. Going early won't get you paid extra. The two had already agreed the night before to submit their mission report together. For Minato, a student who hadn't even graduated yet, having participated in an A- rank mission, added to his record was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even with his calm temperament, Minato couldn't help but feel thrilled. Coupled with the fact that his relationship with Kushina had taken a step forward, he'd been so excited that he barely slept the night before. What, you're saying the Cloud Shinobi casualties, 1 dead and 1 wounded, were both caused by Namikaze Minato? Even the seasoned staff in the mission assignment hall couldn't help but ask for confirmation, more than once. Setting aside the fact that the two Konoha youths were completely unharmed while the Cloud Shinobi squad was practically wiped out, the so-called contribution of Namikaze Yami was difficult to describe. No one would believe that he had, after all, ambushed and knocked out Konoha's own Anbu. And when they looked again at his mission record, especially that glaring, singular S-rank mission, the staff's headache only worsened. Are you absolutely certain? One of them asked carefully. Once this report is submitted, it cannot be altered without the Hokage's personal approval. We're certain. Before Minato could react, Yami stepped forward and completed the handover himself, once again cleanly outmaneuvering the future, fastest man in the shinobi world. He had no desire whatsoever to stand out. If he could lie low for now, then he would. Ideally, he'd only step into the spotlight after he was strong enough to beat the Otsutsuki senseless. This highly controversial mission report was soon delivered to the Hokage's office. Hokage's office having gone an entire night without sleep, Sarutobi Hiruzen was currently dictating a stern diplomatic warning to Kurigakure, penned by one of the advisors. Though the assassin had not been captured on the spot, the bone fragments left behind were irrefutable evidence. The bloodline of the Kagaya clan could not be faked. In the letter, Hiruzen not only demanded an explanation from the Mizukage, but also firmly insisted that the culprit be handed over for severe punishment. Otherwise, Konoha would not rule out resolving the matter by force. Once the letter was finished, he handed it to an Anbu courier to be rushed to the land of water, then finally rubbed his aching eyes, exhaustion evident. The two advisors were little better off. Even in their prime, an entire night of analysis and deliberation had taken its toll, but duty waited for no one. It was time to approve mission reports. Hiruzen straightened himself, reached into the mountain of scrolls on his desk, and pulled one out to review. Members of the Uchiha police force, dissatisfied with assisting the Senju clan in the search for the assassin. And a considerable number of clan members are in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead helplessly. Dealing with these extreme, radical Uchiha was always a headache. In the end, he could only approve tighter supervision and move on. Danzo and Orochimaru's sector currently holds an overwhelming advantage. Seeing his most prized student working in tandem with his old friend so reliably lifted his mood somewhat. He didn't spare the ink in offering praise, if only to steady his own spirits. Namikaze Minato. Hiruzen rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't mistaken. It really was that student who hadn't even graduated from the academy yet. In last night's pursuit to recover Uzumaki Kushina, Minato had shown brilliantly. His excellent tactical instincts, coupled with careful, methodical thinking, earned him a rare annotation in his ninja file, outstanding. Hiruzen even described him as a civilian-born genius. By comparison, Minato's clan brother, Namikaze Yami, had also performed impressively. Combined with his S-rank record of surviving the Uzushio mission, Hiruzen judged him to be unusually lucky. Still, when placed beside Minato, he seemed just a step behind, barely qualifying for the title of genius. Both missions were ultimately rated outstanding, but the comments written for Minato were far more extensive. The difference in evaluation was obvious at a glance. As soon as the mission handover was complete, model student Namikaze Minato hurried back to the academy to make his afternoon classes. One could easily imagine the stir it would cause when his classmates learned he had taken part in an A-rank mission. Yami, on the other hand, suddenly found himself with nothing to do. Unused to such leisure, he decided to spend the rare free afternoon paying a visit to the Senju compound, to check on Nawaki. After all, there was an old saying, the culprit always likes to revisit the scene of the crime. The moment he stepped into the Senju grounds, he felt the oppressive tension of heightened security. Numerous gazes fell upon him, making the air feel distinctly uncomfortable. Most shinobi, however, relaxed when they recognized him as Namikaze Yami and quickly looked away. Only a handful continued to observe him in silence. Yo, Nawaki, what's with all the excitement? Seeing Nawaki sitting listlessly at the gate with a look of utter despair, Yami took the initiative to greet him. At the sound of his friend's voice, Nawaki seemed to snap back to reality. His eyes lit up as though he'd spotted a savior, and he rushed over. Save me, I'm under house arrest. That opening line left Yami momentarily stunned. Someone actually grounded you? He asked in disbelief. In Yami's impression, Nawaki might act like a fool from a rich family, but his status was very real. My sister sent word back, Nawaki groaned. And she said she's probably coming back from the front soon. Oh, good luck. Yami knew Tsunade's temperament all too well. Back in the academy days, Nawaki had taken more than his fair share of beatings from her. Later, when the Second Shinobi World War broke out, Tsunade's squad confronted the so-called demigod of the shinobi world. Though defeated, they were granted the title of the three legendary Sannin. From then on, her name echoed throughout the ninja world, and constant battles forged her into someone who could stand alone, leaving her little time to return to Konoha. It seemed this incident had truly shaken her. Not only had she ordered Naoki confined, she was even coming back personally to deal with it. Although Yami had orchestrated everything, even he hadn't expected such a massive chain reaction. He had underestimated just how important Naoki was. So, what exactly happened? Care to tell me? Even though he already knew the answer, Yami still put on a show of concern. Well, it was last night, Naoki began. Some foreign ninja tried to assassinate me, and then, perhaps trying to save face in front of his friend, Naoki launched into an exaggerated, colorful retelling. I spotted him long ago. I only pretended to close the door so I wouldn't damage the house before counterattacking. We fought for 300 rounds. I even disarmed him barehanded, forced him to use his bloodline and expose his identity. Ellipsis. Yami listened in silence. If he hadn't been one of the people involved, he might actually have believed this performance. Don't believe me? Look. Naoki pointed enthusiastically. The evidence is still here. He gestured at the scorched clothes rack and the pile of unrecognizable ash where his clothes had once been. Yami didn't expose the lie. Instead, he offered a few words of comfort, reminded Naoki to stay safe, and excused himself with a line about not wanting to interfere with his house arrest before leaving the Senju compound. As evening fell, Yami didn't linger outside. He went straight home. The moment he entered, he instinctively activated Kagura's mind's eye, carefully confirming that no one was watching or lurking nearby. Only then did he pick up a kunai. Following the memory etched into his mind, he channeled chakra into it. In an instant, a dense, intricate marking, like writhing tadpole script, was imprinted onto the blade. Holding the kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, Yami closed his eyes and focused. A mysterious connection spread through space itself. Even blindfolded, he could precisely sense the kunai's location. More wondrous still, it felt as though with just the slightest reach, he could cross space and grasp it directly, as Yami subconsciously activated the technique, whoosh. Bleg, the experience of crossing space for the first time was anything but pleasant. Violent acceleration abruptly snapped into complete stillness, leaving behind a wave of intense vertigo and nausea. Even though Yami had acquired the Flying Thunder God technique directly through the system, along with a solid foundation in spatial perception, the effectiveness of space-time techniques varied greatly from person to person. Clearly, this was something that required time to adapt to. More importantly, Yami realized a critical flaw. He didn't possess Minato's inborn neural resilience or that near-inhuman reaction speed. In high-intensity combat that required repeated Flying Thunder God jumps, he might not be able to react in time. Even so, the Flying Thunder God was now an overwhelming trump card. After all, even Uchiha Izuna, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, had once fallen victim to its infamous first encounter kill. Yami tested it several more times. Supported by his powerful Uzumaki constitution, the nauseating sensation of disorientation quickly faded. He was adapting to spatial jumps at remarkable speed. Carefully, he hid a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal atop a roof beam. Does this count as setting my own fast travel point? He couldn't help mocking himself. The next day, just as dawn began to break, Yami woke up as usual, his biological clock already firmly set. He automatically slipped into his training clothes and headed toward the Konoha training grounds, wondering along the way why Might Dai hadn't come knocking on his door today. The moment he entered the training field, a familiar roar echoed through the air. Youth. Limit break. Fifth gate, gate of view, open. Yami's pupils shrank. Might Dai's aura had completely changed. Dense green chakra surged around his body as he burst forward at terrifying speed. Under that explosive enhancement, the targets ahead shattered from sheer air pressure. His fists never even touched them. Moments later, Dai released the 8 gates formation, bracing his hands on his knees and panting heavily. The exhaustion was obvious. Even though he'd been mentally prepared, seeing it with his own eyes still left Yami deeply shaken. No dazzling ninjutsu. no elemental spectacle, just pure taijutsu, yet such overwhelming power. It truly deserved its reputation as the strongest taijutsu in the ninja world, the ultimate civilian cheat. If his physique had been able to keep up earlier, Yami would have tried to pick up this plug-in long ago. Brother Dai, what was that? Yami asked. Dai looked up with effort, flashed a grin, and gave a thumbs up. A test of my training results, the 8 gates. What do you think? Incredible, Yami replied honestly. To reach this level using taijutsu alone, train with me. Dai suddenly became serious. I'll teach you. If I don't come back from this mission, at least this technique will still have someone to inherit it. Only then did Yami learn that Dai had been reassigned to a mission. Unmarried and without family, the first person Dai thought of was the one who had truly acknowledged him, Yami. That was why he had demonstrated the 8 gates today, hoping to pass it on. Although Yami's initial approach toward Dai hadn't been entirely pure, after spending this time together, his respect was now genuine. Mocked by others, misunderstood by many, yet never once abandoning his own ninja way. He was a true shinobi. After some hesitation, Yami accepted the 8 gates training scroll. Because Dai had exhausted himself opening the gates, there was no usual training that day. Instead, he focused on guiding Yami through the basics. Land of Water, Kurigakure, what? The Kagaya clan lunatics went to Konoha to assassinate Senju Nawaki. The third Mizukage stared in disbelief. Even his perpetually half-lidded eyes opened a fraction wider. Then again, if it was the battle-crazed Kagaya clan, it wasn't impossible. Especially since Konoha's letter included undeniable proof, Kagaya bloodline remnants. Setting the sharply worded letter on his desk, the third Mizukage felt a headache coming on. The destruction of Uzushiogakure had brought significant gains, yes, but the losses were very real. The Uzumaki had chosen death over surrender, taking countless missed elites with them through suicidal sealing techniques. Like Sunagakure, Kurigakure followed an elite force doctrine. Every ninja lost was a heavy blow. The difference was that Suna did it out of financial necessity, while Kiri did it because its bloodline clans were constantly tearing each other apart. The third Mizukage waved over an attendant and ordered the letter delivered to the Kagaya clan's territory, demanding an explanation. Kagaya clan territory. Kagaya Naoto, the clan head, stared at the letter in disbelief. Someone from his clan had crossed the sea, infiltrated the land of fire, and attempted to assassinate the young heir of the Senju. Question mark quote. For the first time in a long while, even the Kagaya clan head felt truly blindsided. Although the situation felt absurd, Kagaya Naoto still convened a clan assembly. Once the matter was announced, the Kagaya clansmen, who had arrived in great numbers, fell into an eerie silence. They exchanged puzzled looks with one another, clearly confused. Then, without warning, the hall erupted in cheers. Some even voiced regret that such a bold operation hadn't succeeded. Kagaya Naoto repeatedly demanded silence, stressing that Konoha had already applied pressure through the Mizukage, and that the matter had to be thoroughly investigated. That only made things worse. The crowd instantly exploded again. The Mizukage. Who does he think he is? I've had enough of him a long time ago. Does he really think the Kagaya clan fears him? Is he Konoha's dog now, helping them come question us? Seeing the rising fury, Kagaya Naoto's heart sank. If this continued, he feared someone might march straight to the Mizukage tower with bone spears in hand. Silence. Kagaya Naoto unleashed his pressure in full. The Kagaya clan worshipped strength. Reverence for the strong was etched into their very bones. The hall immediately quieted, all eyes turning toward their clan head. I want to know, Naoto said coldly, who among you has been absent from the clan territory recently? Normally, this kind of screening should have worked. The Kagaya rarely left their lands unless it was for battle, assuming the clansmen cooperated. It was me. I was away these past few days. I went to the land of fire. Kid, stop spouting nonsense. I saw you training here yesterday. It was me who went. Actually, it was. Voices overlapped as Kagaya clansmen spoke over one another, each trying to claim responsibility, shielding a non-existent hero. Even elderly clansmen, leaning on canes, tried to force their way forward to take the blame. As one of the few still clinging to reason, Kagaya Naoto knew this was bad. Very bad. and just as he feared, the argument escalated further. If the Mizukage wants an explanation, someone shouted, why should we trouble the clan at all? Before anyone could react, a bone spear erupted from that man's palm and plunged straight into his own chest. There was no time to stop him. He fell dead on the spot. The Kagaya clan territory fell into absolute silence. Then, one by one, the clansmen turned their gazes, filled with hatred, toward the distant direction of the Mizukage Tower. Looking at the so-called explanation sent over by the Kagaya clan, the third Mizukage fell silent for a moment. The deceased Kagaya shinobi had already been pale in life. In death, not a trace of color remained. A stark white bone spike was still firmly embedded in his chest, left unremoved. The Mizukage had merely intended for the Kagaya clan to investigate the matter internally. That was why he had forwarded Konoha's letter directly to Kagaya Naoto in the first place. He had never imagined the Kagaya clansmen would react so violently. What should have been a simple inquiry was apparently taken as an accusation, one that indirectly drove a shinobi, who should have been serving Kurigakure, to his death. Suppressing his anger, the third Mizukage summoned an attendant and gave his orders. This matter has escalated. Inform Konoha at once. Tell them that Kurigakure is no more afraid of war than they are. After a pause, his gaze returned to the Kagaya shinobi's corpse. Send him back to the Kagaya clan lands. Give him a proper burial. Konoha village. By the time Hiruzen Sarutobi received the Mizukage's reply, several days had already passed. Most of his anger had cooled. Seeing that the Mizukage had dealt with the assassin and provided an explanation, Hiruzen chose not to press the issue further. Although the letter was laced with hostility, intelligence from Konoha's agents in Kurigakure confirmed that a Kagaya clansman had committed suicide out of guilt. Hiruzen understood that continuing to tangle with another of the 5 great villages would be unwise. Bang! The Hokage office doors were kicked open. Old man, before the person herself appeared, her presence announced itself, like headlights flaring in the dark. Fresh from the battlefield and still in her combat uniform, Tsunade strode straight up to Hiruzen. What's the situation with Kurigakure? Seeing her arrival, Hiruzen handed her the Mizukage's reply. Tsunade skimmed it quickly, then nodded. Looks like they knew when to back down. I'm heading home, then. I need to check whether that brat Naoki's been slacking off, might as well test him while I'm back. She turned to leave, but Hiruzen stopped her. How's your front holding up? All the intel's in the scroll. Don't worry, enemy forces are already collapsing. With Jiraiya watching things, it's under control. She pulled a scroll from her clothes and tossed it over. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she was already gone. Hiruzen sighed, shaking his head. She really never changes, always in a rush. Seeing that Tsunade had brought back good news, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally smiled in relief. He paid no mind to her brusque attitude, picked up the scroll, and began carefully reading the battle report. Outside the Konoha training grounds, are you sure this will work? Yami said helplessly, even as Naoki dragged him along toward the Dengo shop. No problem at all. Naoki patted his chest confidently. I've already had someone keeping watch. When my sister gets back, she'll definitely go straight to the Hokage Tower to report. Having been confined to the house for several days, Naoki could no longer stand the boredom. He'd convinced himself that Tsunade wouldn't be back for another 3 to 5 days and planned to exploit the timing gap. That was why he'd run to the training grounds and dragged Yami along with him. As they walked, a sudden chill ran through Yami's entire body, as if danger were imminent. Sure enough, after only a few more steps, Tsunade's figure appeared not far ahead, her cold gaze already fixed squarely on the two of them. Naoki reacted a bit too slowly. He hadn't noticed her yet and was still pouring out his grievances to Yami. I'm telling you, my sister is basically a human Tyrannosaurus. I seriously wonder if she'll ever manage to get married. Yami instantly sensed disaster. He quietly took a few steps away from Naoki, talking trash about Tsunade to her face. He had a bad feeling the blood splatter radius would include him. Bang. Hearing Naoki's remarks, Tsunade flashed forward and slammed a heavy punch into the back of his head, knocking him stumbling. In broad daylight, someone's attacking me again. Naoki steadied himself quickly despite the surprise, then spun around angrily. The moment he saw her, the indignation on his face froze into dread. He forced out a stiff smile. Sis, you're back already. Must have been tough on the battlefield. Not tough at all, Tsunade replied flatly. But wasn't someone supposed to be under house arrest? And you still have the energy to run around talking nonsense. Looks like I've been gone so long that my words don't carry any weight anymore. She rolled her wrist slowly, as if warming up. Naoki's voice began to tremble. He stammered for a long while without managing a single coherent sentence, then desperately shot a pleading look at Yami. Seeing that there was no way to keep playing dead, Yami spoke up. Lady Tsunade, Naoki really hasn't left the clan grounds these past few days. Today we were just heading to the training field to practice. At the first half of that sentence, Naoki looked as though he'd seen salvation itself, gazing at Yami with heartfelt gratitude. By the second half, his expression collapsed. He knew it was over. Sure enough, Tsunade smiled. Oh, perfect. Then I can see for myself whether you've made any progress. Before Naoki could react, she grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him toward the training grounds as if he weighed nothing at all. As he was hauled away, Yami could have sworn he read the word, help, from Naoki's lips. After hesitating for a moment, he followed anyway. After all, Naoki's current predicament was partly his fault. One could be shameless, but not heartless. They hadn't gone far before arriving back at the training grounds they'd just left. Tsunade released Naoki and stood alone at the center of the field, crooking her finger at her brother, who was still psyching himself up. Seeing Naoki dragging his feet, Tsunade suddenly flared her chakra and stomped down hard. Boom! A tremendous force erupted outward. The ground beneath her feet shattered instantly, crack spider webbing across the earth. The shock snapped Naoki out of it. His fighting spirit surged as he shouted, I've improved a lot too. Don't underestimate me. There was a trace of bitterness in his voice as he lunged straight at Tsunade, actually planning to test her in taijutsu. But when stat monsters clash, the one with the more absurd numbers always wins. Peak condition Tsunade dealing with Naoki was effortless. He didn't even last a full exchange before being slammed to the ground. He got back up, only to be crushed again. In the end, Naoki simply gave up resisting altogether, clinging tightly to Tsunade's long leg, only to be casually flicked away and sent flying. Yet even as he skidded across the ground, Naoki didn't look discouraged. He wiped the dust from his face and started laughing to himself. Seeing this, Tsunade suddenly grew concerned. Did I hit him too hard? Did I knock something loose? But after laughing, Naoki didn't rush forward again. Instead, he raised a single finger and pointed deliberately at the ground beneath Tsunade's feet. The familiar gesture made Yami, watching from the sidelines, stare in disbelief. He hadn't expected Naoki to pull that kind of dirty trick. Tsunade looked puzzled and followed the direction Naoki was pointing. On the calf he'd clung to earlier, there was a wrinkled square slip of white paper. She peeled it off and saw 3 crookedly written characters on it. Explosive tag. The paper was smudged with pale yellow dirt. It was unmistakably the fake explosive tag Yami had casually written earlier as a decoy. No one had expected Naoki to keep it on him the whole time, much less use it at a moment like this. A flicker of approval flashed through Tsunade's eyes. She was just about to nod in acknowledgement, when Naoki, like a magician revealing his final trick, puffed up his chest and grinned smugly at her. Yami couldn't bear to watch. He almost wanted to rush over and physically shut that, "Look how clever I am," expression down. Sure enough, Tsunade's face darkened in the very next instant. Mimicking Naoki's gesture, she raised a finger and pointed at the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead. Seeing that Naoki still looked completely confused, she sighed and spoke flatly, "Did you forget that I can also use the strength of 100 technique?" The smug grin froze solid on Naoki's face, as if an invisible hand had clamped around his throat. Under Naoki's horrified gaze, Tsunade stepped forward again, and proceeded to beat him down soundly for a second time. Even though she deliberately held back her strength, Naoki was soon left bruised and swollen, looking utterly miserable. Still feeling unsatisfied, Tsunade turned her head and noticed Yami standing off to the side, watching the spectacle. She pointed at him, beckoning him forward. Being dragged into the spotlight didn't irritate Yami in the slightest. In fact, he'd been looking for a chance to test his limits without relying on his trump cards. Getting one of the legendary three, Princess Tsunade herself, as a sparring partner was an opportunity that simply didn't come twice. Just as Naoki was about to shout and stop his friend from stepping into danger, he heard Yami say calmly, "Lady Tsunade, please instruct me." He took his stance, feet firm, eyes burning with focus as he faced her. "Good," Tsunade nodded faintly. "I never quite believed that a genin could clear both an S rank and an A- rank mission on nothing but luck. Now, I'm even more convinced of my judgment." Yami didn't react much, but the battered Naoki beside them stared wide-eyed, his expression a shattered mix of disbelief and despair. After all, Yami had never deliberately mentioned those achievements to him. Meanwhile, Naoki himself had been proudly boasting about his own failed assassination encounter just days ago. In the field, Tsunade didn't activate her monstrous chakra-enhanced punches. Just as she had with Naoki earlier, she chose to rely purely on physical strength, engaging Yami in taijutsu alone. In the past, taijutsu had been Yami's weak point. But after weeks of brutal training with Might Dai, and learning the 8 gates, this weakness had been thoroughly erased. Bang, bang, bang. Their figures crossed and clashed, fists and kicks colliding in a constant rhythm. Tsunade's style was famously direct and overwhelming, while Yami's steel fist techniques, learned from Dai, were quicker, sharper, and more fluid. After another direct exchange, Tsunade saw that Yami was still handling himself with ease. Her expression sharpened, and she began to increase her output. The terrifying force behind her punches finally started to show. Caught off guard, Yami was blasted backward by a single strike. He twisted midair, forcefully stabilizing himself, then landed cleanly with a backward flip. Seeing Tsunade finally get serious, Yami stopped holding back. Revealing a few cards now wouldn't hurt. With the system backing him up, he was confident that as long as he didn't literally kill himself on the spot, he wouldn't end up like Rock Lee, 10 minutes of glory, 600 episodes of recovery. 8 gates, first gate, gate of opening, open. Second gate, gate of rest, open. Third gate, gate of life, open. Green chakra erupted instantly, surging like roaring flames around his body. Across from him, Tsunade's expression hardened completely. "Kid, don't overdo it. 8 gates formation. Lady Tsunade, please instruct me." With that, Yami didn't hesitate. His figure vanished in a burst of green light as he shot forward like lightning, charging straight at her. Faced with that speed, even Tsunade found herself in an awkward position. If she went all out, she might seriously injure him. But if she held back too much, she might actually get suppressed by this brat. And that would be utterly humiliating. Yami became a streak of emerald radiance, his assault relentless and unbroken, crashing toward Tsunade like an endless tide. Tsunade responded with pure experience, precise blocks, efficient counters, flawless timing. Blow for blow, strike for strike. To everyone watching, the two of them were actually fighting on even ground. Naoki, watching from the sidelines, was already dumbstruck. He'd never imagined that this friend of his, usually so low-key and unassuming, was hiding strength this deep. At this moment, Naoki wished he could go back to before leaving the house and slap himself twice. Not only had he just taken a brutal beating from Tsunade, he now had to endure a psychological critical hit from his own friend. A textbook case of, you don't want your brother to suffer, but you're even more afraid he'll start driving a luxury SUV. Yami only grew stronger as the fight went on. The power granted by the 8 gates surged through him in torrents, every punch ripping the air apart with a sharp crack. Tsunade, too, shifted from cautious restraint into genuine excitement. It had been a very long time since she'd encountered a young ninja who could confront her head-on in pure taijutsu. Their figures crossed again. Yami darted low, launching a swift sweeping kick aimed at breaking Tsunade's balance, but she sprang lightly into the air to evade it. Fourth gate, gate of injury, open. Yami decided to hold nothing back, opening the highest gate he could currently sustain. His speed surged explosively once more. Seizing the instant Tsunade was airborne with no footing, Yami lunged in. His right fist snapped forward in a ferocious straight punch, aimed directly at her wide-open chest. Unable to borrow strength mid-air, Tsunade abandoned defense altogether. Once again, she chose offense over protection, throwing her own punch and meeting him head-on. But she underestimated the further spike in Yumi's speed. Their fists passed each other in midair, no collision. Instead, each carried its full momentum and slammed mercilessly into the other's chest. Yumi suffered from the disadvantage of an underdeveloped frame. His shorter reach meant his punch didn't fully settle before he was blasted backward by Tsunade's counter. Yet in that lightning brief instant of contact, a sensation traveled up from his knuckles, soft and shockingly elastic. As Yami was sent flying, the green chakra surrounding his body vanished as if doused with cold water. His eyes went wide, his mind racing at breakneck speed. This is bad, one wrong move and I might actually have to restart. Tsunade landed lightly. She glanced down almost imperceptibly at her chest, withdrew the fist she'd kept extended, and only then looked back at him. Her face showed no emotion, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just occurred. Naoki, who hadn't quite grasped what had happened, chose this exact moment to speak up, utterly out of place. "Sis, don't you think you might have hit him a bit too hard?" Yami silently praised him. "Good brother." He immediately put on a convincingly exhausted act, collapsing flat onto the ground as if completely spent. Though Tsunade had every intention of properly teaching this audacious brat a lesson, seeing him in no condition to continue, she could only let it go. She grabbed Naoki by the collar and turned toward the Senju clan grounds, dragging him along. Only the faint redness at the tips of her ears betrayed that something about this exchange had been far from ordinary. Naoki was dragged away by Tsunade, lifted by the back of his collar, not even given the chance to say goodbye. In the blink of an eye, only Yami remained on the training field. He didn't dare linger to relive what had just happened, afraid Tsunade might suddenly double back. Without even bothering to dust himself off, he forced himself to get up and leave, but the aftereffects of opening the fourth gate for the first time were severe. His muscles throbbed as if pierced by countless needles, pain spreading through every fiber. All he could do was slow his pace, hobbling step by step toward home. No matter how one looked at it, today's training had gone well beyond expectations. Having Tsunade Heim herself as a sparring partner had given him a far clearer understanding of his own strength. Chakra went without saying. Even before reaching full physical maturity, he estimated his reserves were already at roughly 7 to 8 standard units. As for taijutsu, with the boost from the 8 gates, he could probably scrape the threshold of a special jonin. Genjutsu, well, let's say he wouldn't be helpless. Against someone on a similar level, it was at least usable. Of course, if he were to lay all his cards on the table and go all out, that would be another matter entirely. The moment he returned home, Yami collapsed onto his bed, utterly drained. Since coming to this world, he had been constantly running just to survive. Coupled with habits carried over from his previous life, he'd never seriously considered romantic matters, especially before 18. But what happened today felt like someone had pierced a thin layer of paper. For the first time, unfamiliar ripples stirred in his heart. As his chaotic thoughts slowly settled, his breathing grew steady. Before he realized it, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Hokage's office. The Hokage's office was unusually lively today, filled with faces Hiruzen Sarutobi knew all too well. "Danzo, why are you back?" Hiruzen stared at the man before him, feeling none of the relief he'd felt upon seeing Tsunade earlier, only a surge of irritation. Danzo's sudden return to the village bordered dangerously on disobeying frontline orders. "The front lines are already under my and Orochimaru's control," Danzo replied calmly. "I returned because I heard Tsunade has come back to the village. I require her to treat my eye." Hiruzen Sarutobi only then noticed that Danzo Shimura's right eye was wrapped in bandages. He had assumed it was nothing more than a superficial injury, never expecting it to involve the eye itself. "What happened to you?" Now that there was a reason behind it, Hiruzen couldn't very well lose his temper. His tone softened as he asked about his old comrade's condition. "The fighting on the front lines was intense. I was caught in the aftermath during an engagement, that's all," Danzo replied lightly. The words sounded casual, yet beneath them lay a quiet attempt to underscore his own contributions. "I'll arrange for Tsunade to treat you immediately." "No need. Official matters come first," Danzo said righteously. "I'll return to Root and deal with the backlog of affairs." Waiting a few days won't matter. He cut a noble figure, as though prepared to bleed dry for Konoha. In truth, this return to the village had far more to do with the emergency report from Root. The base had been infiltrated, and a large number of items stolen. Danzo was furious. He had to personally assess the losses, especially because many of the secrets in Root's office were known only to him. Even his most trusted subordinates would be unable to inventory what was missing. On the way back, he had already made his calculations. This eye injury provided the perfect excuse to replace it with the 3-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami he had long kept. In reserve, his strength would increase, and the bandages would conveniently conceal the truth, a perfect solution. After parting with Hiruzen, Danzo returned to his beloved Root headquarters. The moment he stepped into his office, his expression changed drastically. Even though his subordinates had already reported the theft, Danzo had been confident in his arrangements. He believed that even if Hiruzen himself were to investigate, he might not uncover the hidden measures Danzo had laid down. But now, the bookshelves were stripped bare. Worse still, the secret chamber in the corner, one he himself rarely opened, was fully exposed. And the special metal door that had once been seamlessly fused with the wall was simply gone. No exaggeration. If the contents of that room were exposed, even as the Hokage's right-hand man, Danzo would be finished. In an instant, cold sweat soaked his back. The anger that had filled him moments before was completely replaced by shock. He hurried to inspect the hidden compartments behind the shelves. The sealing formulas, his final line of defense, were still intact. Yet everything stored within them had vanished without exception. The last shred of hope collapsed. A vast conspiracy seemed poised to swallow him whole. He even began to wonder, had Hiruzen finally secured his position as Hokage and decided it was time to turn on him, his longtime advisor. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Not long after Danzo was dispatched to the front lines, Root had been surgically looted. And yet, Hiruzen had not taken advantage of this to strike. Was he deliberately holding back? Giving him one last chance? Possibility after possibility churned through Danzo's mind, leaving him increasingly unsettled. So lost in thought was he that he failed to notice someone approaching. Danzo-sama. It was Shimura Shinsei, still grievously injured, coming to accept punishment. After all, this incident was closely tied to his failure. In truth, Shinsei had been incredibly lucky. His chest had been pierced clean through by a bone spike, blood pouring out, by all logic, a fatal wound. Yet Yami's lightning technique had scorched the wound shut while passing through, cauterizing it and stopping the bleeding. Against all odds, he had survived. You useless trash. Already seething, Danzo exploded with rage at the sight of him. Learning that the intruder had broken through by first taking down Shinsei only fueled his fury further. He nearly wanted to strangle this clansman with his own hands. Shinsei, seeing Danzo's wrath, was about to withdraw in silence when Danzo suddenly called out to stop him. Before he could react, Danzo ripped the clothes from his body. Danzo-sama. Silence. Shinsei's thoughts were in chaos, yet a strange resignation crept in. If it's Danzo-sama, Danzo knew his actions were abrupt, but his mind was in too much turmoil to explain himself. He slashed through the bandages around Shinsei's wound, exposing the partially scabbed injury to the air. His eyes narrowed as he studied it intently. This wound, it looks like, the words nearly slipped out, but he swallowed them back down. This was not something that could be spoken aloud. Even within a base entirely under his control, after being infiltrated so silently, Danzo no longer felt safe. Bone spikes. The assassination attempt on Naoki also used bone spikes. Is this a spy hiding within the village, or a bloodline ninja secretly cultivated by Hiruzen as a black glove? Others might miss the signs, but not Danzo Shimura. As an elite shinobi without a bloodline of his own, he had long since etched the traits of every major bloodline into his memory. Seeing that Danzo made no further move, Shinsei dared not act, standing rigidly as Danzo scrutinized his bare torso. At last, perhaps. Sensing the oppressive tension, Danzo waved his hand. Leave. Focus on recovering from your injuries. A promotion mission issued by the Hokage Tower. Because of wartime conditions, the Chunin exams have been suspended and replaced with field evaluations. My promotion assessment is to form a team with Nawaki and head to the Rain Country, to the battlefield where Orochimaru is stationed. After sleeping straight through to the following morning, Namikaze Yami received a mission that genuinely surprised him. On second thought, however, it made sense. The Second Shinobi World War was already nearing its end. Konoha held overwhelming superiority on the main fronts, and the risks of deploying to the battlefield had dropped significantly. The war might be over very soon. Sending Nawaki to the front lines was likely a long-standing plan, a form of tempering. After all, towering trees aren't grown in greenhouses. As for himself, it was probably because he had revealed part of his strength in front of Tsunade the day before and was conveniently stuffed into the team as an insurance policy. Of course, it was also possible that Hiruzen Sarutobi had finally remembered the existence of this idol, Genin, loafing around the village. Either way, orders were orders. Departure was set for tomorrow, which left him today to make preparations. Originally, Yami had been considering whether he could form a summoning contract. Now that he was heading to the front lines, he might actually have better opportunities. Whether it was Mount Myoboku's Toad Clan or Ruchi Cave's Snake Sages, both were tempting prospects, not to mention the mouth-watering allure of Sage Mode. Before heading out, he took a moment to sense his body. The aftereffects from opening the 8 gates had completely vanished after just one night. If anything, his physical strength had increased noticeably. In terms of raw physique alone, he might still fall short of the Senju Sage body, but when it came to vitality and recovery, the Uzumaki bloodline was leagues ahead. After all, recovery ability was built upon sheer life force. Just consider this, even Hashirama Senju, the so-called god of shinobi, had died early due to excessive combat. Meanwhile, his wife Uzumaki Mito, despite sealing the 9 tails inside her, a massive debuff, was still alive and well. Not because of mutual understanding, but because she had suppressed it outright with adamantine sealing chains. Once out on Konoha's streets, the familiar bustle greeted him. Yami kept moving, heading straight for the well-known Ninja Tool Fullmark shop. The moment he stepped inside, the shopkeeper warmly greeted him. Even seeing only a child, the man showed not the slightest hint of disdain. "Welcome, Ninja-sama. What can I help you with?" Yami glanced around the shop. He rarely came to places like this. Money had always been tight, and standard-issue ninja tools were usually sufficient. The only time he'd come deliberately was to replenish explosive tags after they'd been completely used up on the battlefield in the land of whirlpools. Now that he was heading to war again, and with his funds finally in decent shape, it made sense to stock up properly. "Boss, do you have any good ninja blades?" "We do," the shopkeeper replied enthusiastically, lifting a sword from the rack. "How about this one? It contains a good amount of chakra metal, very durable and reliable." Yami took it and tested the balance. It couldn't compare to the legendary long blade Nuibari, but it felt solid in hand. He decided immediately. "How much for this blade?" 55,000 ryo, the shopkeeper quoted casually. "How about 50,000? Deal," the man replied with a grin. Yami immediately felt like he might have overbid, otherwise the boss wouldn't have agreed so quickly, but the words were already out. He added a supply of kunai and explosive tags, bringing the total to 71,000 ryo. The shopkeeper generously rounded it down to 70,000 flat. Konoha's largest ninja tool shop lived up to its reputation. Money vanished in the blink of an eye, and yet the service left you wanting to come back again. Just as Yami stepped out of the shop, a loud, heated argument drifted into his ears. As he drew closer, Yami saw what the commotion was about. A man with an honest, rustic face, looking every bit like a simple farmer, was locked in a standoff with 2 members of the Uchiha police force, shouting his grievances at the top of his lungs. "You people from the police force are framing an innocent man. I didn't do anything at all. You were a prime suspect in this case. Come with us," one of the Uchiha officers said coldly, ignoring his protests as he reached out to seize him. The surrounding villagers didn't dare intervene, but their eyes were filled with hostility. It was clear they were deeply dissatisfied with the Uchiha's heavy-handed approach. Even as the man shouted all the way, "Abuse of authority." The Uchiha bully honest folk. The 2 officers remained expressionless. To the proud Uchiha, explaining themselves to outsiders was simply unnecessary. Just as the honest farmer was about to be dragged away, someone finally couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to block the officers. Akita isn't that kind of person. If you're taking him away, at least show some evidence. The leading Uchiha officer merely glanced at the speaker. In the next instant, his eyes turned crimson, two tomo spinning slowly within his Sharingan. He didn't use any technique, but the ominous gaze alone was enough to force the man to retreat instinctively. "My name is Uchiha Yashira," he said calmly, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. "If you have objections, come to the police headquarters and find me." The crowd subconsciously parted to make way. Yashira walked forward without sparing anyone another look, while the second Uchiha followed behind, impassively escorting the so-called Akita. Watching from the side, Yami felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Now he finally understood why the Uchiha police force had such a terrible reputation. Everyone present was a Konoha civilian. Whether it was Uchiha arrogance or the excuse of case confidentiality, this cold, coercive style, no matter how justified, was bound to breed resentment, especially since the second Hokage's era, when the village leadership had repeatedly suppressed the Uchiha, pushing them into increasing isolation. Their public image had deteriorated year by year, until, by the time the main storyline began, they would be practically at war with the village itself. The villagers might have been ignorant and easily swayed, but Yami noticed something off at a glance. Uchiha Yashira hadn't wronged the man. If he truly were a lifelong farmer, his hands should have been covered in thick calluses from years of handling farm tools. Instead, his hands were smooth, almost too clean, and unnaturally nimble, a ninja masquerading as a peasant. The implication was obvious. Most likely an outsider spy, or someone with an agenda far more dangerous. After witnessing the Uchiha's iron-fisted way of handling matters, then recalling Nawaki's, landlord's idiot son, demeanor as the Senju heir, Yami couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder the Uchiha never won people's hearts. With his new ninja blade purchased, Yami decided to head to the training grounds to test its feel. Although he had already redeemed swordsmanship skills from Kuriarare Kushimaru, he still believed nothing beat personal practice. Just as he reached the edge of the training field, two familiar figures entered his vision. "Oh shit," Yami cursed inwardly, instantly turning around to slip away while they hadn't noticed him yet. Too late. He felt his collar tighten abruptly. Tsunade had appeared behind him like a ghost. Her voice was calm, dangerously so. "Namikaze brat. You picked a perfect time to show up. Tsunade-sama." Seeing that escape was no longer an option, Namikaze Yami put on what he considered his friendliest smile and greeted her. Tsunade released Nawaki, who had once again been beaten black and blue, and beckoned Yami over with a curl of her finger. The expression on her face was hard to read. Tsunade-sama, Yami said solemnly, "Nawaki and I leave for the front lines tomorrow. It might not be very convenient to spar today." He was hoping this would dissuade her from beating him up. After all, they were departing tomorrow, and it was already late afternoon. Surely Tsunade wouldn't still be hanging around the training grounds at this hour, otherwise Yami wouldn't have dared come here to get a feel for his blade work. "No problem," Tsunade replied, utterly unconcerned. She patted her chest, her casual clothes doing little to hide her figure. "It won't affect your condition tomorrow. I'll go easy." Yami's gaze drifted for half a second. Before he realized it, he nodded. He hurriedly corrected himself. I'm here to practice swordsmanship today." Tsunade kicked Nawaki beside her. Completely understanding the cue, Nawaki rummaged through his ninja pouch, pulled out a kunai, and presented it respectfully. Yami stared at Nawaki in disbelief, his eyes screaming, "You thick-browed traitor, how could you defect so cleanly?" After a whole morning of getting pummeled, Nawaki could only offer a silent apology. As the saying went, better you than me. He turned his head and pretended not to see anything, but Yami still underestimated Tsunade's determination to beat him up. Before he could even react, she planted a kick squarely on his backside, sending him tumbling in a cloud of dust to the edge of the field. Realizing there was no avoiding it, Yami steeled himself and decided to strike first. He drew his newly purchased short blade in a smooth motion, chakra bursting from his feet as he lunged at Tsunade like a gust of wind. When experts clash, the difference is immediately apparent. Even with nothing but a kunai in hand, Tsunade's casual block sent a numbing shock through Yami's arm. His blade nearly flew from his grasp. Yami didn't dare underestimate her. He immediately invoked the blade techniques he'd learned from Kuriarere Kushimaru, and his entire aura shifted. Tsunade had initially been a little dismissive. After all, he was new to swordsmanship, and blades were unforgiving. She'd been worried about injuring him, but the longer they fought, the more startled she became. His swordplay was growing rapidly. Techniques that had been riddled with openings moments ago were sharpening before her eyes, refining themselves at a visible pace. It was like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Yami was also rapidly absorbing real combat experience through the spar. Swordsmanship was unlike ninjutsu, there were no hand seals to shortcut the process. Timing, spacing, and control mattered far more. He slashed again from a vicious angle. Forced back by the kunai's short reach, Tsunade had to retreat, losing the effortless composure she'd worn earlier. At this point, Tsunade grew fully serious. She wasn't particularly skilled with blades, only better than the average shinobi, but that was enough. Her stance shifted abruptly from defense to offense. The power riding the kunai changed completely as she hacked straight at Yami. Yami reversed his grip and blocked, just about to counter. Crack. After repeated clashes, the kunai in Tsunade's hand snapped in two. A knowing smile curved her lips. The arm that had held the kunai pulled back instantly, opening a gap. In the same heartbeat, her free hand drove straight into the opening at Yami's waist. He couldn't dodge in time. The punch slammed home, and he felt ribs give way with a sickening jolt. Flesh swelled instantly, a searing pain flared through him. Tsunade pressed the advantage with a follow-up hook. Yami gritted his teeth through the pain and slashed to force space. Tsunade didn't contest it, drawing her fist back, and in the same motion launched a lateral heavenly kick of pain. If that had landed cleanly, Yami would have been finished on the spot. He retreated in a hurry, one arm clamped over his waist, sucking in cold breaths as he waved his free hand to signal he was done. Tsunade, realizing that last punch had been a bit heavy, by her judgment, a fracture at best, halted. Only then did Yami notice that even the short blade he'd bought that morning had curled at the edge under Tsunade's monstrous force, reduced to a sorry sight. He gave a wry smile, unsure whether he'd recover in time for tomorrow. Just then, Naoki came trotting over, all too familiar with the routine, sidling up beside Yami and briskly rolling up his clothes. Tsunade walked over slowly, her palms glowing with a soft green chakra, nothing like the berserk surge of the 8 gates. This chakra was gentle, like spring water. Well damn, Yami muttered. So your fists come with antiseptic, beat people up, then disinfect. Now he understood why Tsunade had been so confident this wouldn't affect their readiness tomorrow. This was the plan all along. Judging by Naoki's practiced movements, he'd taken plenty of beatings that morning. Under medical ninjutsu, Naoki bounced back quickly, even the bruises on his face vanishing. Tsunade shooed him aside and looked to Yami, gesturing for him to lift his clothes. He copied Naoki and rolled up his shirt. Unlike Naoki's still boyish frame, Yami's body, honed by long training, had shot up in height, muscles clearly defined beneath the fabric. Tsunade's glowing hands pressed lightly. In moments, the swelling faded, the hairline fractures beneath the skin knit back together. Good body, she said evenly. Yami wasn't sure what she meant by that and could only smile awkwardly. When you're at the front tomorrow, Tsunade said suddenly, I'll be counting on you to look after Naoki, he's my only brother. The worry in her words was unmistakable. Combined with her slightly disheveled color from the fight, a glimpse of pale skin showed beneath, unintentionally distracting. Seeing this Tsunade, so different from before, a treacherous thought flickered through Yami's mind. Onichan, you wouldn't want your brother to get hurt on the battlefield, right? Heh. He kept it firmly inside his head. If he ever said that out loud, he'd be defecting by nightfall. Konoha would have no place for him. He simply nodded and answered seriously, Naoki's my friend too. Don't worry, Tsunade. She studied him for a long moment, then said nothing more. After confirming his injuries were fine, she nodded and turned back toward Naoki, who had already regained his energy and was stretching enthusiastically. Moments later, Naoki's screams echoed across the training field once again. Yami shook his head helplessly. That kid really was blessed. He wouldn't trade places with him for the world, but watching a life winner get pummeled did bring a certain guilty satisfaction. Soon, Naoki was flattened on the ground once more. And Tsunade's gaze, once again shifted to Yami. His hair stood on end. It seemed Tsunade had decided that, for the sake of escorting her brother safely to the front, she would be a demon instructor for the entire day. The morning mist had yet to fully disperse when several fully equipped squads assembled at Konoha's main gate. Namikaze Yami and Senju Naoki stood among the departing shinobi, each carrying their own supplies. Compared to the veterans around them, they looked conspicuously young. Tsunade had also come to the gate. Watching the two about to head for the battlefield, a trace of complicated emotion flickered through her eyes. All right, sis. I'm a man who's going to become Hokage, you know. You can relax, Naoki declared, puffing out his chest with absolute confidence. Yami glanced at him, and for some reason, a giant flashing danger sign seemed to materialize right above Naoki's head. Tsunade clapped her brother on the shoulder with exaggerated boldness. Go on. Don't disgrace Konoha. Just as Naoki opened his mouth to add something else, Yami grabbed him by the arm and dragged him back a step. Enough already, shut up and rein it in. One flag might be survivable, but at this rate, if he kept stacking them, the Shinigami might personally come knocking. Tsunade then turned her gaze to Yami and tossed over a simple, ancient-looking ninja blade she had been holding. This was a blade my grand-uncle once used, she said. Consider it compensation for the sword I broke yesterday. Don't dishonor it. Yami caught the blade. The instant his fingers touched the scabbard, he felt a restrained sharpness humming beneath the surface. Even after years without being drawn, the weapon still radiated a chill that seeped into the skin. It's too valuable, Yami said after a moment's hesitation. This was the second Hokage's blade, after all. Tsunade waved it off without even turning back, clearly leaving no room for refusal. Her figure soon faded into the thinning morning fog. At that moment, the Jonin leading each squad arrived from the direction of the Hokage Tower. One man stopped in front of them, wearing a standard Jonin uniform, his eyes a solid, pupil-less white. I'm your squad leader, Hyuga Toru, he said evenly. His Byakugan revealed nothing of his thoughts. After the briefest of introductions, the squad set off, marching toward the Rain Country front. Before leaving, Yami looked back once more. On the Hokage Rock, the faces of the first, second, and third Hokage gazed down upon the village in the morning light, solemn, unyielding. And yet, Yami couldn't help thinking, beneath this seemingly peaceful dawn, how many undercurrents were already surging. Was Shimura Danzo losing sleep over the complete ransacking of Route? Were tensions between the Uchiha police force and the villagers spiraling ever closer to open hostility? And ahead of them lay the Rain Country, the true meat grinder of the shinobi world. Several days after leaving the village, the scenery began to change. The lush forests gradually gave way to jagged terrain, and the air grew heavy with moisture, the unmistakable sign that they were drawing closer to the battlefield. Naoki's initial excitement was gradually worn away by the exhaustion of long-distance marching. Keep your spirits up, and conserve your strength, Yami reminded him, speaking from experience. This is only the beginning. Since leaving the village, Yami's vigilance had remained razor-sharp. Though he hadn't fully activated his Kagura mind's eye, he maintained a constant baseline awareness of their surroundings. With a Hyuga Jonin leading the squad, they were effectively advancing at the front of the formation the entire time, responsible for scouting terrain and enemy movement. When the group halted to camp by a stream after nightfall, the proximity to the war zone meant they could only subsist on soldier pills and creek water. Lighting a fire was out of the question. Just past midnight, a weary Naoki shook Yami awake so they could rotate sentry duty. On watch, Yami immediately sensed the change in the air. Thick clouds blanketed the sky, and the damp, earthy smell unique to an approaching storm lingered everywhere. Heavy rain was imminent. Before the first drops could fall, Yami's expression hardened. Within his perception, beyond the movements of forest animals, numerous chakra signatures were approaching, quietly, deliberately. Something's wrong, he said gravely, waking Nawaki and the squad leader, Hyuga Teru. Teru didn't bother asking for details. Veins bulged around his eyes as his Byakugan activated, sweeping across the forest beyond the stream. Under the Byakugan's penetrating vision, the hidden figures were instantly exposed. Yami's warning proved accurate. Teru cast Yami a surprised glance, clearly not expecting such keen perception from a genin. With other squads camped nearby, Teru ordered Yami and Nawaki to conceal themselves while dispatching several shadow clones to relay the alarm. By the time preparations were complete, several enemy squads had already crept close. Hey, a rookie Konoha squad. The lead Iwagakure ninja sneered at the seemingly undefended camp. With a hand signal, he sent several subordinates forward, using earth release to tunnel silently toward the tents. But the moment they surfaced beside the camp, they froze. The tents were empty and the air itself reeked of danger. Something's wrong. Before the warning could finish, a wave of searing flames erupted, instantly engulfing the foremost Iwa nin. They tried to scream, but fire poured down their throats, leaving only the stench of charred flesh behind. After the ambush, Yami retreated at once, avoiding direct confrontation. The brutal deaths of their comrades enraged the remaining Iwa nin. More than a dozen figures burst forth from all directions. Earth release, earth spear barrage. Jagged stone pillars erupted from the ground, forcing everyone to scatter. Hyuga Teru moved like lightning, gentle fist strikes shattering the stone lances with precise chakra control. Nawaki, watch out, Yami shouted, hurling a kunai to drive back an Iwa ninja attempting a sneak attack. Water release, water formation wall. Nawaki formed seals in an instant. A rising curtain of water blocked the shuriken storm coming from the right flank. Yami drew the blade at his waist, pale blue chakra flowing along its edge. He met an Iwa swordsman head-on, sparks flying as steel clashed. Thanks to the swordsmanship he'd gained from Kuriarere Kushimaru, and days of relentless practice, his movements were sharp and efficient. Within a few exchanges, his opponent fell. Hyuga Teru surveyed the battlefield with his Byakugan, issuing calm commands. Two enemies at 3 o'clock, they're forming hand seals. Water release. Water turbulent wave. Yami leapt back as Nawaki's jutsu surged forward, disrupting the enemy's technique mid-cast. The fight grew increasingly tense. Iwagakure pressed their numerical advantage, while Konoha reinforcements rushed in, gradually closing the encirclement. Then, earth release, earth core movement. The ground convulsed violently, as if a massive earthquake had erupted beneath their feet. Before their horrified eyes, the terrain rose and collapsed in chaos, reshaping itself in moments, cleanly severing the Konoha reinforcements from the battlefield. A short figure suddenly hovered in the air above them. The struggling Iwa nin straightened, their expressions transforming into near fanatical reverence. There was no need for introductions. Only one person in the shinobi world could fly so freely, and wield such overwhelming power. Onoki, the third Tsuchikage. The sole master of dust release, a wielder of Kekkei Tota. After reshaping the battlefield, he simply hovered there, hands clasped behind his back. The crushing pressure of a cage descended upon the field, thick enough to suffocate. Hey, he, a hoarse voice broke the silence. For a Tsuchikage to step in personally, don't you think that's a little beneath your station? Along with the words came a cold, slick chakra presence, spreading quietly through the air. From beneath the shadow of the trees, space itself seemed to ripple. A tall, slender figure slowly emerged. He wore the standard Konoha Jonin uniform, a familiar green flak jacket draped over it. Long, jet-black hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall, his complexion pale as if he had not seen sunlight for a long time. Those snake-like vertical pupils gleamed with a cold, amused light, dangerous, curious, and unmistakably predatory. He stood there casually, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips, as though what lay before him was not a brutal battlefield, but an interesting experimental ground. The figure was none other than one of Konoha's legendary three ninja, Orochimaru, the Snake Sannin. Withdraw. Floating in midair, Onoki spoke calmly, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. This time, Konoha wins. Orochimaru watched as the Iwagakure shinobi retreated in orderly fashion, making no move to stop them. After all, in the shinobi world, the ability to fly was practically synonymous with invincibility, and that was without even mentioning Onoki's dust release, whose destructive power was downright excessive. There existed an unspoken rule on the battlefield: unless it was a direct, large-scale confrontation, shinobi who had reached cage level were not supposed to casually slaughter those of lower rank. Without such a tacit agreement, cage-level fighters could simply avoid pushing too deep into enemy lines and still mow down waves of chunin and genin at will, turning any battlefield into a one-sided massacre. By that standard, Onoki's repeated interventions were already crossing the line. But rules in the shinobi world had always been written by the strong. As the most powerful presence on this battlefield, no one dared challenge him. In truth, if not for Onoki repeatedly casting aside his pride to personally save the situation, Iwagakure would have long since been beaten back to its borders. "Hey, back to camp," Orochimaru issued the order calmly to the supporting shinobi. As the supreme commander of this front, he had been closely monitoring Onoki's movements all along, only then could he appear at precisely the right moment. After leading the troops back to camp, Orochimaru immediately summoned Naoki's squad. "Sensei." The moment he entered the central command tent, Naoki eagerly stepped forward and bowed deeply. Yami noticed a rare hint of a smile on Orochimaru's face, a clear sign of approval toward Naoki. Setting aside Tsunade's influence, Naoki's open, unpretentious, and sunny personality was perhaps his greatest asset. One could even say that Orochimaru's later obsession with immortality might have been tied, in part, to Naoki's early death. Somewhere along the path of pursuing eternal life, he had slowly lost sight of his original intentions, and now, this squad had finally gained its third member. In the end, he would undergo that final metamorphosis, becoming the cold-blooded scientist who would one day say, "Greater than, there is no meaning in mourning the dead. If death has any value at all, it exists only when it can be used." Yet the Orochimaru standing here now, though his aura was already chilling, still retained the unique charisma that had earned him the title, Cold Lord. "Did you complete all the assignments I gave you?" Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried the faint edge of an examination. "Those ninjutsu, I mastered them ages ago," Naoki replied confidently. "Oh, but I heard you lost a sparring match to the Namikaze boy beside you." That light, casual remark shattered Naoki's freshly built confidence in an instant. Every word he had prepared jammed in his throat. "Namikaze Yami," Orochimaru continued, his gaze shifting. "You're impressive. A civilian-born shinobi who graduated first in your class, and your subsequent record is even more interesting. It seems you're hiding quite a few secrets." Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Yami answered calmly, "I simply went through too much in Uzushiogakure." It forced a breakthrough. He knew there was no fooling one of the three ninja, so he offered a reasonable explanation instead. After all, who said civilians couldn't produce geniuses? Orochimaru himself, as well as Jiraiya, were living proof. Without exceptional talent, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi wished to elevate civilian shinobi, they could never have become his disciples. Sure enough, Orochimaru gave a barely perceptible nod, seemingly satisfied with Yami's explanation. "Settle in at the camp for now. The battlefield changes by the moment, missions can come at any time." He paused, then added, "Your other teammate is waiting outside the tent. Don't keep him too long." "Yes," the two answered in unison. Stepping out of the command tent, they saw a figure standing quietly in the night, wearing sunglasses despite the darkness. "Ah, Shibi, it's you." Naoki greeted him exaggeratedly, sounding genuinely surprised. The newcomer was Aburame Shibi, their former classmate and runner-up at the academy. With his arrival, the top three graduates of their year had finally reunited on the front lines. Yami immediately understood. No matter how boldly Tsunade spoke, she could never truly put her worries about Naoki to rest. If anything, Shibi was the one with truly limitless potential. History would later prove that beyond doubt. Leaving aside his son, one of the famed Konoha 12, the events Shibi himself participated in were already legendary, fighting alongside Minato against Mukade in the land of Rorin, confronting Konan head-on during Pain's invasion, and guarding Naruto's training on Turtle Island during the Fourth Shinobi War. From start to finish, he was the ultimate all-rounder, capable of support and carrying alike, a quintessential, background ace. Long time no see, Shibi said calmly, his tone as flat and restrained as ever. It really has been a while. Looks like we'll be relying on you again, Yami replied with a smile. He considered their relationship more than decent. At Yami's response, Shibi stiffened slightly. Memories of the graduation combat exam resurfaced unbidden. Back then, the three of them had clearly outclassed their peers. In terms of raw strength, Yami shouldn't have beaten him. And yet, one single sentence, "So, where do your Kikaichu poop?" had caught him completely off guard. In that instant of distraction, Yami seized the opening and won. Shibi forcibly pushed the memory aside and said coolly, "I'll take you to the tents." The two followed him, soon arriving at their quarters, where their squad's Jonin leader, Hyuga Teru, was already resting. Several days later, Team 17, assemble. Hyuga Teru's command was crisp. Their adjustment period was clearly over, a mission had arrived. Reliable intelligence reports an Iwagakure logistics outpost in a valley to the northeast. Your task is to confirm the information, and destroy it if verified. Yami and the others nodded. With a Hyuga's Byakugan, an Abarame's Kikaichu, and Yami's sharp perception concealed Kagura Mind's Eye, their squad's reconnaissance capabilities were absurdly strong. Calling this the ultimate scouting team wouldn't be an exaggeration. In fact, this lineup felt more like using anti-air artillery to swat mosquitoes, complete overkill. And yet, somewhere deep inside, a faint unease quietly crept into Yami's heart. The target area is just ahead. Stay alert. Hyuga Teru's low voice sounded as Team 17 arrived at the designated zone of suspicion. Teru immediately activated his Byakugan, his sharp gaze piercing layers of terrain as he conducted a long-range scan of the valley. At the same time, Abarame Shibi silently released a swarm of Kikaichu. The insects dispersed without a sound, spreading in all directions to gather information. Yami and Nawaki took up positions to the left and right, maintaining vigilance as they protected the two scouts. Moments later, the intelligence was consolidated. Based on feedback from Hyuga Teru and Shibi, the location truly appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary logistics outpost, perfectly matching the intelligence. There weren't even any competent guard nin to speak of. Hyuga Teru promptly laid out the plan. He and Yami would serve as the main assault force, while Nawaki and Abarame Shibi provided support from the flanks. The others nodded in agreement without objection. Only Yami felt that faint, lingering unease in his heart. Even after repeatedly probing the area with his Kagura Mind's Eye, he found nothing out of the ordinary. As the operation began, he deliberately slowed by half a step and, without a sound, concealed another kunai densely etched with runes at their starting point. The squad slipped into the valley like phantoms. With the precise intelligence they'd gathered, eliminating the outer sentries took almost no effort at all. Once the watchposts were dealt with, the camp failed to mount any meaningful resistance. The entire outpost fell quietly, without so much as a ripple. The process went so smoothly that it felt almost unreal. Confirmation complete, Abarame Shibi reported, pausing briefly before adding, "The personnel here don't seem like regular ninja from any of the 5 great nations." Before Yami could respond, Nawaki spoke up first. "Whatever they were planning, we'll just blow the place up." No one disagreed. This was standard shinobi procedure. No matter what schemes the enemy might have had, blowing the site to pieces was the safest answer. Explosive tags were quickly set in place. The team withdrew to a safe distance. A kunai with an explosive tag tied to its tail was thrown. In an instant, a chain reaction erupted. Amid deafening thunder, the entire camp was engulfed in flames and reduced to rubble. Almost simultaneously with the explosion came a roar, wild, furious, and overwhelmingly primal. Ruar. The sound shook the air itself. A thunderous crack rang out, like the shattering of some colossal seal, and a titanic presence burst forth. A gargantuan beast materialized in an instant, its massive body blotting out the sky. The shadow it cast swallowed Yami's team whole. Even though they had already withdrawn dozens of meters after detonating the explosive tags, the monster still felt terrifyingly close. A tailed beast, it's the 5 tails. Hyuga Teru's face drained of color as he stared at the newly freed monster, now throwing its head back and roaring toward the heavens. No orders were needed. Pure survival instinct drove everyone to retreat at full speed. Only now did Yami truly understand the source of that lingering sense of danger. This was a trap, an exquisitely crafted death trap prepared specifically for Konoha's shinobi. A blatant, open scheme. As long as Konoha detected abnormalities in the valley, they would inevitably send someone to investigate, and the moment they stepped in, they had already fallen into the snare. Those guards they had cut down earlier, clearly lacking proper shinobi discipline, were nothing more than expendable pawns. Likely shinobi from minor villages or conscripted rogue ninja, prepared in advance as cannon fodder. No matter how events unfolded from here on out, the fact remained, it was Konoha ninja who had released the 5 tails. Iwagakure would suffer no losses, and could even seize the moral high ground, turning the tables and accusing Konoha instead. In a flash, Yami pieced everything together. His gaze swept rapidly across the surroundings, certain that Iwa's arrangements wouldn't stop here. Sure enough, at the outer edge of his Kagura mind's eye, a large group of shinobi was closing in fast. At their head, Onoki of the 2 scales. Withdraw, now. This is beyond what we can handle. It's a trap. Yami barked the warning to the team at top speed. Even as he spoke, the 5 tails, Kokuo, had already locked onto them with its violent gaze. With a furious roar, it charged straight at the group, its speed utterly disproportionate to its massive frame. Steam. Yami's expression darkened further. His memories of the 5 tails were vague at best. He only knew that when it appeared in later history, it had already been captured by Akatsuki, its Jinchuriki being a man known as Han, the Steam Ninja. Despite knowing how fast the beast was, no one dared to slow down. Confronting a tailed beast head-on would be suicidal. Even Hyuga Teru, an elite Jonin, would be like stabbing an elephant with a toothpick if he tried to use gentle fist against the 5 tails. If this continued, they would be caught in moments. There was no time to hesitate, and no room to hold back. 8 gates, 4th gate, Gate of Pain, open. Dark green chakra erupted like pressurized steam as Yami's speed exploded upward. In one motion, he seized Nawaki and Aburame Shibi, transforming into a streak of green light and instantly widening the distance between them and the 5 tails. As for Hyuga Teru, being a taijutsu specialist, his speed was formidable in its own right. But Yami only had 2 hands, there was nothing more he could do but pray Teru was tough enough to survive. Just as things seemed to be turning for the better, perhaps they could escape if this kept up. The 5 tails' gaze grew distinctly more dangerous. To a tailed beast, humans were little more than insignificant insects. And 3 insects were still more than 1, its speed increased yet again. Ignoring Hyuga Teru entirely, it focused solely on Yami and the 2 he carried. The sudden shift made Yami's face twist as he cursed inwardly, is it really going to single me out today? Fortunately, his speed was just barely able to keep pace with the 5 tails, though he knew that if he abandoned the others, he could go even faster. But leaving Nawaki behind would be no different from tossing him straight into the beast's jaws. As for Shibi, his Kikaichu clearly hadn't been cultivated enough yet. Under the crushing pressure of a tailed beast, they were completely inert. With his strength tied to the insects, Shibi was nearly helpless. The only hope left was that the main camp would notice the disturbance and that Orochimaru would arrive in time. Aside from him, no number of ordinary ninja would be anything more than sacrifices. During the pursuit, perhaps irritated by its inability to immediately crush these insects, the 5 tails grew visibly impatient. Scalding steam poured continuously from its mouth. Sensing the change behind him, Yami's heart thundered with alarm. The stench of death was pressing in. He didn't even need to look back. Through the Kagura mind's eye, he could clearly see the immense chakra inside the 5 tails rapidly condensing. Its running slowed, then stopped entirely. This wasn't retreat. It was charging a finishing move. A pitch-black sphere of chakra formed in the 5 tails' mouth. In the very next instant, carrying power that seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth, it was fired straight toward Yami and the others. Damn it, are you serious? Using an anti-air cannon to swat mosquitoes. At the moment of mortal danger, Yami suddenly seized the 2 beside him. Just as the annihilating tailed beast bomb was about to swallow all 3 of them whole, their figures blurred, and vanished from the spot. In the next instant, the trio reappeared far away. It was precisely where Yami had hidden a flying thunder god marked kunai in advance. Having just walked through the gates of death, the shock had yet to fade from their faces. The two stared at Yumi again, this time with expressions that looked as though they had seen a ghost. Perhaps Aburame Shibi did not fully understand the significance of that instantaneous movement, but Nawaki certainly did. This was the forbidden technique developed by his granduncle. After that man's death, the art had become legend, an unreachable peak. Countless shinobi had tried to master the Flying Thunder God technique, yet none had ever truly grasped its essence. "Please keep this a secret for me," Yami said quietly. "This is something I can't let others know." Those words were directed mainly at Nawaki. Among the three present, aside from Yami himself, only Nawaki truly understood the weight of what he had just witnessed. Both of them snapped out of their shock and nodded in agreement. Yami had briefly considered using the tongue curse eradication seal he had obtained from Root on the two of them. But the technique was far from foolproof, and worse, it would completely destroy the trust between them. After running it through his mind, he decisively abandoned the idea. For the moment, they had escaped immediate danger. Yami dispelled the 8 gates. A wave of exhaustion surged up, but he forcibly suppressed it. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, he saw the 5 tails, Kokuo's tailed beast bomb tear through the place where they had stood just moments earlier. Everything in its path was erased with unstoppable force, leaving behind a vast, horrifying void, like land cleaved open by a god's colossal axe. Just recalling it made all 3 of them break out in cold sweat, their backs soaked through. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, they would already have been reduced to dust, forced to restart their lives right there on the spot. The world-shaking devastation finally alarmed the central encampment where Orochimaru was stationed. Countless Konoha shinobi poured out of their tents, while Orochimaru himself had already stepped to the front of the formation, his gaze fixed on the roaring behemoth in the distance. His pupils were filled with gravity. Although Orochimaru did not yet know exactly what had happened, he could not allow the 5 tails to continue rampaging unchecked and break through the defensive line. Summoning Jutsu. With a thunderous burst of smoke, an enormous purple serpent appeared, its colossal body coiling at Orochimaru's feet. The moment it manifested, a deep, rumbling voice echoed, "Orochimaru, did you prepare the sacrifice before summoning me?" Orochimaru did not answer. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield ahead. Following his line of sight, Manda's scales bristled, and it roared angrily, a tailed beast. "Orochimaru, you dare, more money. Double the sacrifice," Orochimaru cut in coldly. Manda's complaints died instantly. Its massive tongue flicked once before it snorted. "HMPH, I'll do my best. But don't expect me to risk my life for this." Before the words had even finished echoing, man and serpent shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Even with Manda's immense size, it still looked somewhat outmatched before the 5 tails. The 2 titans collided head-on, the earth shook violently. Shockwaves mixed with flying rubble and roaring air currents swept outward, knocking many Konoha shinobi off their feet. Relying on momentum and the advantage of initiative, Manda slammed into the 5 tails, driving it backward dozens of meters. "Elite squads, prepare combined ninjutsu." Orochimaru's hoarse yet piercing command rang across the battlefield. In the next instant, as if drilled 1,000 times, several elite Konoha squads completed their hand seals almost simultaneously. Their movements were perfectly synchronized as chakra fluctuations rapidly converged. "Earth release, swamp of the underworld." Dozens of shinobi shouted in unison. Beneath the 5 tails' feet, the ground softened and collapsed, transforming into a vast, viscous swamp. Kokuo's massive body sank heavily, gradually being pulled down into the mire. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great flame bullet. Wind fanned flames, combined ninjutsu. Fierce wind swept into the raging inferno. Fire borrowed the wind's force, wind amplified the fire's might, instantly swelling into a towering inferno tornado that reached from earth to sky, roaring toward the 5 tails trapped in the swamp. Yet at the very moment the combined technique was about to strike, a sudden change occurred. Facing the coordinated assault, the 5 tails threw back its head and let out a long roar. Chakra boiled violently throughout its body as enormous amounts of superheated steam compressed inward, forming a shield-like barrier that wrapped around it completely. Watching from afar, Yami recognized it instantly. Boil release. The blazing firestorm slammed into the Five Tails steam barrier with a shrill hiss. Vast quantities of vapor were instantly evaporated, white mist billowing everywhere. The once overwhelming flames weakened rapidly, until they finally dissipated entirely. Roar! The Five Tails bellowed again. The swamp that had bound it was already carbonized by the extreme heat. Enduring the residual force of the combined ninjutsu head-on, it leapt free from the scorched mire. The massive horn on its head began to glow white, brighter and brighter, clearly charging for a counterattack. Scatter! Orochimaru gave the order instantly. In the very next second, the Five Tails seemed to cross space itself. With its blazing horn as the vanguard, it surged forward at terrifying speed. Boil release. Horn cleave, Yami muttered as he watched a single swing carve a vast empty swath across the battlefield. Beside him, Nawaki stood frozen in shock. Even his retreating steps halted as he stared, muttering, "Against something like this, a walking natural disaster, how are we supposed to fight?" "It's simple," Yami replied dryly. "Like your grandfather, clap your hands once and grab it like a toy." Then he added with a deadpan tone, "And generously gift it to someone else afterward." On the front lines, Orochimaru's expression was grim. Such a strike, launched with the combined power of elite shinobi, had barely scratched the enemy. The Five Tails counterattack had killed numerous shinobi before they could even react. "Orochimaru, we should withdraw," Manda's deep voice rumbled beside him, already inclined to retreat. Orochimaru remained silent, frantically weighing options. Worse still, Iwagakure forces were now visible in the distance, clearly moving in to exploit the chaos and counterattack the Konoha front. Fortunately, after unleashing such a massive boil-release technique, the Five Tails showed signs of fatigue. This brief lull allowed the remaining Konoha forces to widen the distance. Spotting Onoki approaching through the air, Orochimaru suppressed his anger and shouted, "Tsuchikage! You dare unleash the Five Tails on a battlefield, how do you plan to clean this up?" Onoki had clearly prepared his response. Putting on a faintly indignant expression, he replied, "The Five Tails wasn't released by Iwagakure." Before anything more could be said, the Five Tails shook off its fatigue, its savage gaze once again locking onto the retreating Konoha shinobi. With the Five Tails bearing down on them and Onoki watching like a vulture, Orochimaru's expression darkened. He was just about to order a full retreat, when suddenly, thunderous cheers erupted from the Konoha ranks. With a deafening crash, a mountain-sized summoned beast descended from the sky, catching the Five Tails completely off guard and pinning it firmly to the ground. "Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, this great hero, Jiraiya, has arrived." A bold, booming laugh rang out from atop the gigantic toad's head, his voice brimming with pride at his perfectly timed entrance. The newcomer was none other than one of the three Sannin, the gallant Jiraiya. He wore the same standard Jonin uniform and flak jacket as Orochimaru, his wild mane of white hair standing upright strand by strand, impossible to miss. Beneath him stood an even more eye-catching sight, a colossal toad clad in a kimono, a pipe clenched in its mouth. The instant it appeared, it wrapped its thick, powerful arms around the Five Tails, locking the massive beast in place. Momentarily restrained, the Five Tails quickly regained its senses and began thrashing violently, struggling to break free. "Damned snake! Don't just stand there, get moving!" The gruff, rumbling shout came from the toad beneath Jiraiya, Gamabunta. Seeing this, Orochimaru's lips curled into a rare smile before his expression hardened. "Manda, we're going in." Manda moved with agility utterly at odds with its enormous body, slithering swiftly toward the Five Tails. Its seemingly boneless form coiled upward, wrapping around the beast layer by layer, binding it tightly. The coordination between the two was flawless. If this continued, they might truly bring the situation under control. But Onoki would never allow that to happen. Having already suffered setbacks on the battlefield, he had resorted to a risky move. If the Five Tails were subdued here, it would mean losing everything, an absolute disaster. Abandoning all restraint, Onoki advanced decisively. Orochimaru noticed his movement at once. With no choice, he ordered Manda to continue assisting Jiraiya in suppressing the Five Tails, while he himself broke away to intercept Onoki. "Orochimaru, you don't seriously think this fragile balance can last, do you?" As he spoke, Onoki began forming the hand seals for dust release midair, clearly aiming at the battlefield where the five tails was restrained. Seeing this, Orochimaru's hands blurred with speed as he formed seals of his own. Wind release, vacuum bullet. A massive amount of wind chakra instantly gathered in his mouth. In the next instant, he unleashed it like a machine gun, firing a relentless barrage toward Onoki in the air, forcefully interrupting his attempt to activate dust release, but this was only a stopgap. No matter what, it couldn't last. At best, it bought time for Konoha's remaining forces to withdraw intact. At the same moment, Namikaze Yami's squad found itself in a desperate bind. Using Flying Thunder God, they had barely managed to escape back to the outskirts of the valley, temporarily out of danger. Yet now they were trapped between two nightmares, the advancing Iwagakure forces on one side, and the battlefield where the five tails raged on the other. Charging either head-on would be suicide, an egg striking a stone. Worse still, the Flying Thunder God marker he had placed earlier within the camp was gone. Judging by the aftermath, it had likely been destroyed by the collateral damage from the titanic clash. For the first time, Yami cursed himself for not secretly placing more markers in advance. There was only one path left. According to the readings from his Kagura mind's eye, the Iwa forces had formed a three-sided encirclement. The sole gap, their only lifeline, lay in the narrow seam between the Iwa perimeter and the Five Tails battlefield. Yami turned to the visibly tense Nawaki and Shibi. "Do you trust me?" They nodded without hesitation. Without Yami, both of them would already have been annihilated by the earlier tailed beast bomb. "Good," Yami said firmly. "The front, the rear, none of those are options. We break through from the side, where their line is thinnest. Stay close to me, no matter what." With that, he surged forward, his pace never slowing, if anything, accelerating. Guided by Kagura mind's eye at full output, the three narrowly avoided danger again and again. When evasion wasn't possible, Yami forced a breakthrough with sheer decisiveness. For a moment, it seemed everything was finally going their way. Perhaps escape was within reach. Roar. The five tails suddenly erupted anew, as if fully awakened. Its struggle grew violent, steam billowed once more from its body, and the massive horn upon its head began to glow. The searing heat nearly roasted Manda alive. With a furious hiss of pain, the great serpent was forced to release its coils. Seeing the shift, Jiraiya shouted to the toad beneath him, "Bunta, oil, now." The two moved as one. Gamabunta spewed torrents of toad oil, while Jiraiya slammed his palms together, chakra igniting. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. The combined technique struck the five tails squarely, engulfing it in roaring flames. The beast howled in rage, its steam unable to fully charge under the assault. Then it lunged straight at its attackers. Manda lashed out with his tail, slamming the five tails' head aside and diverting its charge, but the counterattack severed Manda's tail cleanly. Even for Manda, that was the limit. "Don't forget my payment," he growled. With a final curse, the serpent vanished in a burst of smoke. Thanks to that sacrificial strike, Jiraiya and Gamabunta narrowly avoided being cleaved apart. Even so, Bunta was now covered in wounds. "Bunta, that's enough. Go back," Jiraiya said quietly, dispelling the summoning rather than forcing his old comrade to continue. The situation shifted once more, but at least most of Konoha's forces had successfully retreated to safety. Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged a glance. In Jiraiya's eyes, Orochimaru still saw that familiar look, clear, earnest, and profoundly foolish. "We're pulling out," Orochimaru said. "Let the Tsuchikage clean up this mess himself." Even someone as powerful as the Tsuchikage would struggle to deal alone with a wounded, berserk five tails. The moment Orochimaru and Jiraiya disengaged, the five tails' attention snapped to the figure hovering in the sky. The one who had sealed it. With no patience left, the beast opened its jaws. A pitch-black tailed beast bomb formed in an instant and screamed toward Onoki with apocalyptic force. Onoki had expected it. He shifted effortlessly in midair, evading the blast without counter-attacking, clearly wary of leaving an opening for Jiraiya and Orochimaru. But though he dodged, the blast's trajectory remained unchanged. And directly in its path, Yami's team. The overwhelming disturbance had already registered in Yami's senses. Thankfully, he had left Flying Thunder God markers along their route. Grabbing the other two, he teleported again at the last possible instant. They escaped annihilation, but reappeared inside the encirclement once more. Worse, using Flying Thunder God while carrying others drained chakra at an exponential rate. Even Yami was nearing his limit. "This won't work," he said through clenched teeth. "Shibi, have your insects carry this kunai. As far away as possible. The farther, the better." Shibi sensed his Kikaichu regaining vitality within his body and nodded solemnly. A moment later, a black cloud of insects wrapped around the kunai and streaked off into the distance. At the same time, Yami requested a single Kikaichu from Shibi. As the insect landed in his palm, Shibi frowned, just briefly. For a split second, it felt as though that Kikaichu had vanished from his awareness entirely. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield had become strangely delicate. The Konoha forces had fully withdrawn, abandoning the area entirely. Casualties were heavy. Although Onoki had resorted to a risky gambit and technically achieved his objective, Jiraiya's sudden arrival had thrown his entire plan into disarray. If it had been only Orochimaru, Onoki was confident he could have calmly suppressed and resealed the Five Tails. He had even prepared a new Jinchuriki vessel in advance, whose physique and compatibility with the Five Tails seal were nearly perfect. But now, with two of Konoha's Sannin present, neither side could act freely. They were forced to pull back and confront one another from a distance. As for the injured Five Tails, it had lost all interest in continuing the fight. Its sole focus was escape, constantly searching for a route off the battlefield. Onoki, of course, could not allow his village's ultimate weapon to slip away. He repeatedly used earth release techniques to block its path. Yet with two Konoha Sannin watching him like hawks, he found himself stretched thin. At times like this, even Onoki couldn't help but resent Konoha's absurd fortune. First there had been the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and the Asura of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara. Even after their deaths, Konoha continued to produce one powerhouse after another, cage-level figures appearing in endless succession. By contrast, Iwagakure felt painfully short on successors. He alone carried the village, with no one among the younger generation truly able to satisfy him. Harassed incessantly by Onoki's techniques, the Five Tails grew increasingly agitated. Scalding steam once again billowed from its body. Though it did not immediately unleash another horn cleave, it was clearly teetering on the brink of a full berserk state. Seeing the beast nearing the edge of the battlefield, Onoki knew he could not delay any longer. If this continued, the Five Tails might truly escape. He made his decision. Earth release, sandwich technique. With Onoki's shout, two colossal hemispheres of stone surged up from the ground, slamming toward the Five Tails from both sides. If caught between them, even a tailed beast would struggle to break free. "Hey, Onoki, time for you to feel what it's like to be pressured." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he moved in perfect sync with Jiraiya, both striking at once. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Times two twin barrages of blazing fire rained down with pinpoint accuracy toward Onoki. Though he dodged as best he could, the interruption caused a brief hesitation in his technique. The mountain coffin faltered, just for an instant. That instant was enough. The Five Tails seized the opportunity with terrifying precision. Steam erupted violently from its body as it burst free of the stone confinement and charged straight toward the corridor previously carved open by its tailed beast bomb. A flash of steel, another hidden Iwa ninja collapsed without a sound. Namikaze Yami was drenched in blood, sticky and thick, staining him like a demon stepping out of a sea of slaughter. Behind him, Nawaki and Shibi were barely holding on. Their strength was simply insufficient for a battlefield of this scale. Every clash had been a brush with death. Yami spared a moment to sense the kunai being carried away by Shibi's Kikaichu. It was nearly beyond the battlefield's range. Relief flickered through him, but he didn't dare linger. The moment he had been forced to strike back and kill an Iwa ninja, their position had been exposed. Any hint of combat drew Iwa shinobi like sharks to blood. He could not place all his hopes on the insect's success. All he could do was keep moving, skirting the edges of the battlefield, breaking through wherever he could. Gradually, something changed. Amid the relentless pressure, Yami found himself sinking into the killing intent of the battlefield itself. It was no longer just about escaping with the other two, there was a dangerous thrill now, a razor-edge exhilaration, like dancing atop a blade. They're coming again. Yumi's mind snapped taut. Kagura Mind's eye clearly captured another Iowa squad charging straight toward them. He glanced back at his teammates. Though their expressions were resolute, their hands trembled around their kunai, drained to the limit. They were spent. Yumi inhaled sharply. 8 gates, 4th gate, gate of pain, open. Green chakra erupted from his body as the air itself seemed to scream in protest. Emerald green energy erupted once more. Even with his physique, repeatedly opening the 8 gates was already pushing him to his limits. Not daring to waste a second, Yumi turned into a streak of green lightning and plunged straight into the enemy ranks. Relying purely on the explosive speed granted by the 8 gates and the razor edge of the Hokage's blade in his hand, he fought with brutal efficiency, overwhelming force meeting fragile stone. Every slash sent up a spray of blood, his sole objective to annihilate the enemy as quickly as possible. Yet this squad of Iowa ninja behaved strangely. They showed little desire to fight. Rather than encircling the 3 of them, it felt more like a panicked retreat, wolves scattering before a greater predator. Blade light flashed in every direction as Yumi cut through them like a reaper. Still, one Iowa ninja gritted his teeth and took a slash head-on, forcing his body forward just long enough to hurl several kunai toward Nawaki and Shibi. Yumi saw it clearly. Among them was a kunai with an explosive tag tied to its tail. There was no time to save them. Even as Yumi twisted back and decapitated the attacker in one clean stroke, the kunai had already left the man's hand. Exhausted to the brink, Shibi released a massive swarm of Kikaichu, wrapping himself and Nawaki within a dense black cocoon. The ordinary kunai struck the insect mass and fell away, harmless, but the explosive tagged kunai ignited. The blast detonated right in front of the swarm. Flame swallowed the 2 figures instantly. Yumi's heart clenched, but in his perception, their chakra signatures did not vanish. At the instant the explosion went off, Nawaki had managed, in sheer desperation, to cast water release, water formation wall, barely blocking the lethal force. As the firelight and insects dispersed, the 2 reappeared. Yumi had only just begun to breathe again when he saw both of them spit out blood. The shockwave had still injured their internal organs. What made the situation even more despairing was their location. The breakout route had been carefully chosen, near the forest bordering the massive empty corridor blasted open earlier by a tailed beast bomb. The logic had been simple, drawn from Yumi's past life. No shell ever lands twice in the same crater. But who could have imagined that instead of another shell, the cannon itself would come charging straight at them? In Yumi's perception, the surrounding Iowa ninja were already fleeing in all directions through the forest. And in the distance, on that barren, scarred corridor, the massive white beast was clearly visible, closing in at terrifying speed. Looking at the 2 companions who had completely lost the ability to fight, Yumi felt himself driven into a corner. After act, Nawaki forced himself to speak. "Brother Yumi, don't worry about us. If you carry us, none of us will make it." Shibi nodded as well, unwilling to become a burden. The beast's footsteps grew closer, each step pounding like a hammer against their hearts. Then, Yumi's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed both of them without hesitation, and their figures vanished in an instant. The plan had worked. The Kikaichu had successfully carried the marked kunai far away. More importantly, the 5 Tails rampage had shattered the Iowa formation, creating the opening they needed. Before the 3 of them could even celebrate their narrow escape, Yumi turned his head. A blinding white beam tore across the sky and slammed straight into the 5 Tails. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Terrifying energy ripped through the beast's massive body. Though a tailed beast, being a chakra construct, shed no blood, its enormous form was blasted violently backward, straight toward the 3 of them. Is this ever going to end? Yumi thought bitterly. Are you seriously chasing us to the death? Only one thought remained in his mind. Back at the village gate, I really should have sewn Nawaki's mouth shut. Even with Yumi's normally steady temperament, a surge of nameless fury flared in his chest. For a fleeting moment, the reckless thought of teleporting straight back to Konoha crossed his mind. Of course, it was nothing more than an instant of madness. Long-distance flying thunder god consumed chakra at a geometric rate. If he truly dared to attempt it, he'd likely be drained into a dried husk halfway through the jump. Don't resist. The reminder was more symbolic than anything else. At this point, neither of them could even maintain movement, let alone struggle. Any violent motion would only worsen their internal bleeding. Pawn it. Open black lens bracket scan complete. Pawnable items detected. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. Extremely rare Senju bloodline times 1 estimated value, 1000 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. Ordinary ninja times 1 estimated value, 0 close black lens bracket confirm. With Yami's decision, the two figures before him vanished into thin air. Only a pool of dark red blood remained on the ground, silent proof that they had ever existed at all. At the same time, Yami hurriedly turned his gaze to the system interface. Only after seeing the updated prompt did he finally let out a breath. Open black lens bracket extremely rare Senju bloodline living times 1 converted points, 2000 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ordinary ninja living times 1 estimated value, 0 close black lens bracket note, living collateral may only be redeemed within 24 hours. Although he had already experimented using Kikaichu before, this was the first time Yami had pawned living people. No matter how rational he tried to be, a trace of unease still lingered in his heart. With the burden gone, Yami could finally focus entirely on the 5 tails before him. At this moment, one of the beast's hind legs, along with nearly half its body, had been completely torn apart by dust release. The wound was horrifying to behold. Yet as a being formed from condensed chakra, it roared in fury without having entirely lost its mobility. Driven by boil release, it could still lurch forward, charging ahead, though its movements were awkward and unstable, its massive body constantly on the verge of losing balance. Crashing forward in wild zigzags, the 5 tails closed in on Yami. The steam surrounding its body was already thinning, clear evidence that it was nearing the end of its strength. Within his perception, Onoki was nowhere to be found, clearly still tied down by Konoha's 2 Sannin. As for the few remaining Iwa ninja in the area, they had already vanished without a trace. And in this eerie calm, a dangerously bold idea began to take shape in Yami's mind. Sensing the state of his body, Yami swiftly split off a shadow clone, a kunai clenched in its hand, and sent it fleeing toward the safer outer perimeter of the battlefield. The real body, meanwhile, erupted once more with surging green steam, no longer limited to just the 4th gate. 5th gate, Gate of Limit, open. Opening the 5th gate for the first time, Yami felt torrents of chakra crash through his meridians. The strain on his body spiked instantly, pressure mounting everywhere at once. He stomped hard against the ground. The earth fractured with a sharp crack, and by relying on the recoil, Yami shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward the 5 tails. Leaf-strong whirlwind. This spinning back kick, packed full of very personal grudges, slammed brutally into the 5 tails' lower jaw. The impact was so heavy that, for an instant, the beast felt as if it had been rammed by another colossal creature. Already unsteady from losing a hind leg, its massive body crashed down with a thunderous boom. Even so, Yami knew full well, this alone was nowhere near enough to subdue a tailed beast. Damn it, then let's go all in. With that roar, as if venting every ounce of rage he'd bottled up on today's battlefield, his chakra surged yet again. The green steam flaring around him now carried faint streaks of blue. 6th gate, Gate of View, open. Iron fists laden with terrifying power tore through the air. At extreme speed, his straight punches ignited flames from sheer friction, raining down upon the fallen 5 tails like a blazing storm. Desperate to end the fight as fast as possible, Yami didn't even bother shouting the name Morning Peacock. All he cared about was smashing the colossal beast into submission, venting his fury without restraint. The 5 tails struggled to rise and counterattack, but its body, missing a hind leg, was clumsy and weak. Under the relentless, high-speed barrage of Yami's punches, it was hammered deeper and deeper into the ground. Had anyone been watching, they would have found the scene utterly surreal. A mere human shaking a tailed beast head-on, but Yami himself had not yet reached his peak. His punches gradually slowed, his breathing turning ragged like a bellows. Sweat drenched his body, soaking through clothes already stiff with blood. Blood and sweat mingled, dripping down to pool into a shallow puddle at his feet. As for the five tails, it lay motionless in the crater, half stunned. Its once snow-white fur was now scorched brown-black, its massive body showing no sign of movement. Forcing himself to ignore the screaming pain in his body, Yami leapt forward and pressed both hands against the beast's enormous frame, rattling off the command at top speed, pawn it. Open black lens bracket scan complete. Pawnable item detected. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. Highly condensed chakra entity, 5 tails, Kokuo estimated value, 4000 close black lens bracket confirm. Perhaps even the system struggled with a creature of this scale. The 5 tails body didn't vanish immediately, instead, it began to fade away slowly, dissolving bit by bit. Open black lens bracket ding. Highly condensed chakra entity, 5 tails, Kokuo soul has escaped. Pawn failed. Re-evaluated value, 2000 close black lens bracket. The massive body finally disappeared completely, the system panel refreshing once more. Open black lens bracket. Current pawn points, 4575 close black lens bracket. Yami had no time to dwell on it. The backlash from releasing the 8 gates nearly crushed him. Forcing his way up to the 6th gate had left his meridians screaming in agony, as though they were on the verge of snapping apart. Flying Thunder God. He flashed to the Shadow Clone's location. The clone immediately hoisted his main body onto its shoulder, sparing Yami the humiliation of collapsing face first into the dirt. Redeem. While he still had clarity of mind, Yami hurried to redeem Nawaki and Shibi from the system. From their perspective, everything went black, then brightened again. When their vision cleared, they found themselves near Konoha's defensive lines. Time inside. The system had felt completely frozen. Seeing Yami half carried by his clone, barely conscious, they both understood he'd saved them yet again. Without a word, neither asked any questions. Even the usually talkative Nawaki fell uncharacteristically silent. There was no doubt about it, this mission's MVP was Yami. One man dragging 2 teammates, pulling off an absurd, godlike performance. Though his internal pathways felt like a tangled mess, Yami didn't dare use the system to repair himself yet. Doing so before reaching camp would raise far too many questions. Enduring the pain, the 3 of them slowly made their way toward Konoha's rear lines. Under normal circumstances, the journey would have taken only an hour or 2. This time, they didn't arrive until deep into the night, when Konoha's sentries finally spotted them. Who goes there? At first glance, the guards assumed they were wounded comrades returning to camp. But as the torchlight revealed their blood-soaked, barely recognizable figures, the sentries froze in shock. Are you, humans, or ghosts? Inside the Iwagakure camp, you're telling me, you didn't find it? Onoki frowned deeply, staring at the subordinate kneeling before him, disbelief heavy in his voice. When he had unleashed Dust Release, his goal hadn't been to kill the 5 tails outright, it had been to cripple it, to strip it of mobility. After landing a precise hit, he turned his full attention to fending off the joint assault by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. And yet, after forcing those 2 to retreat, the 5 tails had vanished, completely, across the entire Rain Country battlefield. He had dispatched large numbers of ninja to search the area. They found nothing. The only evidence left behind suggested something absurd. After being attacked, the 5 tails had simply disappeared into thin air. Keep searching, Onoki barked. You're telling me something that big just vanished. Inside Konoha's newly established camp, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had just returned from their clash with Onoki and were now handling post-battle matters under Orochimaru's direction. At the same time, they had already received confirmation that Team 17, the squad containing Nawaki, was the direct fuse that had ignited the entire incident. Ninja had located the body of Jonin Hyuga Teru on the battlefield, right at the center of the 5 tails rampage. As for the 3 genin under his command, their whereabouts were unknown. Judging from the sheer devastation at the scene, the outlook was grim at best. Orochimaru sat inside the command tent, his brow furrowed as he worked through stacks of urgent reports. Beside him, Jiraiya wore a heavy expression, clearly troubled, unsure how he was supposed to face Tsunade after this. Report, a ninja said, pushing open the tent flap. Members of Team 17 have returned. Who returned? Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya snapped their heads up, eyes sharp as blades as they fixed their gaze on the messenger. Being stared down by two cage-level figures at once, the ninja immediately stiffened, words tumbling out awkwardly. It's all of them. They're currently being treated in the medical unit. Ellipsis question mark quote. Jiraiya froze, his face a picture of confusion. Orochimaru, meanwhile, finally relaxed his brows just a fraction, the tense atmosphere in the tent easing slightly. Once the messenger withdrew, Jiraiya hesitated before asking in a low voice, Orochimaru, tell me honestly. Was the configuration of Naoki's team falsified? Orochimaru fell silent. Because no matter how he looked at it, the situation bordered on the surreal. Team 17 had been at the very epicenter of the Five Tails outbreak. Their squad leader, a Jonin, had been confirmed dead, and now he was being told that 3 Genin had come back alive. Not a single one missing. Even with 3 Jonin in that position, survival would have been questionable. Orochimaru sped through the last of his urgent work. Jiraiya, unable to sit still any longer, headed straight for the medical unit, his concern for Naoki finally getting the better of him. Inside the medical camp, the medic nin were just as stunned by the trio's survival, and this wasn't exaggeration in the slightest. Leaving aside the fact that Naoki and Aburame Shibi were both covered in wounds and suffering severe internal injuries, Namikaze Yumi's condition alone was terrifying. Nearly all of his chakra pathways were damaged. His bones, no one could even count how many had broken. From head to toe, it was hard to find a single place that could be called intact. Jiraiya's arrival caused a stir in the medical ward, but the 3 on the beds were all completely immobilized. With only a rudimentary grasp of medical ninjutsu, Jiraiya could only sigh and call it a medical miracle. Before long, Orochimaru arrived as well. As a future-renowned, human researcher, he possessed no small amount of medical expertise himself. After reviewing the trio's charts, his gaze lingered for a long time on Namikaze Yumi's diagnosis. Jiraiya might only see grievous injuries, but Orochimaru could tell at a glance. This child would likely never be a ninja again. True to his nature, he didn't bother to sugarcoat it. He stated the conclusion directly, even adding that even if Tsunade treated him personally, the odds of recovery were slim at best. Hearing this, Naoki grew agitated, struggling to rise despite his injuries. Yami-Nisan got like this saving us, there has to be a way. Shibi nodded heavily beside him. Neither of them believed that someone who had shone like a comet could simply fall here. As for the person at the center of it all, Namikaze Yami remained calm, as if he had already expected this outcome. Combining Naoki and Shibi's account of how they had escaped death on the battlefield, Orochimaru and Jiraiya couldn't help but reassess this civilian-born prodigy, their sense of regret deepening. In truth, Yami had his own unspoken suffering. He could simply redeem a rapid total body restoration and be up and about in no time. But if he dared do that, he'd probably be escorted straight into Konoha's laboratories for a thorough investigation, just to see whether he'd awakened some kind of Senju Hashirama-grade physique. So for now, all he could do was lie still and wait for the day he could show them a real, medical miracle. Orochimaru and Jiraiya didn't stay long. As battlefield commanders, they were overwhelmed with responsibilities. Only someone like Naoki, with his special status, could have pulled them away at all. After the 2 left, Naoki remained unusually emotional, repeatedly assuring Yami, "Don't worry, Yami-Nisan. My sister is the best medical ninja there is. I'll make sure she gives it everything she's got to heal you." Having already exposed too many of his cards in front of them, Yami could only respond faintly. To Naoki, that reaction looked dangerously close to resignation. He convinced himself that Yami must have paid an unimaginable price to reach his current level of strength. Quietly, Naoki made a vow. No matter what it took, he would help Yami recover, even if it meant draining the entire foundation of the Senju clan. One night passed. At dawn the next morning, Namikaze Yami opened his eyes right on time. The 3 of them were to be transferred back to Konoha. Naoki and Shibi would need a long period of rest and recovery, but Yami's injuries could only be handled by Tsunade herself. The journey back to the village passed without incident. Orochimaru assigned a squad that was already rotating home to escort them, as soon as they arrived in Konoha. The trio were sent straight to the Konoha hospital. Tsunade, clad in a white coat, was already there treating the wounded. After finishing her current cases, she strode quickly into the ward. She checked Naoki first, confirming his condition matched the reports. Only then did she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Next, she came to Yami's bedside. Green medical chakra glimmered in her hands as she carefully examined his body. To her surprise, after just one night his condition had noticeably improved. Flesh and bone were healing at remarkable speed, only his chakra network remained a tangled mess, the situation still grim. As her examination continued, Tsunade's beautiful face grew heavier, her gaze toward Yami tinged with pity. After completing the full check, she spoke solemnly, "Rest assured. As Naoki's lifesaver, I'll do everything I can to heal you." Then, as if realizing she'd promised too much, she added, "Even in the worst-case scenario, the Senju clan will support you for the rest of your life." Naoki nodded vigorously at her side. Only Yami, listening to the siblings go back and forth, felt something was off. Thinking it over carefully, a thought couldn't help but surface in his mind. Does this count as living off someone else? Your recovery looks good. You can start preparing for discharge. Tsunade leaned forward as she carefully examined Namikaze Yami's condition. A faint, pleasant fragrance drifted to his nose, making his thoughts waver for a moment. Paired with her professional attire, it was hard not to feel his heartbeat unconsciously quicken. It had already been more than 3 months since they returned to Konoha from the Rain Country front. Compared to Yami, Naoki and Shibi's injuries were child's play. Both had been discharged within 2 or 3 weeks and sent home to recuperate. Especially Naoki, thanks to the Senju clan's formidable constitution, he was already bouncing around in less than a week. In the end, Tsunade had forcibly kept him hospitalized for another 2 weeks just to be safe. As for Yami, his bones had fully healed, and under Tsunade's meticulous care, his chakra pathways had recovered to roughly 60 or 70%. Whether they would ever fully recover, however, was, according to Tsunade, largely a matter of fate. Even so, she openly praised Yami's physique as possessing one of the strongest recovery abilities she had ever seen. "Yami-Nisan, we came to see you." Naoki and Shibi walked into the ward carrying fruit baskets. Noticing Tsunade present, Naoki immediately toned down his usual exuberance. "Sis, Tsunade-sama." Tsunade gave them a slight nod in response. "You came at just the right time," Yami said with a smile. "I was just about to be discharged. Lying in this hospital any longer, even I can't take it." "Perfect timing then," Naoki said eagerly. "Tonight's on us, we'll celebrate Yami-Nisan finally getting out of the hospital." Yami had no objections. To keep his secrets hidden, he had fully cooperated with Tsunade's treatment, though he had to admit the process wasn't entirely unpleasant. That said, following Tsunade's instructions meant he'd been on a bland hospital diet this whole time. His stomach was long overdue for a proper feast. As for the battlefield promotion mission, it had been completed without controversy. Naoki and the others had already submitted the mission report on his behalf. Once Yami found time to register at the Hokage Tower, he would be able to officially receive his Chunin flak jacket. From their conversation, Yami also learned that the Iwagakure forces on the Rain Country front had withdrawn back to the Land of Earth. Officially, the explanation was to reduce ninja casualties and focus on cultivating the Five Tails Jinchuriki. In reality, however, Konoha's intelligence network had already uncovered the truth. Iwagakure had lost the Five Tails. Although Konoha found Iwagakure's stubborn posturing rather amusing, both great powers tacitly accepted the outcome and chose not to press the issue. With Iwa withdrawing, Sunagakure was left standing alone. Unable to hold out any longer, Suna had already begun seeking peace with Konoha, offering reparations in exchange. The Second Shinobi World War was, for all practical purposes, over. Only scattered skirmishes remained. Victory in the war had cost Konoha dearly in manpower, but the village itself, and the third Hokage, who had led it to triumph, now stood at the height of their prestige. Stepping out of Konoha Hospital, Namikaze Yami felt a strange sense of dislocation, as if waking from a long dream. Without the ever-present scent of disinfectant, he even felt a little unaccustomed. He didn't rush home. Instead, he wandered through the village for a while, quietly marveling at how quickly Konoha had recovered after the war. As the victor, the village was filled with an atmosphere of pride. Smiles lit the faces of civilians, all wearing expressions of shared glory. Many shops had even hung banners reading, "Celebrating Victory, Special Discounts Storewide." As he walked, a figure suddenly stepped into his path. It was a ninja wearing an animal mask, dressed very much like a Konoha Anbu operative. Yet the mechanical coldness radiating from the man instantly gave away his true identity. "State your business," Yami asked flatly. He had never bothered putting on a polite face for Root. Whatever attitude he showed them made no difference anyway. "Danzo-sama requests your presence." The Root operative's emotionless voice made Yami pause. The tone was unexpectedly courteous. He had been fully prepared to ignore the summons outright, yet this politeness made him wary instead. Polite before the blade, Yami thought. "Lure me into Root, then tell me my crimes have been exposed and I should confess and rot in Konoha prison for the rest of my life." Still, confident in his own strength, he followed without resistance. He was genuinely curious what Danzo was plotting. It wasn't his first time in Root, but it was the first time he had entered through its front gate. After passing through several layers of overt and covert security checks, he finally reached the interior of the base. The inside looked much the same as before, with no obvious changes. The only visible difference was the sheer number of Root operatives rushing about, clearly busy. On the way deeper inside, he even ran into Shimura Nobumasa himself, wearing that same Danzo-like, perpetually cold expression. Yami couldn't help but think that truly despicable people always seemed to live forever. "Danzo-sama, Namikaze Yami has arrived." The Root ninja knocked respectfully on the door of the innermost office. "Enter," Danzo's voice came from within. The moment Yami stepped inside, he felt a flicker of surprise. The office was no longer arranged as a near-perfect imitation of the Hokage's office. Instead, the furnishings were stark, almost ascetic, even austere. Perhaps Danzo truly believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi was subtly warning him, and had made these changes in response. Of course, Yami had no way of knowing that. In his mind, it was far simpler. Danzo had been thoroughly looted of his private stockpiles and was probably suffering a financial crisis. "Danzo-sama," Yami said, offering a perfectly polite greeting that rang hollow even to his own ears. He carefully reined in his emotions, not letting any of them show. Danzo replied in a calm, inscrutable tone, seemingly unsurprised by Yami's attitude. "You're impressive. I've reviewed your record, outstanding, by any measure." "You flatter me," Yami replied smoothly, having no idea where this was heading and choosing to play along for the moment. "As a civilian-born ninja, I understand your difficulties," Danzo continued. "Without outside help, your career would likely stall at the rank of Chunin." He paused deliberately, watching Yami's reaction. When Yami remained impassive, Danzo's satisfaction deepened, and he went on. "You need a patron. More importantly, you need an organization. Join my Root. Ninjutsu, secret techniques, I can provide them all." He looked at Yami with barely concealed pride, as if already envisioning the young man kneeling in gratitude. Seconds passed. Yami remained silent. Assuming Yami hadn't heard him clearly, Danzo was about to repeat himself when Yami cut in. "I refuse." "Very good. Welcome to," Danzo froze mid-sentence. "What did you just say?" "I refuse," Yami repeated, louder this time, his voice firm and unmistakable. "Do you even understand what you're saying?" Danzo's voice turned sharp. "Root is the greatest organization in Konoha. Do you have any idea what you're throwing away?" "If there's nothing else," Namikaze Yami replied calmly, "I'll be taking my leave." His tone was neither servile nor defiant, just indifferent, as though the matter barely concerned him. "Chunin Namikaze," Danzo said deliberately, placing heavy emphasis on the word Chunin. "I know your condition inside and out. Even Tsunade can't repair your chakra pathways. This is as far as you'll ever go in life. One day, you'll come back and beg me." Yami left the Root base with practiced ease. Once outside, he let out a quiet breath and cursed inwardly, "What's so great about your rotten organization? Following you would be the real dead end." Free of Root's interference, he soon returned to his small house. After months of absence, a thin layer of dust covered everything. Rolling up his sleeves, he began cleaning. With a bit of wind release, it took less than an hour to restore the place to spotless order. Sitting down in his living room, Yami summoned the system interface and began examining it carefully. Multiversal Rare Pawnshop Host. Namikaze Yami Gold Card Universal Credit. Current limit, 1000 redeem. Pawned items may be redeemed fee, 5 per transaction. Exchangeable items. Repeated entries collapsed boil release bloodline. Cost, 600.6 paths power Kokuo 5 tails 1/9 cost, 1000 points exchange for 6 paths power. Current pawn points, 3575. A vast, surging energy flooded his body in an instant, its intensity rivaling the reaction from when he had exchanged for the Uzumaki sage body. Yami felt strengthened across every dimension. Holy. Even though he had expected something special from 6 paths power, the actual effect far exceeded his imagination. His chakra reserves nearly doubled. His physical strength and mental fortitude were dramatically enhanced as well. It felt as though his entire bodily system had been forcibly upgraded to a new version. If exchanging bloodlines or blood limits was merely a balance patch, then obtaining the 6 paths power was a full-scale expansion, a fundamental leap in the very essence of life itself. Yami stroked his chin, thinking to himself. So, collecting the tailed beasts might actually be the real endgame route. And this kind of enhancement doesn't come with the drawbacks of becoming a Jinchuriki at all. The greatest flaw of being a Jinchuriki was simple and fatal. Once the tailed beast was extracted, death was inevitable, like gaining a pointless new Achilles heel. Even a 10 tails Jinchuriki would suffer catastrophic damage if the beast were removed. But the power he had gained by pawning the 5 tails showed him a completely new path, one utterly different, yet capable of steadily increasing strength without hidden risks. He didn't even dare imagine how absurd the foundational boost would be if all the tailed beasts were collected. He had originally planned to exchange for rapid physical restoration to fix his chakra pathways, but now that seemed unnecessary. With his newly enhanced Uzumaki sage physique, full recovery of his chakra network was only a matter of time. The only thing that truly concerned him was the system's notice of pawn failure. It seemed the rules of the ninja world did not allow a tailed beast to be erased completely. The 5-tailed soul would eventually be reborn somewhere in the world. That thought inevitably led him to the Sage of 6 Paths, watching everything from the Pure Land. Perhaps only when the ninja world faced true annihilation would that old man step in personally. Setting those thoughts aside, and having just strengthened himself again right under Danzo's nose, Yami felt refreshed in both body and mind. He even found himself wishing another 5 tails would appear, just so he could test his current strength properly. By the time he started planning his next move, dusk had already settled outside. Yami ni, time to head out. Minato's bright voice came from outside the house. Their homes weren't far apart, and since Nawaki was treating everyone, Yami had made sure to notify Minato, who happened to be on break today. No way he'd shortchange his own little brother. Coming. When he opened the door, Minato's face was lit with rare excitement. "Why are you this happy?" Yami asked, puzzled. In his experience, Minato was never particularly driven by food. That's one of the 3 Sannin, Lady Tsunade. Ah, right. Yami froze for a moment before realizing that months of frequent contact had dulled his sense of just how lofty Tsunade's status was in the eyes of ordinary ninja. For academy students like Minato, admiration for powerful figures, especially the legendary 3 Sannin at the height of their fame in the Second Shinobi War, was only natural. "When I get the chance, I'll introduce you to the other 2 as well," Yami said shamelessly. "I'm sure they'll recognize your talent too." He said it with complete confidence. After all, Minato would eventually become Jiraiya's student anyway. There was nothing to worry about. At this point, Jiraiya was probably still in the Land of Rain, teaching the future, problem student, who would one day create the infamous, 1 bag of rice, how many floors? Scene. Come to think of it, Jiraiya's line of disciples always seemed to share a strange fate, some inexplicable tendency toward betraying their teacher and lineage. The 2 headed toward Yakiniku-Q together, and along the way they ran into Uzumaki Kushina. As Minato's almost girlfriend, she was naturally invited along with a casual wave of Yami's hand. At the restaurant entrance, they found Nawaki and Aburame Shibi already waiting, bouquets in hand. "Congratulations on getting discharged, Yami ni." "Thanks." Yami accepted the flowers and followed them inside. Yakiniku-Q was as lively as ever. At their reserved table, Tsunade was already seated, smiling as she watched the younger ones laugh and mess around. Minato and Kushina immediately greeted her respectfully. "Lady Tsunade." Tsunade waved them off, signaling that formalities weren't needed. After all, today's protagonist was Yami. Once everyone was seated, Naoki raised his glass first. "Congratulations again on your recovery, Yami-ni, and thank you for saving our lives on the battlefield." Everyone lifted their glasses together, the atmosphere blazing with warmth. It was only then that Minato and Kushina truly learned of Yami's astonishing feats during the battle, their eyes filled with admiration. Even Tsunade clinked glasses with him repeatedly. She said little, but everything that mattered was already understood. By the end of the gathering, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. In the lively atmosphere, even Tsunade, rarely, showed signs of drunkenness. Naoki and Minato were already arguing about who would become Hokage someday, turning Yakiniku-Q into their personal battleground. Tsunade, slightly unsteady, stood up and decided to leave early. Yami followed, worried. "Brat, don't underestimate adults." "I'm fine," Tsunade muttered with the scent of alcohol on her breath. Perhaps she really was in a good mood, she hadn't even used chakra to sober up, and nearly stumbled. Yami hurried to support her, agreeing with everything she said. When they reached the outskirts of the Senju compound, he naturally pushed open the door to her house, preparing to help her inside. Then he heard her murmur softly, "Arigato, Naoki." Before she could finish, Yami, almost as if possessed, summoned his courage and kissed her. For a moment, both of them froze. The night breeze passed. Tsunade snapped back to clarity, stepping back half a pace, her cheeks flushed red and her eyes filled with disbelief. When he woke up, Namikaze Yami felt as if his lips still carried the soft, warm sensation from the night before. In his mind surfaced Tsunade's flustered, half-embarrassed, half-pouting expression. Naturally, the two of them had stopped at that single kiss, nothing more. After all, Yami was still too young. Still, though he hadn't pressed the advantage, the heat in his gaze had said everything. Even Tsunade, usually so commanding, had shown a rare trace of panic under the influence of alcohol. The way she shut the door and left almost looked like a hasty retreat. Yami didn't indulge in the sweetness of that ambiguous memory. He knew very well that strength was the foundation of everything. After washing up, he headed straight for the training grounds, ready to wake up a body that had lain idle for months and grown a little stiff. On the way, he briefly considered stopping by to pick up his Chunin vest. But after a second thought, he dismissed the idea. Since the registration was already complete, the vest itself wasn't all that necessary. Besides, apart from symbolizing rank, that green flak jacket really wasn't very good looking. In fact, given his experience and strength, becoming a Chunin meant he was already qualified to lead a team, especially since Konoha was unlikely to assign him another Jonin instructor. Even a village as strong as Konoha couldn't afford to keep losing Jonin after two of his previous team leaders had died in succession. A Jonin was top-tier combat power in any village, definitely not something to be treated as expendable. My youthful friend. Might Dai suddenly popped out from a street corner, though his steps looked a bit awkward. Having trained with Dai for a long time, Yami immediately sensed something was off and asked hesitantly, "Brother Dai, what happened to you?" "Got a bit hurt in the waist during a mission," Dai said, clutching his lower back with a helpless grin. "Did you go to Konoha Hospital?" "I did. They said I just need to rest, small problem. The burning flame of youth sometimes needs a temporary shutdown for maintenance." He still flashed his trademark thumbs up and brilliant white grin, optimism undiminished. After a brief exchange, Yami bade Might Dai farewell and continued toward the training grounds. He had barely begun warming up when he keenly sensed something off. Turning toward a distant patch of shadow, he said coldly, "Who's there? Come out." The person hiding in the shadows neither revealed themselves nor made a sound, completely ignoring his warning. Yami sensed no hostility from the other party. Unwilling to force the issue, he switched to a different training area instead. Yet the figure followed like a shadow, always close behind, lurking in concealment and watching. That constant feeling of being surveilled made Yami deeply uncomfortable. He strode straight toward the hiding place and, when his patience finally snapped, threw a punch. Only then did the other party retreat and reveal themselves. Seeing who it was only stoked his anger, a root operative. What exactly is Root trying to do? Yami demanded. Executing a root security mission, the operative replied flatly. As fellow Konoha shinobi, that answer left little room for argument. Yami couldn't exactly drive them off by force, but he knew perfectly well that this so-called security mission was nonsense, clearly an excuse. Shimura Danzo was still brooding over his rejection. Since the operative seemed determined to persist, Yami decided to accept it for now and focus on training. What made it even more infuriating was that the operative pulled out a notebook and began recording his every move. Whether it was to analyze his training patterns or simply to provoke him, this crossed Yami's line. Damn you, Shimura Danzo, he snorted inwardly, keeping his face impassive. The worst kind of trouble was someone like Danzo, clingy as glue, with both authority and time on his hands. Watching the operative blatantly harass him, Yami's eyes flickered with an idea. If handled properly, he could turn this around and make Danzo choke on it. When the day's training ended, the silent observer finally withdrew. Yami didn't head straight home. Instead, he wandered the streets, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings, quietly noting details. For several days in a row, the same root operative appeared on schedule at the training grounds, like a mute shadow. On the surface, Yami ignored him. In secret, he searched for a way to break the deadlock. That day, he happened to run into Uchiha Yashura at a dengo shop while the latter was buying tricolor dumplings. This Uchiha Jonin had a stern demeanor and was famously curt with everyone while on duty. Born a civilian, Yami understood the Uchiha temperament well. Their pride was etched into their bones, and they looked down equally on anyone who wasn't an Uchiha. But if you played along with that pride, you might reap unexpected gains. Putting on a look of admiration, Yami struck up a conversation. A few lines about taijutsu training opened the door, and soon they were discussing recent bottlenecks. Yami sighed casually, as if by accident. I always feel like I'm missing something in my training. If only I had dojutsu bloodlines like the Uchiha, or the Hyuga. Yashura replied with arrogant confidence, the Hyuga. When it comes to dojutsu bloodlines, the Uchiha rank second, and no one dares claim first. Seizing the moment, Yami invited him. I've long heard that the Uchiha excel in taijutsu. Would you be willing to give me some pointers, Senior Yashura? Perhaps it was Yami's sincerity, or perhaps curiosity about this rising young shinobi, but after a brief pause, Yashura nodded. They went together to the training grounds. The moment warm-ups ended, a flash of crimson crossed Yashura's eyes. The three-tomo Sharingan activated as he habitually scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto an apparently empty corner. He barked coldly, "You skulking rat, come out." Yami laughed inwardly, though he feigned surprise. Under the Sharingan's scrutiny, the root operative had nowhere to hide and was forced into the open. Root. Yashura frowned, his tone carrying that unmistakable Uchiha arrogance and displeasure. Since when has Root stretched its hands so far as to spy on Konoha shinobi training in public grounds? Yami spoke up at just the right moment, his voice tinged with perfectly measured helplessness. Senior Yashura, this one says he's carrying out a security mission. A security mission? Yashura's voice turned icy. In the heart of Konoha, at a public training ground, monitoring a chunin who's just earned merits and promotion. His Sharingan bore into the root operative. I'd very much like to ask Elder Danzo what kind of security this is. Facing the pressure of an Uchiha Jonin and the unblinking gaze of the Sharingan, the root operative stiffened, speechless. Standing behind Yashura, Yami watched the scene unfold exactly as expected. He knew the borrowed blade had struck true, cleanly cleaving into Danzo's scheme. The root operative's behavior had completely ruined the mood, and even Uchiha Yashura lost any interest in sparring. Instead, he turned his attention to relentlessly pressing the root operative. So much so that even after the root ninja withdrew, Yashura still refused to let the matter drop. The Konoha police force, which already harbored deep dissatisfaction toward Shimura Danzo, seized the opportunity. They formally summoned Namikaze Yami back to headquarters to take a statement, clearly intending to use the incident to pressure the Hokage into dealing seriously with Danzo's overreach of authority. After finishing his testimony, Yami sincerely thanked Yashara. "Thank you for stepping in, Yashara-senpai. Being watched non-stop by Root while training these past few days was honestly unbearable." Yashara merely waved it off. "As a member of the Uchiha police force, maintaining village order is our duty." With that, he dismissed Yami and returned to his work without another word. Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his aching temples as he stared at the urgent report sent over by the police force, his expression complicated. Why has Danzo gone and provoked the Uchiha again? The war had only just ended, paperwork was already piled high, and this sudden flare-up was the last thing he needed. After a moment, he sighed and instructed the Anbu behind him, "Summon Danzo." Not long after, the bandage-wrapped advisor entered, his expression dark. Hiruzen slid the scroll across the desk without saying a word. Danzo picked it up, skimmed it briefly, and replied coolly, unfazed. "The Uchiha police force is overstepping. Since when does Root need to report its actions to them?" Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe. "Danzo, this time you crossed the line. Why were you monitoring a fellow Konoha ninja? A civilian-born ninja displaying that level of strength is suspicious," Danzo answered smoothly. "Investigating him was for Konoha's safety." Naturally, he made no mention of having been rejected by Yami. Hiruzen studied him for a long moment before responding flatly, "Regardless, withdraw your people immediately. This matter ends here. These Uchiha were born, that's enough, Danzo." Hiruzen cut him off sharply. "The authority of the Uchiha police force was granted by our teacher. The village needs Uchiha power, both internally and externally." HMPH. Danzo snorted softly, saying no more. Interrupted mid-sentence by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo fell silent, but the resentment in his heart only deepened. To him, the very existence of the Uchiha police force was an obstacle that eroded his authority. Having failed to get what he wanted, he dismissed the matter as simple bad luck on Namikaze Yami's part, just another upstart who happened to latch onto the Uchiha at the right moment. Leaving the Hokage Tower, Danzo temporarily withdrew the surveillance on Yami, biding his time. The score would be settled later, this one he'd put on the police force's tab. At the three-colored dango shop, Yami swallowed the last bite of his sticky rice dumpling with satisfaction. The maneuver of redirecting trouble elsewhere had worked flawlessly. He'd shaken off Root while letting the Uchiha take center stage. He knew full well that Uchiha Yashara wasn't fooled. The traces of deliberate setup were obvious enough, but Yami also understood the Uchiha temperament. This little ploy wouldn't offend them. On the contrary, as long as it wasn't a scheme aimed at the clan, they were more than happy to leverage it to assert their presence. At this time, under the leadership of hardline elders, the Uchiha were tightly united and aggressively assertive, nothing like the later era under Uchiha Fugaku. If it weren't for Fugaku's pseudo-hawk leadership during the Third Shinobi War, suppressing internal radical voices while inadvertently intensifying clan-wide resentment, the Uchiha might not have met such a swift end. Yami specifically told the shop owner to put all of Yashara's future expenses on his tab. Visiting to thank him outright would have been too obvious. This kind of understated repayment suited Uchiha sensibilities far better. Peace didn't last long. Just a few days later, an unexpected mission landed on his desk. Kurigakure. Yami stared at the mission scroll, his mouth twitching. "You're sending a freshly discharged Chunin into an enemy village. Which genius came up with this?" The Chunin responsible for issuing the mission scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, originally, Anbu were supposed to go. But Kurigakure's security is tight right now. Someone like you, who hasn't been widely seen, actually has a better chance of slipping in." Yami read the details carefully. Kurigakure was experiencing internal turmoil, and Konoha needed intelligence from within. The reward was outrageously generous, matched only by the equally outrageous danger rating. "This mission," Yami stroked his chin. "This isn't Danzo taking revenge on me, is it?" "Ahem, it was approved unanimously by the High Command," the Chunin hurried to explain. "It's a recognition of your abilities." "Yeah, right." Yami scoffed internally and mentally pinned the blame squarely on Danzo anyway. The long string of zeros in the reward wasn't what tempted him most. What he really wanted was the chance to leave the village alone and move freely for a while. Fine, I'll take it. Confident in his strength, he accepted without hesitation. Before departing, Yami prepared meticulously. He acquired a full merchant's outfit and stuffed his pack with all kinds of small goods, trinkets, nail clippers, accessories, and even a few secret weapons he'd tinkered with in his spare time. Fully disguised, he checked his reflection and nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. I'm now a completely ordinary traveling merchant. The moment he passed through Konoha's gates, he felt a gaze on his back. Turning around, he saw Tsunade standing atop the hospital building, giving him a small nod. I'll be back, he mouthed. She rolled her eyes at him, half annoyed, half amused. Along the way, Yami fully committed to his role, pitching his quality merchandise to anyone he passed. Brother, take a look at this comb, perfect for managing such a distinctive hairstyle. Sister, this mirror is crystal clear. Guaranteed to show you just how beautiful you are. The results were immediate. Everyone he approached quickened their pace and left. Just as he neared the borders of the land of water, several Kurigakure Anbu suddenly emerged from the forest, surrounding him. Stop. Identify yourself. Yami instantly put on his most harmless smile, raising both hands. Easy there, big brothers. I'm just a small-time traveling merchant. He opened his pack to display the contents. Care to take a look at the latest perfume? The water in the land of water is pretty hard, this stuff's perfect for it. The Anbu captain frowned, scrutinizing him. A merchant. At a time like this. Sigh, a man's gotta eat, Yami said with a weary sigh. I've been drifting since I was young, scraping by wherever I can. Thought I'd try my luck here. While they hesitated, Yami quietly surveyed the terrain, calculating escape routes. Looks like this trip to Kurigakure was never going to be easy. Facing a tight encirclement by more than a dozen Kurigakure Anbu, Yami still wore that harmless, almost naive smile. In his mind, however, more than a dozen escape plans had already flashed by. Honorable Shinobi, he said, feigning panic as he wiped sweat from his forehead, sweat that didn't actually exist. I'm just a traveling peddler scraping by on delivery jobs. Now that the war's barely over, I thought supplies in the land of water would be scarce, so I took a risk and came to try my luck. The Kurigakure shinobi leading the group narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over Yami. At a sensitive time like this, what legitimate trader would dare come alone to the land of water? Aiya, my lord, you don't know the hardships, Yami sighed, his acting impeccable as he put on a look of misery. The big caravans all say this route is too dangerous. Their shipping fees are outrageous. A small-time merchant like me can only work harder and do it myself. As he spoke, he deftly opened his pack. A dazzling assortment of small goods immediately drew everyone's attention. Look, these are all everyday items. Combs, mirrors, needles and thread, soap, which of these looks dangerous? Among the Kurigakure squad, a young kunoichi's gaze lingered on a finely crafted wooden comb. Yami caught the detail instantly and launched into an enthusiastic pitch. Excellent taste, my lady. This is made from sandalwood unique to the land of fire. No static when you comb your hair, and it even carries a natural fragrance. If you like it, I'll give it to you, how about that? He offered the comb with a broad smile, while letting just the right hint of reluctance show on his face, perfectly portraying the shrewdness of a small-time merchant. Enough nonsense, the leader barked, but his tone was no longer as hard as before. Seizing the opening, Yami immediately pulled out an exquisite porcelain jar from his pack. My lords, you're often out on missions, and the climate here in the land of water, with its sea breeze and strong sun, can be rough. Your hair looks a bit dry and damaged. Take a look at this hair oil, a specialty from the land of fire, specially made to repair and nourish hair. Like a seasoned salesman, he talked up an ordinary bottle of hair oil until it sounded miraculous, something that could restore one's hair to perfect condition overnight. Several of the mist ninja listened, visibly intrigued. Even the squad leader subconsciously reached up and touched his own hair. Seeing the tension ease, Yami immediately pressed his advantage. You've all worked hard on duty, my lords. Please take these little items as a token of my respect. I only ask that you grant me some convenience and allow me to enter the town to do a bit of small business. He enunciated the word small business clearly, subtly signaling that he was here only to make money and absolutely not to stir up trouble. The Jonin looked over the assorted knickknacks. Finding nothing suspicious, he finally waved his hand. Go on in, but you're not allowed inside the village proper, only the surrounding towns. If we discover any suspicious behavior, he made a swift throat-cutting gesture. Understood, understood. I know the rules, Yami replied with repeated nods, wisely refraining from reclaiming the samples he had already given away. Passing the checkpoint without issue, Yami strolled leisurely into a small town on the outskirts of Kurigakure with his goods in tow. The town was more prosperous than he'd expected. Perhaps due to its geography, the range of merchandise was extremely narrow, mostly seafood-based handicrafts and various aquatic products. So the land of water really does have a closed-off commercial ecosystem, Yami mused inwardly, keenly aware that this was a business opportunity. He chose a street corner near the town center, set up his stall, and arranged his wares neatly. At first, many people stopped to look out of curiosity, but no one stepped forward to buy. Yami wasn't in a hurry. He took out an elegant folding mirror and casually began tidying his hair, occasionally dipping a finger into a small jar beside him to apply a bit of oil to his scalp. Naturally, this caught the attention of a few young passers-by. How much is that mirror? A cheerful-looking young woman asked first. Excellent taste, miss. Yami instantly switched to a professional smile. This is a premium item, freshly made in the land of artisans. The reflection is crystal clear, and the key feature is that it's compact and foldable, perfect for carrying around. Since it's my first day open, everything's 20% off. Like a seasoned salesman from another world, Yami spoke smoothly and persuasively. The people of the land of water had never seen anything like this. Not only did they buy the folding mirror, but they also picked up combs and small accessories along with it. With the first sale breaking the ice, more curious townsfolk soon gathered around his stall. Boss, how much is this special oil? Do you have other styles of that sandalwood comb? Is everything discounted? Yami handled it all with ease, fair prices, occasional freebies, and a perfectly polished merchant's demeanor. To young men and women, he praised their youth and beauty. To middle-aged women, he praised their diligence and household management. Even cold-faced shinobi passing by were talked into buying a few so-called travel essentials. By the end of the day, Yami's purse was pleasantly heavy. As he packed up, he deliberately raised his voice to the crowd. Great business today. I'll be here again tomorrow. Don't miss it, everyone, rain or shine, I'll be waiting right here. The words were meant not only for customers, but also for the Kurigakure shinobi watching from the shadows. After closing shop, Yami checked into a shabby inn in town. The room was simple, but perfectly suited to a small-time peddler. As he counted his earnings, he was delighted to find that, even with discounts, today's profit far exceeded that of a standard mission. The next morning, the moment he set up his stall, several familiar faces from the day before were already waiting nearby. Boss, that stuff works pretty well. I'll take another bottle. How many do you have left? I want 2 more. And me too. Yami was secretly thrilled, but on the surface he put on a look of mild surprise. Thank you all for your support. Since this is my first time here, my stock is a bit limited. He deliberately created a sense of scarcity, prompting people to rush their purchases. By the time his inventory ran low, he even began limiting quantities per customer, while bundling other small goods as half-gifts. In less than half a day, everything sold out. Business was booming. To those who hadn't managed to buy anything, he reassured them that there was no need to worry. He would be traveling back and forth and would bring the next batch with him. If necessary, he could even offer special order purchases. After selling out, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he made a show of buying large quantities of local specialties from the land of water, preparing to resell them in the land of fire. He haggled loudly the whole time, every inch a stereotypical merchant. And of course, he didn't forget his real objective. Even if it was just during casual shopping, the moment he activated Kagura Mind's Eye, a wealth of information flowed silently into his grasp, with his pack stuffed full of specialties from the land of water. Namikaze Yami set out on the road back to Konoha. He had arrived lightly equipped, now he returned weighed down with bundles and crates. every inch the image of a merchant coming home loaded with profits. At the water country border checkpoint, he once again ran into the same Kurigakure patrol squad as before. "Gentlemen, we meet again. Hard at work as always," Yami greeted them warmly, his face arranged into the familiar, practiced smile of a businessman. The Kurigakure Jonin leading the team glanced at Yami's bulging packs, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. "Business must have been good. Heading back already." "All thanks to you," Yami said with a chuckle, rubbing his hands together. "Small trade, once it's sold out, I head home. I'll be back again before long, and I'll be counting on you gentlemen to look after me then too." The Mist Ninja waved it off casually. "No need for that. We welcome legitimate merchants." As if suddenly remembering something, Yami reached into his pack and produced an exquisitely crafted porcelain bottle. "This is the very last bottle of the special edition Saidankang. You absolutely must accept it," he said with a meaningful smile. "As for the effects, well, you'll know once you've used it." As he handed the bottle over, his fingers pressed lightly, almost imperceptibly, against its base. The Jonin received it, feeling the faint extra weight at the bottom, and immediately understood. Something was hidden inside. Without changing his expression, he slipped the bottle away. He cleared his throat lightly and gave a small nod. "That won't be necessary. Travel safely, things haven't been too peaceful along the border lately." "Much appreciated, sir," Yami replied, perfectly in tune with the unspoken exchange, and passed through the checkpoint without issue. The entire interaction clearly established his identity, smoothed relations, and quietly paved the way for future trips. The journey back was smooth and uneventful. Before he even reached Konoha, most of the land of water goods he carried had already been sold along the way. Upon entering the village, the gate guards merely performed a routine check of his documents before waving him through. Instead of setting up another stall, Yami sold off the remaining merchandise to a shop at a fair price. Thanks to the economic disruption left in the wake of war, items with an exotic flair, water country handicrafts and specialty dried seafood, were in extremely high demand. Business was brisk, profits steady, and Yami's return appeared, on the surface, to be nothing more than the successful end of a merchant's journey. But beneath that calm surface, new currents were already beginning to stir. Making another hefty profit, Yami looked at how a single round trip had left him rolling in money and couldn't help questioning his future as a ninja. On this mission, he hadn't just completed the intelligence-gathering objectives. By buying low and selling high across borders, he'd earned far more than any ordinary assignment would ever pay. In high spirits, he even began to wonder whether this cross-border trade might be worth developing as a long-term side business. Turning into a quiet side alley and confirming no one was around, Yami shed his traveling merchant disguise and altered his appearance once more. Resuming the identity of a Konoha Chunin, he headed to the Hokage Tower to submit his report. As a long-term assignment, the mission wasn't officially complete yet, but the intelligence he'd brought back was more than sufficient for Konoha's analysts to work with. Naturally, these movements didn't escape certain watchful eyes. Outrageous. Inside the root headquarters, Danzo slammed his palm against the desk, his voice cold with fury. "That brat, what does he think a ninja mission is? A merchant's game." A root operative knelt on one knee, reporting cautiously. "Our investigation confirms that Namikaze Yami completed the intelligence-gathering task, and his profits were considerable." "Profits?" Danzo sneered. "A ninja's duty is the mission. And he turns it into a business venture. Preposterous." Root, Konoha's most spy-heavy organization, treated ninjas as tools, summoned at will, discarded just as easily. There was no room for personal agendas. Yami's action struck Danzo as dangerously unorthodox. Worse still, Danzo's original intention had been to humiliate him, or better yet, see him die on the mission. What infuriated him most was the report from his informants within Kurigakure. None of them had detected how Yami obtained the intelligence at all. A method that defied standard logic, something Danzo loathed. "He needs to be taught a lesson," Danzo muttered darkly, his single eye flashing with malice. "He must learn that anyone who defies roots will in Konoha won't enjoy a peaceful life." Just then, another root operative hurried in and whispered something into his ear. Danzo's expression shifted from green to white, then flushed red in rapid succession. It turned out that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon hearing the full report, not only refrained from criticizing Yami, but openly praised him for his flexibility and ingenuity, even calling his actions a new way of thinking for the village. A new plan quickly took shape in Danzo's mind. He summoned a trusted subordinate and issued a few quiet instructions, snippets like Kurigakur and leak, barely audible. At the same time, Yami was at home, happily counting his money. He suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. Strange, who's talking about me? Shrugging the thought aside, he let his mind wander, already plotting how to maximize profits on his next trip to the land of water. The following day at noon, lingering travel fatigue allowed him the rare luxury of sleeping in. As he prepared to head out, he pulled a small, exquisitely crafted box from his pack and tucked it into his robe. It's been a while, he murmured to himself. Time to remind her I exist. He set off toward the Senju compound. After knocking for some time with no response, a middle-aged woman next door, busy hanging laundry, poked her head out. Looking for Tsunade, she asked. She left early this morning. Lots of injured patients lately. Thanking her, Yami turned and made his way toward Konoha Hospital. He even found himself humming lightly, fingers unconsciously brushing the small box in his pocket. The familiar scent of disinfectant filled the hospital halls as he walked with practiced ease toward Tsunade's usual office. Through the half-open door, he saw her absorbed in reviewing medical charts. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her golden hair and casting soft highlights along her profile, beautiful enough to stop him in his tracks. Yami tapped lightly on the door. Already aware of his presence, Tsunade looked up. A flicker of flustered surprise crossed her eyes before she regained her usual composure. You're back. Everything goes smoothly. Yeah, just got in, Yami replied with a smile, stepping inside and casually taking a seat beside her. When I was in the land of water, I saw something that made me think of you. He slid the small box across the desk. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, then opened it. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Inside lay a bracelet strung with deep-sea pearls and a single blue crystal. Each pearl was round and lustrous, perfectly complementing the crystal's cool glow. Good taste, she said evenly, though Yami caught the slight upward curve of her lips. Want me to put it on for you? He asked, half testing, half hoping. She didn't answer. Instead, she extended her wrist. Carefully, Yami fastened the bracelet around it. Their fingertips brushed by accident, just briefly, yet neither of them acknowledged it aloud, both pretending nothing had happened. Tsunade lifted her wrist and studied it for a moment. The soft luster of the pearls complemented her fair skin perfectly. She said coolly, as if unimpressed, "Don't think a little gift like this is enough to curry favor with me, kid." Watching her clearly pleased yet stubbornly composed expression, Namikaze Yami wisely chose not to call her out on it. Of course not, he replied lightly. I just thought the sapphire on this bracelet shines as brightly as your eyes. The line was far too direct, borderline cheesy. Even Yami felt a faint shiver after saying it. Tsunade clearly hadn't expected that. A faint flush crept up her ears, and she promptly changed the subject. I heard you gained quite a bit from this last mission. Even the old man's been praising you. I did make a little extra on the side, Yami blinked, deliberately misunderstanding her point. Enough to treat you to a big meal. Tsunade was about to explain when a medical ninja hurried in, pushing the door open. Tsunade-sama, there's an issue in the intensive ward. She rose at once, all traces of fluster gone, her usual crisp efficiency returning. I'm coming. At the doorway, she paused, glanced back at Yami, and gently shook the wrist wearing the bracelet. Thank you for the gift. Watching her leave, Yami was momentarily lost in thought. Then, in an excellent mood, he whistled as he headed out of the hospital, thinking to himself, with this bracelet on, she'll probably think of me every now and then while she's working. Settling his emotions, he decided not to rush back to the land of water just yet. Acting too hastily as a traveling merchant would only invite suspicion. Instead, he spent several days in Konoha carefully preparing, meticulously selecting the next batch of goods he'd take with him. During that time, he tried to see Tsunade now and then, but whether intentionally or not, she always seemed to avoid him. Yami understood. Too much pressure spoiled the balance. Some things, after all, couldn't be rushed. On his way back to the land of water once again, things were far less smooth than last time. Perhaps his cargo was simply too eye-catching. He ended up attracting a band of bandits who clearly had no sense of self-preservation. "Kid, that's quite a haul you've got there." "Leave it." Before the sentence could finish, the bandit leader's head was already flying. Namikaze Yami had no interest in exchanging pleasantries with trash like this. Anyone who lived by banditry was the same, preying on the weak, bullying the defenseless, their hands long since soaked in the blood of innocent merchants. There was no need for mercy. The remaining bandits were swiftly dealt with, not a single one escaping. "When I was weak, I had to watch my words and read the room," Yami muttered as he wiped the blood from his blade. "But now that I have strength, others should be the ones choosing their words carefully. Otherwise, what was the point of getting stronger?" Even though the fight ended quickly, the scent of blood lingered. When he arrived at the Land of Water's border checkpoint, the sharp-eyed guards immediately noticed something off. "You smell like blood," one of the patrol ninjas said warily. Yami replied calmly, "The road's long. Ran into a few blind thieves along the way. When you travel alone, you need some means of self-defense." As he spoke, he casually displayed the ninja blade at his waist. The simple, time-worn weapon made him look like someone with genuine martial skill, hardly strange in an era where traveling without strength was no different from advertising oneself as prey. After a brief inspection and confirming the goods posed no problem, the guards let him through. Back in the familiar border town, Yami's merchandise this time was far more targeted. In addition to the ever-popular oil, he brought skincare products designed specifically for the Land of Water's damp climate, precision tools exported from the Land of Crafts via the Land of Fire, and, walking the edge, several ninja tool components. As expected, the carefully selected goods sold out even faster than before. They didn't even last until the second day. Another massive profit. What Yami didn't know was that far away in Konoha, Danzo had already leaked his movements through a private channel. Kagaya clan territory. Kagaya Naoto frowned at the letter in his hand, hesitating. "Where did this come from?" he asked. A trusted aide replied immediately, "Unknown. It was thrown into the courtyard with a kunai early this morning." "Who else saw it?" "Probably no one. I brought it to you the moment I found it." Naoto tapped the table lightly, thinking for a long moment. "Don't spread this," he said finally. "Number. Forget it. I'll handle this myself." He had considered sending a clansman, but recalling the Kagaya clan's universally aggressive temperament, he dismissed the idea. Tucking the letter into his robes, Kagaya Naoto stepped out of the estate. Musical note. Today's a good day, everything I wish for comes true. Musical note. Yami hummed cheerfully as he strolled through town, in an excellent mood. This time, he had brought more than double the previous shipment, and it had all sold out in a single day. Even he hadn't expected that. With time to spare, he decided to properly enjoy the Land of Water. While Kurigakure itself wasn't convenient to enter, the surrounding towns and local customs were more than enough to satisfy his curiosity. As he walked down the main street, a local villager brushed past him in passing. Yami suppressed his instinctive counterattack, but instantly felt something slip into his hand. Without changing expression, he pocketed it and continued strolling, casually buying small trinkets. Only after reaching a quiet corner did he glance at the note. "Come to the northeastern forest outside town tonight. Important intel exchange." He crumpled the paper and destroyed it without hesitation, then resumed wandering until dusk before returning to his inn. He deliberately chose the same inn as last time. It was close to the forest mentioned. Within the range of Kagura Mind's eye, the entire forest lay under his surveillance. Yami lay down as if asleep, while closely monitoring the area. At midnight, a single figure quietly appeared at the designated spot. No ambush. No backup. A genuine solo meet-up. Everything matched the note perfectly. Only then did Yami relax, and promptly fall asleep. The unfortunate figure waited in the forest all night, unmoving as mosquitoes feasted upon him. At dawn, he finally left, muttering colorful curses about someone's ancestors as he went. The next morning, Namikaze Yami woke from his sleep and stretched lazily, as though whatever had happened in the forest the night before had nothing to do with him at all. Outside the window, the small town was still wrapped in a thin, drifting mist. He strolled to a nearby shop and ordered a steaming bowl of the Land of Water's signature seafood porridge. The squid tentacles were delightfully chewy. As he ate, a random thought crossed his mind. I wonder, would the eight-tails tentacles have even better texture? As for last night's events, he carried not the slightest psychological burden, as if they had never happened. After breakfast, Yami packed up his belongings and resumed his work as a traveling merchant. He first visited several shops he'd scoped out the day before, paid deposits, and arranged to return the next morning to collect goods. To any observer, it looked exactly like someone preparing to leave town at dawn. After casually purchasing a few more items, he wandered aimlessly through the streets, and, without seeming to intend it, found himself back on yesterday's road. Sure enough, a hurried figure brushed past him. In that instant, another slip of paper appeared between his fingers. He didn't react, walking calmly to a secluded spot before unfolding the note. The wording, and even the handwriting, were identical to yesterday's, but this time, there was something extra. A minuscule symbol, so subtle it would escape almost anyone's notice, yet unmistakably a secret mark unique to Konoha. A mark that only high-level covert operatives would ever recognize. Yami's lips curled into a knowing smile. So that's how it is. Night fell. In the forest northeast of the town, the same figure from yesterday appeared once more. Arms crossed, posture relaxed, he looked utterly confident, certain the other party would show. Even when the faint rustle of footsteps sounded behind him, he didn't turn around. I knew you'd come, he said calmly. Yes, I'm here, a cool voice replied. Clan head Kagaya, I hope you have a reasonable explanation. The moment he heard that voice, Kagaya Naoto spun around in shock. What greeted him was not Namikaze Yami, but a squad of Kurigakure ninja. The truth was simple. The moment Yami had noticed the hidden Konoha mark on the note, his sense of relief had vanished, replaced instead by a cold, mocking laugh. There's a problem. And it's a problem coming from the top. The contact method was far too deliberate. Any genuine deep cover agent would never use the same approach 2 days in a row at the same location before confirming the area was completely safe nor casually expose an identity marker of that level just to gain trust. This wasn't an exchange. It was bait. A fishing hook dangled in plain sight. Of course, Yami allowed, there's always the chance the sender is just an absolute brute with no sense of caution, but as for which kind-hearted, high-ranking individual orchestrated this? He didn't even need to think about it. He already knew. He could almost picture it, Danzo, lurking in the depths of the root headquarters, wearing that sinister grin as he waited for one of two outcomes. Either Kagaya clan would kill him outright, or his identity would be exposed and he'd be seized by Kurigakure. So you want to use the Kagaya clan as a blade to cut me down? Yami sneered inwardly. Then I'll snap that blade in half, and make sure Kurigakure feels the shock. Having made up his mind, Namikaze Yami did not head for the forest. Instead, he went straight to the familiar Kurigakure patrol captain. With just the right amount of unease on his face, he handed over the note. Sir, I really don't feel right about this, he said quietly. I received this strange note yesterday and didn't dare go. Today it came again, and this time there's an odd mark added here. He pointed at the hidden Konoha symbol, feigning confusion as he continued, I'm just a merchant trying to make a living. I don't want to get dragged into anything dangerous. Notably, he never once mentioned the Kagaya clan. A traveling merchant who talked too much would only incriminate himself. If the patrol discovered the truth on their own, however, that would make it ironclad. As expected, the Kurigakure captain's expression darkened instantly. Realizing the gravity of the matter, he immediately mobilized his squad and ordered them to lie in wait around the perimeter. That was how the scene in the forest came to be. Kagaya Naoto. The patrol captain's voice was icy, disbelief laced through every word. You secretly attempted to contact an outsider, using what appears to be foreign espionage signals. What was your intention? Were you planning to leak village intelligence, or do you have other designs? Kagaya Naoto was both shocked and furious. He had never imagined Yami would refuse to play along, and instead report the matter directly to Kurigakure's enforcement forces. Did he realize he'd been exposed? Was he dragging me down with him now that escape was impossible? Kagaya scanned the surroundings, eyes blazing, desperately searching for Yumi's figure. If he found him, he would skewer that bastard with bone spikes without hesitation. Bullshit, Kagaya roared. Don't you dare slander me. By now, several elite Kurigakure ninja were closing in, forming a tightening ring. I am the head of the Kagaya clan. How could I possibly? Right and wrong will be determined at the Mizukage Tower, Matsushita Kodai cut in coldly. Resist, and you'll be treated as a traitor to the village. Kagaya tried to argue further, but the gleaming short blades around him told him everything he needed to know. Any resistance would be answered with blood. Left with no choice, Kagaya Naoto abandoned the struggle and allowed himself to be bound. As the official liaison between the Kagaya clan and Kurigakure, he still believed, deep down, that the third Mizukage would clear his name. Before being taken away, he glared at the patrol captain who had once been friendly with Yami. Matsushita Kodai, he said through clenched teeth, do not let that traveling merchant escape. He is definitely a Konoha spy. Matsushita felt a flicker of doubt. Before arriving, he had fully prepared for resistance. Seeing that the suspect was Kagaya Naoto had nearly made his heart stop. As clan head, Kagaya's strength was unquestionably among the top tier of the Land of Water. If a fight had broken out, their squad would have stood no chance. That was why Matsushita had leaned on authority and intimidation, yet Kagaya had submitted so easily. That, more than anything, unsettled him. But the matter had already exceeded his jurisdiction. As one of Kurigakure's great clans, the Kagaya family was a problem only the Mizukage could resolve. Unable to untangle the implications, Matsushita turned to his subordinate. The merchant, still at the inn. Yes, sir. The confirmation only deepened the crease between his brows. If this was truly a conspiracy, how could that so-called merchant remain so calm? Matsushita's expression darkened like a storm about to break. The Kagaya clan had always been infamous within the village, arrogant, violent, unpredictable. Their relationship with Kurigakure's leadership was perpetually strained. Any unusual movement involving them was more than enough to set nerves on edge. And tonight, those nerves had been pulled tight to the breaking point. As one of Kurigakure's most influential Kekkei Genkei clans, the Kagaya clan naturally maintained its own network of power and informants within the Mizukage Tower. The moment the news of Kagaya Naoto being taken in for investigation spread, it was like a stone dropped into a calm lake. Ripples quickly spread throughout the clan compound. Inside the clan head's residence, several senior figures gathered together. The atmosphere was stifling, heavy with the stillness that precedes a storm. Anger and humiliation hung thick in the air, unmistakable on every face. This is outrageous. Someone slammed the table. Clan head Naoto may have only been trying to open a new supply route for the clan, yet he's treated with such disgrace. I've said it before, those bastards in the Kurigakure upper ranks have never trusted us, another growled. They're clearly using this as an excuse to suppress the Kagaya clan. If we don't retaliate, a third voice cut in sharply, how are we supposed to stand tall in the Land of Water? I propose we go directly to the Mizukage Tower and let them see the strength of the Kagaya clan. The incendiary words immediately ignited the room. Several of Kagaya Naoto's close aides tried to intervene, urging restraint, but their voices were completely drowned out by the rising tide of fury. Before long, the clan elders returned to their respective residences, mobilizing their people and preparing to march on the Mizukage Tower to demand answers. The news of an impending Kagaya clan uprising reached the third Mizukage almost instantly. At that moment, he sat across from a visibly resentful Kagaya Naoto, rubbing his temples as a headache began to form. Clan head Naoto, the Mizukage said heavily, why did you go to that forest in the first place? And where did that unidentified coded signal come from? I've already answered that question more times than I can count, Kagaya Naoto replied, barely suppressing his irritation. The signal came from an anonymous letter that was thrown into my residence. As for why I went to the forest, I intended to verify whether the contents of that letter were true, and whether that traveling merchant was, in fact, a spy. Repeated interrogation had clearly worn down his patience, and anger crept into his voice. And the letter? The Mizukage asked. It's on me, Kagaya Naoto said coldly. You're welcome to examine it yourself. The tension in the room tightened, because both men understood that whatever was written on that letter might decide not just Naoto's fate, but the balance between Kurigakure and one of its most dangerous clans. Seeing Kagaya Naoto's open and forthright attitude, the third Mizukage found himself caught in a dilemma. But when he considered the unrest already brewing within the Kagaya clan, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside any concerns over trade or profit. Turning to the shinobi behind him, he gave a firm order, "Bring the traveling merchant here. Alive. I'll interrogate him personally." "Yes, sir." The shinobi departed at once, heading straight for the inn where Namikaze Yami was staying. Inside the inn, Yami sat calmly before a low tea table, his expression unruffled. On the surface, he appeared completely relaxed, but through Kagura's mind-eye, he had already grasped every movement outside. The shinobi stationed nearby were growing drowsy as the night dragged on, though they forced themselves to stay alert. Seeing that the merchant in the room still hadn't gone to sleep, they merely assumed he was too shaken to rest. Before long, Anbu from the Mizukage Tower arrived at the inn and questioned the guards. "Is the foreign merchant still here? What's the situation?" "He is," the guard replied promptly. "He seems shaken, hasn't slept yet." "Good. The Mizukage has ordered his interrogation. Come with me." With the guard leading the way, they headed toward Yami's room. Inside, Yami sensed everything clearly. A faint smile curved his lips. "So, it's time for the traveling merchant to exit the stage." A few minutes later, the two shinobi began to feel something was wrong. The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, as though they were walking in circles. "Damn it, Genjutsu." The Anbu suddenly snapped awake, realizing he had unknowingly fallen into Temple of Nirvana-style looping illusion, endlessly pacing the inn's hallway. He surged chakra through his tenketsu to dispel it. Startled by the shout, the mist shinobi beside him reacted instantly. "Release! Release!" The world spun violently, and in the next instant, they were standing directly in front of Yami's door. They kicked it open, and their faces drained of color. Shit! They tried to retreat, but it was already too late. The moment they crossed the threshold, a deafening explosion erupted. Fire roared upward as the entire inn was engulfed in a violent blast, the shockwave hurling both shinobi through the air. The Anbu barely stabilized himself. Mid-flight. The mist guard, however, was gravely injured. Through the raging flames, the Anbu caught a fleeting glimpse, a shinobi wearing a demon-faced mask, standing face to face with the merchant, their bodies almost embracing. A bone spear pierced straight through the merchant's chest. Ignoring his injured companion, the Anbu rushed back into the inferno. The inn had completely collapsed. The masked assailant was gone without a trace. After combing through the ruins, they found only one thing left behind, the merchant's charred, unrecognizable corpse. With no other choice, they carried the remains back to the Mizukage Tower. The third Mizukage stared at the blackened body, burned like a lump of charcoal, and a terrifying pressure burst from him. "Excellent," he said coldly, fury seeping into every word. "Silencing witnesses, are we? Find out who did this, no matter what." The soot-covered Anbu hesitated instead of withdrawing. "In the flames, I think I saw a bone spear pierce his heart and lungs." The Mizukage's eyes snapped open. His gaze locked onto the Anbu, sharp enough to make cold sweat pour down the man's back. "Until there is irrefutable evidence," the Mizukage said slowly, "this matter is not to be mentioned again." "Yes, sir." The Anbu retreated at once to assist with the investigation. Left alone in his office, the third Mizukage stood beneath the flickering lamplight, his expression shifting unpredictably. After a long silence, he rose and headed for the room where Kagaya Naoto was being held. The moment Naoto saw him, he demanded urgently, "Was the merchant brought in? I can confront him directly." The Mizukage looked at him with a complicated expression and replied flatly, "The merchant is dead." "What? That's impossible." The Mizukage unfurled a sealing scroll and released the charred remains onto the floor before him. Naoto stared at the corpse. Then his expression changed abruptly. Before he could speak, the Mizukage cut him off. "Your clansmen are gathering at the compound. Tell me, what exactly does the Kagaya clan intend to do?" Naoto's composure finally cracked. "And no, this isn't it. This has nothing to do with the Kagaya clan. I swear, I will allow you to return." The Mizukage interrupted coldly, "But I expect an explanation. A real one." He stepped closer, his voice dropping. If not, I will personally lead the forces to demand answers. You fought in the Whirlpool War, you know exactly what happens when a clan challenges the village itself. With that, he opened the door and walked out, leaving Kagaya Naoto standing alone, his heart sinking as the walls closed in.
And that's where we leave it for today. Our pawnshop hero, one step closer to rewriting his fate. What do you think he'll pawn next? Drop your predictions in the comments below. If you're loving this story, smash that like button, subscribe for more chapters, and head over to patreon.com/mv1717 for exclusive early releases, bonus content, and your chance to read ahead of others. Link in the description. Thanks for listening. See you in the next one.